Yeah. I can never hit that six. Oh, six. Ha. They took away his computer. Now he's getting in trouble. There you go. Stand by. Doing great. I'm not the real Sonic. Gotta go slow, baby. Those fucking teeth. Even if it wasn't in his own movie, at least he got a cameo in something.
Wait. Oh, is this Friday? Holy fuck. Yeah, hold on a minute. Oh, Tuesday, then that was Friday. That's great.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. What's up? Yellow. Yellow.
Just dragged me in here without my permission.
As one does.
Without my consent. Good news is I got some wine and coleslaw.
Nice. I got whiskey and tequila, but I'm about to consent myself to make some dinner here, so I'll actually be back in about 15 minutes.
Okay, go away.
Okay, bye-bye.
What's a docky moss, and why would I eat one?
Is that one of those sex pillows?
Eat a docky moss?
Mm-hmm. Oh, the Dakima? Like Daki?
Eat a docky moss! Yum! Yummy, yummy! All right, I guess we're all here and everything looks like it's working. I got Callisto Protocol the other day. I don't think it's anywhere near as disappointing as all the reviewers are saying it is. It's just when one big video game reviewer shits on a game, all the other smaller channels wait for their video to come out and they go like, oh, he's shitting on it? Okay, well, I gotta shit on it too. And I'm gonna shit on it 3 and 4 and 5. Yeah, like, I saw like the big one come out and then everybody else is just like, they waited. But I'm not that far in the game. I could still be disappointed. Like, I really am enjoying it so far. It's scary as fuck. I'm going through it very slow. The combat is very different from Dead Space. The dodge and the block and all those mechanics. But it's not sweaty. The graphics and the level design and the acting and the animations, I'm at the point like an hour into the didn't care about anything else. I was like, I'm immersed. I'm in the world. This is scary. Yeah, the combat system is very different, but it's, I don't know, it's not like Dark Souls hard. I like that, where, you know, it's easy to move around and stuff, but I assume that they are going to add things and improve things and have DLC and stuff like that down the road. And I said this the other day, even if I didn't think it was 100% game, that I would still support it, because I support people breaking away from giant AAA things and, you know, not doing talking about Callisto Protocol. I'm like 2 hours in. I love it. It's terrifying. Even if it's not as like sweaty and Dead Space related as people want it to be. Like, the level design, the world building, and the character and creature and just world animations have been great. I'm enjoying it so far. I don't know. There's a lot of channels on the internet that like, when one big channel talks about how they're disappointed in a game, everybody else will. It's the same thing with movies. If one goes like, oh, everybody's gonna wait for the one most famous conservative film critic to say that like a movie everybody thought was gonna be woke actually turned out to be good. And then once
flies on shit.
Yeah, it's just once that person is like, oh well, he's big and famous, and I want to be like that one, so I'm gonna wait and see what he says about it, and then I'll put out my review and blah blah blah. It's like I don't care one way or another. If something sucks, it sucks. Like, I've got games that I was like, that was a good game. That was a really good game. I really enjoyed it, even though I only played it for 3 days and didn't finish it and then uninstalled it after a month. But it was a good game. Like, I will do that over some games, and I shouldn't. But, you know, if a game you've been waiting on for a long time, you download it, you only play it for like a week, and you don't finish it and you uninstall it and you never go back to that game again ever. And you know, some people are busy, but if you never go back to that game ever, but then you go to other games and just like in the rest of your life, you never go back to it, it wasn't a good game to you. Like, or there was something about it that just wasn't right, or just wasn't enough to pull you in. And you just didn't have the heart to say, it wasn't very deep. I'm getting like that with certain games, like when new games come out. Some of them I have to force myself to go back to. If I really love the game, like any game, and like the story, and I want to know what happens to the characters, but the gameplay is like really bad and I don't enjoy it, I guess that's what Let's Plays are for. But there are some games where the visual direction of them is so good, but then like the mechanics are so bland that you're just like, I'm just gonna watch a Let's Play, just see what happens. I've done that to skip through a game to get to the next, so I can play the next game knowing what happened. I did that with Resident Evil 7. And the best thing is for me not to think about it at all. I don't want to think about it at all. And eventually just forget everything and realize I remembered nothing about Resident Evil 7. And then you can finally go back and play the game and have all the surprises. Because you forgot everything. You don't know who the characters are anymore. That's what I was looking for yesterday. But anyways, some games are like that. Callisto Protocol does not yet feel like that to me. I think I'm gonna start the game over I'm like on the second chapter, I think. I only played it for like 2 hours. I was, and I told y'all, did I not say last night that it was like it was loading shaders? Before the news even dropped about the stuttering and stuff, I was like, this is like loading shaders in Blender, but once they're all loaded, everything from that point is fine. As every area that I've already been to before in reloading my game and whatnot, there's no stuttering. But anytime you go into an area that has new wall textures that your install of the game has not seen before, it would stutter and jump for me. And then when I would like restart the area and go through it again, it was fine. That's what I was saying last night. I was like, this is like when you load a Blender file and it's recompiling the shaders, like it's unpacking them or whatever. But once it does that, it doesn't take that long the second time. And I look online this morning and everyone's like, yeah, the non-pre-compiled shader issue where it has to compile the shaders when you play, blah, blah, blah. They should have thought about that. And like everyone was shitting on them about that. And I figured, I haven't read that much into it, but you work on the game for so long that you run it on a computer that might have them still in the RAM cache or in a temp folder or something and forget to delete it. It does sound like a rookie mistake, but I hope they fix it soon. It is kind of like I mean, it's no different than, Elden Ring, which is just basically like Demon Souls 7.5 or whatever the hell they're on. Like, if every single one of those games was named Demon Souls 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Special 8, whatever, no one would bat an eyelash. It would just be the same thing. I don't know. Everyone's like, George R.R. Martin is going to be writing Elden Ring, blah, blah, blah. It's like, if you had never told me that he had anything to do with the formulas for the characters and what you're called and all that, I never would have noticed any difference. He must have just been sitting back there been like, oh, that sounds good. Yeah, that does. And what if the warrior is not actually dead, but in this other world, and instead of dead, he's called tarnished? Oh, yeah, we'll call it that, and then we'll do the... Yeah, not shitting on Martin, but, like, if you had just told me this game was just Dark Souls 4, I never would have... I don't know. It's the exact same thing. Like, it's a it's not a... But instead of a bonfire, let's say it's like a swirling spark of grace. And it's a site of grace, and you have to find a lost site of grace. It's literally multiplayer Dark Souls, open world, whatever. Not hating on it. It's an amazing game, but, homie breaking off and doing his own, not Dead Space game, I'm all right with it. All I'm saying, it's a solid 7. 7.5, 8. This is one time when IGN gives a 7 that I'm like, so far, I'd lean more toward an 8, really, just for the level design and the immersion. The controls are a little weird for some stuff, like I said, the blocking and combat and all that. It's designed to be a very close medium range game so far. Like I said, 2 hours in. I'd give it an 8 so far, honestly. But, like I said, I'm only 2 hours in. I'll come back and give you a report on it. But yeah, the level design, if you've got a graphics card that can run it, and you want something to tide you over until the Dead Space remake comes out. I don't even know if I'm going to play the Dead Space remake. If it's just literally the game with a few extra guns and enemies thrown in, I might pass, just because I played through the original so recently. But yeah, like in a couple of years when it's like, I want to play Dead Space 1 again, it'll be like, oh, I can get the remake now and play that instead. I haven't played a Sonic game since Sonic Adventure 1. RE4 remake, I do want to play. I'm a survival horror dude. I have a feeling they're going to skip 5. I don't think anyone over there is ever going to do a co-op game again. I've abandoned almost all hope. But they did 1, 2, and 3. Like the one for GameCube, that's... all I would do is just do that game, but an HD remake, which I guess they did on Steam like in 2015 or so. Anyway, I'm rambling about video games. I need to get to work. Dead Space 3 is like, if you liked playing Resident Evil 6 with a friend, you will love playing Dead Space 3 with a friend. But Dead Space 3 is very much the Resident Evil 6 of its franchise. Remember, RE6 was 2-player co-op, but it was very much like a Max Payne action game, slide to cover and get knocked on the ground and shoot them while you're still laying on the ground, and roll to the side, shoot more enemies, roll back the other way, get up and tackle, run through enemies and stuff like that. It was very much one of those. It was not a survival horror game. But if you want a story-based, like, zombie horror survival co-op arcadey kind of shooter game, Dead Space 3 and RE6, like, of those franchises, that I can't think of any other way to put it. They streamline a lot of the stuff in Dead Space 3. Dead Space, like, if you like Dead Space 2, you'll love, or if you like Dead Space 1, you'll love Dead Space 2. And the third one divides a lot of people, kind of like Mass Effect. This is Striking Distance. I guess this is their first game. Like, I don't think that I will be rating this game anything lower than a 7. If it gets less fun, which it hasn't, it's been scary this whole time. So I'm trying not to die. Characters have been very well acted. I'm actually curious about some of them. Actually, all of them, every single one of them. I was like, did that one really die? Is this one going to betray me? I have Exodiac, but I haven't gotten around to playing it. Ooh, complex keyframing. I never look forward to it. Oh, this isn't very complex. I think complex would be more like if he was doing a backflip or Street Fighter spin kick or some crazy shit. I need to go fill up my water. I'll be right back.
Oh, the adventures, kiddo. It'll drive you into some nasty habits.
Pigment's model. Hey, how's it going? Thanks for the bits. This is an unused character from the 1993 Star Fox mission file printout. No wonder my shortcuts weren't working. I had my keyboard set to Russian. But there are two characters in that. I needed some extras to well, not really extras, but just to some minor characters to play a specific role. And they seemed like I could work them in. Here, I'm finding some Google images of them. So I think these are the only pictures that exist. Dessler Kova and Bear Noguchini. They were supposedly test pilots who flew an early version of the R-Wing, and then one day they disappeared. And just very little minor thing in this document called the Star Fox mission file printout. It was only released in Japan. I have one, but I don't have the full translation of it. I believe there is a translation of it on the internet, but it's just, you know, basic information about that. Resume your journey. I'm trying to find the dossier, because there's a dossier for James McLeod in it, although they call him Fox Sr. Here they are. I think this is them. These are they. Yeah, here we go. Find out that General Pepper's initials are ZZ. Hell yes. This is so cool. This is the Star Fox I want to go back to. I'm sorry, like I loved this older stuff from the comics. Yeah, that's Fox's dad. That's the clearest picture you get in from the artist who did the comics. That is Fox's dad. And this guy, Bear Noguchini and Dessler Kova. And these are the only pictures of them that exist. And whether or not this is still considered canon, I doubt that from Nintendo's view, but whether or not it's canon, these were officially licensed Nintendo things that were released. Like at least on the level of Nintendo Power and whatnot, but this was like officially released as far as I can tell. So I'm using some of it. I'm trying to use as much from the 93 era Star Fox as possible, which is extremely limited amount of stuff. Yeah, that's why I have them here. This is the guy that's on the intercom talking to James when he's docking his ship. So I don't want to say anything for certain. I have a couple of ideas. One of them being they're completely unrelated to the stories from the mission file printout, and I'm just using the character names and appearances with completely different purposes, or they are both secretly test pilots doing stuff for whatever. You know, he can have a job as a air traffic controller guy and also do other stuff. I'd like to bring both of them back because the voice actors for both of them are dear friends of mine, and they're both very, very good at what they voiced. As with everybody else, you know, even the voice actors and actresses that I use that I'm not like super close with, they've all been very amazing to work with. At least I have the scale models in the background. You working on anything, Rex?
Well, finished my dinner for one thing. I'm gonna probably do some Louis and have some wine.
Oh, right on. That sounds like a
Get
good
nice
plan
Mm-hmm.
for a Friday.
Yeah.
I made all these models such a long time ago. But anyway, yeah, about those two characters.
I think Reese is my favorite.
He's a
character
lot of
design.
people's favorites. I am on the Brute Squad. You are the Brute Squad. How is it going? Yes and yes. One other thing I will say about Callisto Protocol, and this is not a spoiler, the voice of the security bots is the most dude bro sounding security bot I've ever seen or heard. Oh my god. There was like security mode active, scanning
like-
for core targets.
It's like if a Bitcoin could talk.
Yes. It's like the voice of an NFT. What are your sources? Dude, trust me, bro. Well, okay. Just as once.
Oh, Dudeski. Yeah, we just recently watched that movie, I Love Dogs. I really, really loved it.
If you like Fantastic Mr. Fox,
Gave me a good cry. Did you know that you can just take like a tablespoon of your favorite ice cream and mix it up with like glutinous rice flour, microwave it, and turn it into mochi?
I did not. Is this for real and not like some crazy TikTok shit?
I mean, I'll find out when I make it.
Well, that's not the right answer. I mean, is it on like a cooking website or is someone like with kazoo music mixing it in a toilet or something on TikTok?
It wasn't on TikTok. It was on YouTube
Sorry,
Shorts.
silly.
It's basically the same thing. But I'll try it. I mean, you can make creme brulee the same way. It's just you can just like take ice cream and an egg yolk and just like stir it up, microwave it for a sec, and then you just glaze it with some sugar on top to get that caramel shell, and it's a creme brulee. Like I've done it at Bubba's house a lot.
Okay, this is on a cooking website with like hundreds and hundreds of reviews, giving it like a 4.7. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure, and it's not just TikTok either. There's a, I think she's Australian. This one lady that.
Yeah.
I can't remember the channel's name. It's like Now That's Delicious or some shit. Or no, that's Action Bronson's Fuck That's Delicious. I mean, I can't remember what the name of her channel is, but she debunks a lot of those content farm cooking channels submissions that will actually get you hurt, make your microwave explode. Yeah.
I mean, ice cream and glutinous rice flour is not going to blow up your fucking microwave or kill you in some way.
How to cook that? Was that the channel you were thinking of?
That might be it.
Yeah, it's a good channel. And yeah, she does a lot of like debunking videos too.
If it's the Australian lady that does the debunking stuff,
And feeds all her crap to her husband, yeah.
yeah.
Today we're going to debunk
He's
whether or not
cool.
this works or not. And then I'm going to feed it to my husband.
If she's not Australian, I'm sorry. I've seen like one thing from like 3 years ago where there was a big controversy. Yeah, Action Bronson. He lost a bunch of weight and he's like a really, really, really good cook. You should check out his. I don't know if it's just his channel or if it's the name of his book as well, but he does a cooking series called Fuck That's Delicious. And there's a couple of places if we ever go to New York again. I mean, we are driving through it. If we have a chance to go somewhere, I want to go to some of the places he's talked about and see if because it's like you have the best coffee in New York, the best bagel in New York, the best chicken parm in New York, and I want to go to one. And if it really is amazing, I'm going to tell him, be like, yeah, Action Bronson's YouTube channel told me to come here.
Hey, Slava.
Hello. Like talking about these recipes, I remember I watched like the debunking video about like mac and cheese, but instead of cheese, you're using like mashed Cheetos with cheese.
Oh, the Flamin' Hot Cheetos mac and cheese or whatever.
Yes, and dude said it's looking good, but it's absolutely disgusting. That there is no flavor of cheese at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cheetos is not. Well, I can't say it is or isn't cheese. I don't know what the fuck it is.
So here at the household, we got curious and saw the Flamin' Hot Cheetos mac and cheese that you can just buy,
Yeah.
and
Disappointment all around.
it tasted like a like meth lab. There was something plasticky about it.
It burnt. It's
I'm the kind of dude that's like,
dangerously cheesy.
I'll clear my plate. Like I hate wasting any food, but I had to scrape that into the garbage can, and I would never do that.
I hate cooking something and having it like be completely wasted. Like this isn't. I wouldn't even put this on my plants. This is going in the garbage.
Yeah.
Dude, I totally understand. It was the same shit when I cooked myself the Indian dish, the chicken, how it's called, chicken curry. And I didn't know how long I need to cook chicken. I thought if it's turning white, it's already like, it's already cooked. So I ate it and apparently it wasn't done. So I didn't eat anymore. Yeah, I got poisoned for a few days. Not badly, but...
I remember that.
Mm.
Yeah.
So that's what caused it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I was at Bubba's house several years ago, and Wander made us like a pork chop dinner, and he served it to us in his dark living room because we were all watching a movie, and I cut into it, and I was like, "This tastes pink," and it was nowhere near done at all.
Yep.
And I had eaten like half of it.
Did you do a
Yeah.
tactical?
It just smells.
I put it back in the oven. I
I did a tactical at a barbecue. I was cooking I was doing barbecue chicken, and this chick came out, and she was like, "Oh no, let me here, just get out of the way. I know it." Blah blah blah. I was like, "But I'm already." He's like, "No, trust me." You know, like when you're cooking something and some like blowhard comes in, they're like, "Oh come on, like look at my shirt," and it's like kiss the cook or whatever, but it's a shirt, not an apron. It's like, holy shit, you just
sure knew
it's like,
someone like
trust it, know what I'm doing, bro. Just let me in there.
Get out of the way.
Yeah, and I was like, it's the girl, just let her do it, whatever. I don't want to be mean or hurt anybody's feelings. And she did, and she started serving the chicken around, and I like just pulled my fork down, and it was just all like pink, ruby pink on the inside. And I just started like going around to people's plates as they were like eating the outside skin of the chicken, and I would just be like, hey, can I see your fork? Can I just let me see your fork a second? And I would just like pull it down, and it looked like grapefruit on the inside of it. It was so pink. And like everybody was like, yeah, and then everybody gave me the chicken and let me cook it. I didn't talk shit. I didn't do anything. But like after like everybody was like down to drinking and stuff. Yeah, that was some downstairs chicken for real. Is that chicken that makes you have to run downstairs every 20 minutes? you sit there in front of, that's what we were talking about last night. You rest your arms on the toilet seat and just put your face in it. You just sit there like on your knees going, no, and everybody outside of the bathroom, they just hear, and it's that every 20 minutes. Don't ever get chicken food poisoning. Holy Lord. You all got the story. You and Bubba got the story, didn't you? I think y'all were there for the when me and my mom told the chicken poisoning story.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh man, never again. I don't think my body could go through that one more time.
I like that I just finished my gumbo and I'm sitting down and I'm hearing this story because I really hope that it's. I know I can cook, but now I'm starting to wonder.
No, just cook your chicken until it's white, and then a little bit more.
Yeah,
Or
no,
just get
it's
a food thermometer.
If you're one of those people like, no, if you cook it too long, when it's white, it dries it out, and it's like you're already a seasoned cook. Ignore what I'm saying. If you're new to chicken and you don't have a meat thermometer and you can't measure the middle, I don't know what the temperature is. You can Google it, find it in 3 seconds, like 160.
165 or over.
165.
165. Yep.
Okay. And
I got this gumbo to 170, so I know I'm good. But
yeah, and that's what I would do. Is like get there and then a little bit just to make sure. Like you don't know if this is a super chicken or something. I don't know. But yeah, don't ever undercook chicken. Same with pork. Pork isn't as risky, and beef is less risky than pork, I believe.
you can eat pork medium rare or medium, I think, but they still advise against it.
Yeah, like beef, like steak, you can, like, it doesn't matter, like pork. Like I don't eat it until it's like gone gray and then starting to brown, like pork chops. Like I don't fuck around with pork. Meat, steak, it depends.
Beef you can eat raw, but it's not advised.
Yeah, like
it's all about the surface.
Yeah.
So like I didn't know, because when I was visiting my sister in Indiana, it's illegal to have your burger cooked below well done in restaurants.
in where?
In restaurants in Indiana, because people get food poisoning very easily when they grind the chuck. The what makes you sick, the salmonella, isn't necessarily going to be on the inside of the beef. It's usually going to be on the surface. So when you grind it up, it's all throughout the burger. So that keeps them from getting in trouble. And I fully accept that. Like steaks, I can do medium rare. I won't quite go rare. That's almost too gummy.
No, I always do medium rare.
Yeah.
Rare depends on the actual cut too, because there's somewhere that's actually okay, but medium
Knock
rare.
its horns off and
is
wipe
better.
its ass.
That's what my aunt used to say. Wipe its ass and throw it on the plate.
No, I like if they're little cubes of Wagyu steak or something like that. Then I might go a little bit more rare than medium rare on a couple pieces. I've done that. But
bought myself a Wagyu ribeye, and it was like tasting heaven in beef form.
Dude,
it's
that
pretty good.
Wagyu at the steak place we went to in New York
Oh,
that first night.
Oh, the hibachi.
The hibachi, yeah. That was my first Wagyu.
I think it was mine too. I've never had it like that. I mean, I can't tell you the difference between good steak and bad steak. Unless
I've
it's like
never
really
tried a
bad steak.
Oh man.
No, I've been eating like a like a meat. Well, maybe I had a cheap steak my grandma been making, but not a proper steak with like juice and all the shit.
Mm-hmm.
Check this out. What would you do if you got steak like this in delivery? Like, this dude is making delivery reviews, and he got this. It should be medium rare.
Yeah, that's not medium rare. That's a beautiful ribbon around it, but that's not medium rare.
Yeah.
It looks like if that was ahi or something, I would gladly eat it like that. But steak, I don't know. That's
rare as hell.
That's a little rare. It looks good as fuck. I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, I would have a little bit of a lower temperature and a little bit longer. I don't know. I'm not one of those nerds about that stuff. Oh man, I can't wait to create my own world.
With the violence?
Yeah, that's just all I ever think about anymore. I'm always afraid that I'm going to get in like a car wreck or something and not get to finish what I'm doing.
I was thinking about that on my walk home from getting my wine, because I usually walk by. I walk up along a very busy street here, and I'm like, what if a car just swerves and takes me out and spreads me like peanut butter on toast on the sidewalk? Then
no, the last thing in my mind is, man, so many people are on the internet are gonna go like, I knew he wouldn't finish episode 2. Like that literally, like right, if I was about to like careen into a fucking Mack truck at like full highway speed, yeah, that would be the last thing. I'd be like, oh, I know they're just gonna, and then that would be my story.
See, not to
told you wouldn't finish.
Like,
fucking an ex of mine rather had gotten up in the middle of the night to go pee from his bedroom, obviously, and then in the process of leaving the room and going down the hallway, the entire house shook and there was a loud crash. And he opened his bedroom door back up, and a truck had crashed right through the wall into his room, right over his bed.
Damn.
Ooh.
Drunk driver, of course, but it was just sort of like, he's like, I'm so glad I needed to pee.
That's crazy. I stopped to tie my shoes for 10 seconds. And then as I was driving, a train whooshed through a borderless crossing. It didn't have like the little border or the barricade things that came down, Schlagbaum. And I just thought, like, you know, if I didn't stop to tie my shoes before I got in the car and drove down this road, that probably would have hit me, because there wasn't like a light or anything. You had to stop and look. This was like Antioch, Florida. And I don't know if it's true or not. But it was the one where like a lot of people died because there was no like crossing thing for it.
Oof.
And yeah, things like that are crazy. There's that lady in Illinois where I lived, where it is one of those things where there's a really sharp curve on a fast highway, and but right before it starts to turn, if you forget and you're not looking and you just go straight off the road, it'd be right into someone's like bedroom. It was one of those houses where the lady said, like, I don't know if she just said this on the news station thing, but she said she went in to pick her baby up. Her baby was crying, and she picked it up and brought it in the living room, and that's right when like the truck just smashed right into the room. And she said that if she hadn't picked her baby up, that the truck would have just like smashed into it. It would have been dead.
No more baby.
Yeah.
My child was having visions. She told me to come in there and save her.
What was it?
My grandma said it wasn't dreams I was having, that I was having visions.
I was almost sidewalk paced in San Francisco a few years ago because I was biking to do Off the Grid, where I helped cook grilled cheese for a friend. It was like a food truck thing.
Off the grid,
And-
like the griddle?
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
was it like a secret
No, it's
prepper food
so
chain?
at the Walt Disney at the Walt Disney Family Museum. There's this huge park in the front of it, and a bunch of food trucks show up, and that space is called Off the Grid.
Ah, okay.
And, yeah, our friend ran a restaurant there where he made gourmet grilled cheeses. And when I first started freelancing doing art, I worked there part-time. So I was biking into the city, and it was one of those like T intersections, like along Fisherman's Wharf downtown. And I stopped at the red light. Like I could have just kept on going because it was a bike lane, but I was like, no, I think I'll stop today. And I stopped, and running straight, was a Range Rover, and it was this drunk lady apparently, and she like careened onto the sidewalk and scraped the side of her Range Rover like all along the side rail next to the bay, so she could have fallen into the ocean for sure if that wasn't there. But in my mind, I was like, if I
You'd
had
have
gone,
been Nutella, dude.
that dude, yeah, no exaggeration, like that. It would have been a perfect shot. There's no way.
Yeah, I think now in San Francisco, like it's required for cyclists to stop at lights, that are red, regardless of the bike lane now. Like
I
you're supposed
stop
to
at
treat
all
it like a
stop
four-way
signs.
stop.
I stop
Yeah,
at
yeah.
all railroad tracks. I'm like a school bus. I've had enough concussions for a lifetime. I don't need any more.
Fun cushions.
And I love housewife wine. It's pretty good.
I very nearly picked up a fucking box of Franzia today, but I went with Jack Daniels and Hornitos instead.
Little hornies. These are my little hornies. My Hornitos.
It's my favorite brand.
So Hornito is like a little horno. What is a horno? I don't know. It blew my mind when I was in Spanish class. And I learned that they put ito and ita on the end of a little thing. And I thought about it. I was like, wait, burro means a donkey. So like a little... And I asked my Spanish teacher, I was like, wait, does that mean that a burrito is a little donkey? And she's like, yeah. I was like, why the hell would... And I said this in class. I was like, what? I said, like, why would that be named a little donkey? And instantly she clapped back with, why do you call 2 buns and a wiener a hot dog? It doesn't look like a dog. It's not made of dog. And we all like had a good laugh, and it like blew my mind.
I'm
Mrs.
having
Soto.
visions now of a Taco Bell burrito supreme, like beef burrito supreme is just like beef donkey supreme. Sounds funny to me. Little beef donkey supreme.
A little beef. Let me get some of that little beef
of
donkey
someone's
supreme.
I gotta check out the burrito place near my house that my roommate really likes. It's called the Little Donkey. And it's apparently really good.
Yeah.
It's right
So
next
it's
to the
on
Taco
point
Bell.
then.
Yeah, the logo of the restaurant near where we were, it was a man pushing a cart and a donkey next to him that was only like half as big as he was. So it was like a little. I was like, I get that. I get that. I bet people come up there like, why is a donkey so little? What the hell? Is it a baby donkey? A little burro? I don't know. And you're just like, you are 6 inches away from getting it. If you only paid attention a couple more days in Spanish class, you'd look up and go, oh, I get it too. Oh. I'm sorry. That's just, I'm still reeling from that 23 years later.
All right, it's sweatpants time. I'll be right back.
Are you doing a run?
A run? No, I have everything I need. I don't want to wear jeans anymore.
Oh, I
wanna be
thought
in
you were
sweatpants.
leaving. Okay.
No way.
Greg, what are you doing?
I am playing a game for a little bit.
Is it a good game? Are you winning?
I'm just playing some City Skylines because I'm trash.
Hey, no, you're only trash if you play The Sims. City Skylines is alright. I do have to get something to eat, though. Not right now. I'm not very hungry right now. I'm still full off that other thing. But I have a couple hours to decide. Escobazos. Escobazos. To strike someone with a broom. That's cool. Yeah, Russian has a lot of really cool suffixes as well. Like, Slava, correct me on this, but like, ik is like for a guy who does the thing. Like, think in Spanish like, ADO, I think. Or no, DOR. DOR, matador, or whatever, is like a trabajadores, or something like that. In Russian, one is like the nick, right?
Yeah.
Like that's, I mean, that's just one. There's plenty more, but like,
Yeah.
like Dr. Robotnik, isn't that just like a worker? What is it? Or like a
I don't know how it's
robot
spelled, but
person?
it's more like it's like a robot with a nick on end, so it's robotnik.
Robot?
Well, robotnik is just a worker, but if you change one letter, it's more like a it's like the person who works with robots.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
Sputnik,
Dr. Robotnik is his last name loosely translates in Russian to person who works with robots, right?
Yeah, talking about the word Sputnik, originally this word mean, I don't even know how to say it. Basically, like imagine you're traveling and there's someone with you, so he's your Sputnik.
Your
Like,
traveling
not a-
companion.
Yeah, basically Sputnik kind of mean that.
Your traveling companion. I know that's a lot of letters and words, but like the That's what you would call. It's like, I'm going on a journey. I'm traveling, and you shall be my companion, or my traveling companion. You can say companion. Companion usually means someone who's coming with you, or like, I don't know. What is the literal definition of companion?
Compagnon in Russian, if you mean.
A person or animal with whom one spends a lot of time or with whom one travels. Accompaniment. Yeah, so it's like a person who travels with you, a companion.
Oh my god, the word hueva in Spanish. So this word like hueva, right? Am I pronouncing it right?
Wawa, the gas station?
No, like the Fox wrote in the chat, like whoever. How do you pronounce it in Spanish?
Did you? What?
In the chat. In the chat.
What?
H-U.
Oh, huevo. Huevo.
Huevo, yeah. So, Russian,
Huevo. Yeah.
so what's funny about it? If you read it in a Russian accent, it's gonna be like huyovo, and huyovo in Russian mean basically it's a swear word which means fucking horrible.
He showed me a
Yeah.
meme about this
Yeah,
at some point, like some Mexican candy or something. I can't remember.
yeah, super huyovo.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, guys. So basically, this thing became a meme, and basically, what it like how it sounds for Russian speakers is like super fucking horrible, and it's such a believe me, it's just funny.
It's also kind of like super testicle. But I mean, you guys do that in Russian too. You mean your like egg is also like slang for testicle.
Yeah. Guys, there's this Spanish word which is like made of bones, huesos. Yeah, if you read it in Russian accent,
Suck it.
yes, it's gonna be a cocksucker. Yes. This word,
Hui
cocksucker,
and
right?
sos, like society,
Yeah, society is like to suck,
like commanding
Zuckerberg.
someone to suck.
Yeah.
Society. Like that's why he's like, we live in a society. It's like I remember that. Society moi hui, like suck my dick, or like society moi hui if you're saying it to multiple people, or a superior. Извините, сэр, но society.
Yeah, there's this meme, which is like, but
I'm sorry, I guess.
I love y'all so much.
We're
Well,
awful
of course.
people.
Hear this
know.
meme. So, yeah, what he's saying, but at least I have a low cost. It's from Heroes. Oh my god, I forgot the name of the game. Heroes of Might and Magic 3.
Yeah, I'll show it.
Yeah.
I don't know why
Dragon
not. Зато у меня низкая стоимость. Dragon de Huesos. You have to know Russian and Spanish. That's a joke that you don't have to know English for. Just Russian and Spanish. So it's like 4 people get that joke. That's great. Ispansky.
Я не знаю испанский.
Я не
I don't know.
понимаю. Я не
Yeah.
понимаю
Well, that's also I
испанский.
don't speak, but I was just saying I don't know.
Huh? Oh no, I wasn't correcting you. I was saying it
I
for
wasn't sure.
myself. No, the companions thing.
Good evening. Two young people and their companions are missing today after a hike in the Angeles National Forest. There are no clues as to their whereabouts, but authorities say that the two young people, both 20,
Like
and their two
Slava said name
companions,
of the game
also
earlier,
20,
now I've got that Crystal
set out
Method
for a
song stuck in
day-long
my
hike
head.
sometime-
With the weird video with the dude with the giant nose for a face.
Wait, what?
Hold on, I want to play this. When we were talking
Alright.
about companions, that's what this made me think of.
Good evening. Two young people and their companions are missing today after a hike in the Angeles National Forest. There are no clues as to their whereabouts, but authorities say that the two young people, both 20, and their two companions, also 20, set out for a day-long hike sometime yesterday morning. We spoke to the fiancé of one of the young people.
I'm scared. I mean, you hear about this happening to young people all the time, but you never expect it to happen to young people that you know, much less their companions.
The parents of one of the companions agree.
We're praying for our boy. He's a wonderful son. And I'm sure a great companion. We also pray for the two young people.
And of course the other companion.
Rescue crews have been searching with very few leads.
Well, yesterday I saw a lot of companions coming in and out of the forest, but not so many young people. They tend to use the north entrance. We're all baffled.
The two young people and their companions, all boys, grew up together, attending the same elementary school and sharing the same interest. Tonight, the entire community has responded.
I think it's very sad. I mean, I have 3 young people of my own. I don't know what I would do if I lost even one.
And what about the companions?
Well, I think that's sad too. But if you ask me, I think they're the ones responsible for this whole thing.
Well, I have known several companions in all my years, and I believe the problem not to be with them, but rather with the young people of today.
What are these ribbons for?
These yellow ribbons are for the young people, to show we care, and these orange ribbons are for the companions.
Okay, we're getting word now that 2 hikers have been found. We don't know yet if they were the 2 young people, the 2 companions, or 1 young person and 1 companion. At the scene is Dane Atkinson. Dane.
Yes, Bill. We have official confirmation that they have found 1 of each.
1 young person and 1 companion.
That's right. They seem to have been separated from the other matching young person companion set sometime last night.
So then somewhere out there is a young person and a companion wandering around together?
Or separately. It could be just 1 young person alone and 1 companion also alone.
I see. Thank you, Dane. Okay, that's the news. We leave you now with some very funny, very censored bloopers from tonight's telecast. Enjoy.
Yes, a young person and his companions... no, let me take that again. Yes, a young people... What is a young people? Blah, 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 blah. Up it!
We're praying for our boy. He's a wonderful son.
Sorry. Our signs not laws, our son is laws.
Can I try that again?
Was that Mr. Show?
Yes.
Or was, okay.
Don't you love it that people who you work for send you congratulations in the form of a gift certificate that's already been redeemed?
Shut up and eat your fucking fazoo!
Well, see, I would, I'd be glad to, but the gift ticket was already redeemed. The gift ticket. Did that dude ever get back to you, Greg?
Yeah, I've got to follow up with him again.
Oh, Lord.
Sure, if he helps.
Oh, Greg,
What's up?
I have 100 credits on my account.
On yours?
Yeah.
Oh, seriously?
I swear to God, like when I did it the very first time I typed it in, it says this has been already redeemed. So please send them an email and let them know that it did eventually go through. Yeah, like I've been checking it. I checked it a little earlier and then like they weren't on there. So yeah, my apologies. I'm going to get some butter chicken, small amount, and some gulab jamun. Did you want anything from there, or are you good?
No, you're fine.
Okay.
What you said? Gulag gentleman?
Gulab jamun.
Okay.
Deja A-M-U-N. Jamun. И раньше G-U-L-A-B. Гулаб. Думаю, что это гулаб, а не гулаб, но я не знаю точно. Gulab jamun? I do love the occasional gulab jamun. Boris Johnson, the dude from UK, was appeasing two Indian people, and he said something funny. He's like, "Oh, I do love our Indians we've got in London. I do like the occasional gulab jamun." It was just the way he said it was kind of funny. But yeah, I'm gonna get a butter chicken Happy Meal and some gulab jamun. It might be gulab jamun. I don't know. A tiny thing. Your order has been rejected. Please go fuck yourself.
By the way, the problem with Callisto Protocol is not on your side, apparently. A lot of people are saying that it's a problem of the game, and unfortunately, game getting like mixed ratings on Steam.
Wait, what do you mean? It's not a problem with me?
Because it's not your like specs of your PC. It's not a problem of like PC. It's a problem of the game that it's laggy and there's stutters. in the game you try to get rid of.
No, we were talking about that earlier. It was the preloading of the shader pre-compilation. So like even if I have a good computer and everything, and like when it comes to the places that it's loading for the first time, it's like huge stutters because it had to reload those shaders and whatnot.
You know, I think they already released an update. Maybe they're gonna release it tomorrow or something like that, or today.
And it's fine. It's whatever. If they fix it, they fix it. Like, I still, like, it's, you saw it. You were playing with it. It's a beautiful fucking game.
Yeah.
I just, mostly what? I hate it when people review bomb stuff.
Yeah. People can get real entitled with video games.
Refunded. All of these people need to themselves. You know, like, yeah, I've read a couple of them. It's just like, really, dude?
It's like that meme of The Simpsons at Moe's bar, and Homer's like, I'll be taking my money elsewhere. And everyone's like yelling and giving money to Moe. He's like, I can't hear you. He's like, I'll be taking my money elsewhere. And they keep throwing money at him. He's like, I can't hear you. It's so busy. It's all I think of when people threat like that. Like, I'll spend my money somewhere else.
I think it would be better if instead of just hard bashing on games, like people could just say it's like overall made in such a fashion and this, that, the other, but not my type of game or not a game for me.
As long as all of those people who gave it a shitty review go and update their reviews when the game is fixed.
Yeah.
That's fine. It's arm twisting. It's arm twisting. That's all it is. But
yeah. I could say, like, right now for sure that, holy shit, there are some bugs in Callisto Protocol.
You've been playing?
With, like, yeah. I got a little farther than where I think you did last night.
Right on.
But the only real issues are just, like, the way that the memory handles loading.
Yeah, it's just the stutter stuff. It's shader pre-compilation.
But I noticed that when I get my ass handed to me and I have to reload, all those things that chugged before, perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's like,
point.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. They probably were used to that so long that when they passed it and were like, oh, it works, they're like, well, we've been testing it on these computers that have had the shaders loaded this entire time. Which is still no excuse. It's a rookie mistake, but if they fix it, they fix it. It's great. It's a fucking amazing game. But there should be. I don't know. I think people are too hard on stuff. But like I said, it's been one day since the game's out.
I'll also point out that this was a game that was clearly made to be played on console versus PC, because on consoles, from what I understand, it's flawless. It runs very well. That's what I've been hearing. I haven't played it myself.
So I hate this shit. It's like, can't wait.
That's what I hear. And it's like I also want to point out, like, Dark Souls 3. Love that game to death. It's my all-time favorite of, like, the Souls series. I know that may not be
mine
a popular
too.
Opinion, whatever.
No, Dark Souls 3. It's the great.
Yeah, but like when it first came out for PC, oh my god, it chugged. I mean, I had a good setup and it still chugged. But after they got all the updates and patches, it ran fine. I also got it on the PS4 when it came out because I like to play with my friends on the PlayStation and my friends on PC. I'm friendly that way. But like I said, I really love the game. But when I played it on the PS4 at release, no problems. No lag, no chugging whatsoever. And you can tell that when a game is optimized for a system versus a PC. And you just kind of have to give it a little bit of like a break at that point, I think, because it's like they clearly got rushed on putting it out for PC at the same time as a console. It happens. But yeah, people don't need to be bombing on it for the PC release being a shit show, because I mean, I honestly expect a game that I love to be a shit show on release for PC and to be patched. I'm just like, okay, well, I'm just glad that it's available, but I'll wait to enjoy it.
release of Cyberpunk should teach people that you shouldn't like pre-order anything.
Yeah.
That was another one. Like on the PC at release, it was fine. I really liked it.
So it was the exact opposite. The PC was fine, but the console was wrecked. It was designed for PC.
Well, the thing is the consoles, the previous gen consoles just couldn't run it properly. And they should have just said, you know what, we're not releasing it for current gen. You'll have to.
Yeah, that was me and
pick
you.
It up on next gen.
That was me and you with Bloodstained on the Switch. Blocked at 30 frames a second. I was a little frustrated about that. Still played the game at 30 FPS and beat it because, you know.
It was still an excellent game.
Yeah. But now I'm going through it on computer and it's like, wow, it's like the enhanced version. It's fine. It's fine. A lot of people were sore about it, but it's like, you know, you made a $40 investment. Don't get on Twitter and like curse this guy's family and his firstborn because he wasn't able to get this game to come out on the Wii U. Chill out. But yeah, people will learn. People will learn.
Is the Fox in Space Discord dead? Link doesn't seem to work.
I already sent a thing. Already resolved.
Completed. Oh, okay.
It's already been resolved. I did think we had the special one, but I don't guess we have it anymore, do we? We don't have enough boost. Do we? See, I thought we had an invite that was just Discord / a Fox in Space. Oh, we're not on level 3. Custom sticker, custom invite link. We don't have enough boosts for the invite link. My server is not popular enough, so that's why the custom invite link doesn't work.
What?
We're level 2. We're like 2 or 3 boosters short of level 3. I don't care. It's like, or you can pay Discord $130 a month to get a custom URL. Yeah, like no, I'm good on that. That's kind of dumb. Yeah, we keep it on the small side, so. Because when we just had it on all the time, there would just be like dozens of people that would join and they would just be stuck in the joining lobby and not go through all the stuff. And they would stay there for months and not even notice it. It's like, well, if you're in the joining lobby for months and months and you don't even notice it, you're not here to do anything. And there's a lot of you join and it's like, type this and click on this and you will be added to the server. And it's like you joined and you've been in here for 8 months and you still haven't done that. Well, that's what gets pruned. That's all right. I joined a bunch of Discords and never said anything in them and eventually got kicked for inactivity. It's like, okay, I was just here for the announcements, but whatever. That's the thing. Like, if you go through the first basic steps, you won't get kicked out. It's just people who just in the joining lobby and never do any whatever. No, that's what I'm saying. Like for that, I don't have a bot that automatically just links everybody to the thing. I'm probably gonna block joins for a week or so when I release episode 2. God, when I released episode 1, our Discord server it was just nothing but 4chan trolls and bots and just people from YouTube causing trouble.
You can get kicked out of a server for muting and unmuting too much.
Is it like, doing it so much your microphone icon flickers on and off? It's probably like if you're spamming the command 100 times a second or something like that. I could be wrong. I don't know. But like I could see that being a thing because when you mute and unmute, it causes a sound to happen, even though it's on your side.
Yeah. Right.
Slava.
Да.
Что это значит ссылка?
Ссылка is a link.
2S. SS. ИЛКА.
Ссылка.
Я раньше не слышал. Это слово. Что это за слово? Мариго. Я почти не помнил это видео. Это за слово. IMDb page не от меня. Кто-то другой сделал это. Я это не сделал. Oh, I didn't know you weren't Russian. Sorry, my bad. Я думаю, что кто-то другой это сделал, а не я. How's that rum, Greg?
It was very good.
Worth it?
Yeah, definitely.
That's the thing, you don't drink that often, and I don't mind paying a little extra.
I don't mind paying extra to get you drunk.
Good stuff. Captain Morgan's is all right, but it's like half vanilla extract, really. Анимация, да. Я аниматор на Ютубе. Я из Америки, я американец. Ну, я транслирую на Twitch. На Твиче, когда я рисую. На моем анимации. Круто. Понял. Я учусь говорить по-русски уже почти 3 года. На самом деле больше, чем 3 года. Я создаю мультфильм на Ютубе. Он называется «A Fox in Space», или по-русски «Лис в космосе». Вы помните игра от Nintendo? Он называется Star Fox, или Star Wing, или Lilac Wars. Мой YouTube A Fox in Space. Дайте минуту, пожалуйста. Я ищу. Я уже забыл, как сказать слово. Слава, как сказать link? Ссылка? Ссылка? Слава, где ты? Мой словарный запас очень маленький. Простите меня. Вот. Я каждый день пытаюсь. И я приглашаю всех, кто говорит по-русски, помочь мне на стриме, если вы не против. Я это говорю много раз, почти каждый день, когда я рисую и транслирую. Я говорю очень быстро, более-менее, но я слушаю очень-очень плохо, потому что у меня нет опыта слушать. Только говорить. И я говорить... как сказать? Со мной. Я разговариваю сам с собой каждый день, потому что я хочу быть, я забыл, как сказать fluent. Лучше. Better.
Yeah.
Лучше, что касается говорить по-русски. Мне много виски, простите. Я уже много выпил.
I wish I had some beer right now.
Мне тоже.
What are you drinking, by the way? The brand?
Jack Daniels.
Я тоже.
Круто, очень круто.
My friend, who's also liking the whiskey, he's saying that his favorite is Jameson, like a classical Scottish whiskey.
Грегу нравится. Jameson. Greg, you like Jameson, right? Jameson Evans?
Yep.
Or
Jack Daniels is a little bit overpriced.
Jameson's more expensive than Jack Daniels for sure.
Really?
Oh God, yes. I mean, Jameson is also, in my opinion, better.
Or wait, no, I'm
but
thinking
for a
as
different
Williams.
reason.
A Jameson whiskey is pretty good. What am I thinking of?
Maybe it's
They
because
have
of the
different
shipment
flavor
in the US.
profiles.
Evan Williams is what I was thinking of. It's all right. Evan Williams is all right. Yeah, Jameson's pretty good.
Go ahead.
I've been learning. When people ask me how long have you been learning Russian, about 3 years. Yeah, a little over 3 years, and I've been casually learning Russian for 3 years. If I was studying like 4 hours a day every day for this long, I'd already be fluent. I have to make a cartoon. I can like the words that I know, I can speak very quickly. I just have a very small vocabulary. I haven't had time to improve on it at all. I always wanted to learn when I was little and when I was in high school. I just never had the chance, and then eventually I looked at Duolingo. I was like, hey, well, I can learn here. And Duolingo won't teach you Russian, but it can get you started. Then I met.
It's actually gotten a little bit better.
Maybe there's a lot more people wanting to learn to speak Russian so they can watch the news. I've never been to Russia. I've been to the UK once. And other than, driving back and forth from the United States and Canada, I've never been anywhere else. I'd like to go one day when, the strategic military operation is finished over there. Because, whatever's going on with the Russian government, I have nothing against Russian people. I have a couple friends that are Russian that are really cool. And when all the tensions have gone down, God willing, I still want to go. And I want to go to Ukraine. I want to go to the Chernobyl exclusion zone. As someone who's a big nerd about the games, I definitely want to go over there, but holy shit, now is the worst time in 50 years. the worst time since 1986 to go to Chernobyl, Ukraine. Or not Chernobyl, Ukraine, Pripyat, whatever you want to call it. This is the worst time to go to Chernobyl since the 80s. But I still want to go. I can wait 20 years. If I'm in my 50s or 60s when I finally get to travel and go over there, that's fine. I want to hang out with people and learn more about Slavic culture. And I'm not perfect at it. On a scale of 1 to 10, my Russian is probably a 2 or a 3. Saying it's a 3 would be kind of generous in my opinion, but I know the grammar way better than my vocabulary. My vocabulary on 1 to 10, I'd say is, like I said, like a 2 or a 3. My grammar, I would put that up at a 4, maybe. A 4. I think my grammar is a solid 4. I've spent way more time on grammar than I have learning new words.
We should practice more every day. Because I'm almost where you are, and I really want to get back on it.
We need to practice more every day. How to say that? Нам надо практиковать. Nah, I can't remember how to say practice.
You almost said it.
I know it's практика something. Как сказать?
Практиковать.
Практиковать.
And what do you finish it
Oh,
with?
нам надо больше практиковать каждый день.
Yeah, you can say практиковать, but usually you're saying that like нам нужно больше практиковать русский язык. But usually, like if it's a one word, it's практиковаться. So it's like
Yeah, because it doesn't have a direct target. That goes back to that reflexive shit I told you about, Bubba. Do you remember the reflexive stuff? What it was? Like when a verb doesn't have a direct target, you add sia or s to the end of it. Like on bret собаку, he's shaving the dog. On бреется, he is shaving. Like брет, бреется, и так далее.
Little hint on a pronunciation. If you have a ся on the end, don't try to pronounce it like it's written. Like
Just kind of like sa, asa.
Yeah, like ц, like
Созвонимся, and not созвонимся. So it's more like sa instead of ся.
Созвонимся, созвонимся, but боится. You not pronounce. You don't have to pronounce it боится. You pronounce it like боится.
Бреется.
Yeah, see, it's much easier and sounds more like native, I guess.
Easier on the tongue. I understand that. I understand. Just I will learn more. I'll do my best.
I'll do my best.
Just treat it like a fucking class thing and do it first thing in the day for 30 minutes at the minimum.
We should. It would be easier if we all did it. Somewhat. Doesn't have to be an exact time of day that we all meet under the oak tree or some shit. Just kind of like, hey, let's run through our exercise today.
Yeah, more or less like what I'm saying. Like when we all log in, once we're all in the chat, like first thing, if we're all actually there, just first 30 minutes of us being there, let's just do something. I don't want to lose all the stuff that I just did with Anya because I don't necessarily feel it slipping away, but being busy.
Did you have it all recorded?
I do have all those recorded. Yes, I still have those.
And just that's like me. Like I don't post them anywhere. Obviously, I don't post anything I've recorded with anyone, but. I have all 8 or 9 of my lessons, and I can just if I have like 5 or 6 hours in a day, I can just go through those and play them and be like, okay, I'm refreshed. I remember all this stuff.
Yeah, I think that's basically all I really need these days is like just to go through and have a refresher.
Yeah.
Listening to you and Slava
I'd
back
love
and
to
forth
do
at
that
least
with
helps. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, you sometimes can just like talk some shit non-stop if you want.
Кто хочет говорить со мной сейчас на публике?
Давай попробуем эту хуйню.
Слава, ты хочешь?
Да, конечно, я никуда не денусь.
Давайте. Let me look at where's newcomer. Nuts. I've read them rules. There's okay. I think what are we looking at? Yeah, let me send a thingy. Greg, are you there?
I am. What's up?
I think my food got here.
Oh.
What do you want him to do about it?
Yeah, good for you.
Well,
buddy.
I mean, you're upstairs. Can you grab it so it's not?
Yeah. Give me a sec. I'm heading to bed anyway, so I'll bring it down and give it a tug.
Wait, don't.
Well, I need to work in the morning, so.
Oh.
What a bathtub fart.
You can actually do that, can't you? On Google. Is it Google? It's not Siri, it's Google, right?
I thought it was Alexa.
Wait, is it Alexa?
I don't know. I wasn't in the room when you all made.
Yeah, no, it
whoever
was.
bathtub fart.
If any of y'all have Alexa,
Oh god.
like you can say, hey, her name, do a bathtub fart.
Do a quiet bathtub fart.
Do a quiet fart. And she'll be like, okay, here's a wet one. That was really wet. For more farts, try asking. You're like, yeah, it's super, super unsettling. Like, hey Alexa, do a wet fart, and it'll be like,
Do
Like,
a fat
see you guys
cheek
tomorrow.
fart. Oh.
it was like, yeah, it's pretty gross. But we were fucking with my friend's Alexa for an hour or so, and oh my god, yeah, like. Apparently, like someone that designs Alexa is a fart enthusiast. There's oddly specific commands relating to flatulence that you can unleash. God. I'm afraid I will have to go grab my food. Oh wait, Greg might bring it down. I think he's bringing it down to me.
What a mighty good man.
What a man, what a man, what a man, what a man. He said on my jeans. Thank you. Do you like the rum?
Yes, good.
Jeansly, Levi's.
I will stop bringing that up if you like. By the way, it's funny to me. I'm sorry.
He's so good. Na, 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 na. I got some butter chicken curry delivered. Gosh, Slow, I can't wait till we get you over here somehow, somewhere. Want to hear more about that thing you might be doing if it goes well?
The email.
Yeah, I think they just dropped me, to be honest.
What?
Aww.
Well, they didn't answer today, so probably they found somebody else on this position. Like,
Oh, they'll let you know.
I mean, I'm not surprised because, like, I missed 2 days of this message, so probably they just found somebody already.
Well,
может быть, они просто пытались говорить с
Со всеми?
Совсем. Да, совсем.
Со всеми.
Со всеми. Да, как с тобой, со мной, со всеми.
Yeah.
Да, понял. Может быть, они просто хотели пытаться говорить со всеми. Кто умеет делать эту работу.
I get you.
My mozg.
No, it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, again, the word pytacja, it's so hard for you to pronounce, and I understand.
Pytacja.
For me, it's
Pytacja.
Пытаться.
Pytacja.
Yeah. Я буду пытаться.
Каждый раз я хочу сказать «ся». Это всегда «ся», а не «ся».
Yeah. But again, you will learn like these tricks and gonna use them. Like it's for me. Like I'm not saying YouTube, like because it's kind of hard. Like I know you can say ch, so I'm pronouncing like YouTube, like a British.
YouTube. На Ютубе. Well, I'm gonna eat, and I will be right back. I've got some curry soup stuff to eat. And when I get back, we will hop on the public voice chat. It's Public Voice Chat Friday. Is
that a thing now?
Is that a fucking thing? No, you tell me. I don't know if it's a thing. You gotta fucking tell me this before we get on here. You understand? I didn't mean... Like, no, there's no time for this right now. We'll talk about it later. Just give me my fucking food.
Hey, everybody, we'll be right back.
You listen? You listen to this, you fucking idiot? You listen to me. You listen to me every time I tell you this shit, you fucking idiot, you fucking dweeb, you fucking stupid asshole, can't understand how to do anything.
Hey, leave a message below, like what your favorite curry is. I'll be right back.
You listen to like every time these content creators like all this bullshit. Well, I'm really sorry, but like, don't, I'm sorry me, you fucking prick, you fucking sidecar of a human being, you half piece. Get the fuck out of here. I don't want to hear about it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Fred. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, I love this curry, y'all. It's so delicious. Like and comment below on how good it is, and I'll be right back.
And Fred's channel's really changed ever since he got an agent.
I know, it's almost unbearable, really. Just
went all corporate and for profit.
That's the dark nature of capitalism.
Oh, thank you, Soda. I'm actually working on it right now.
You could show it while I eat. You don't have to. Well, it'd be a whole lot cooler if you did.
Now, let me get that set up.
One of the original purveyors of Louis' Noodle House. That's right on, man.
Oh, I don't think you have to be a good artist to make comics. friend of mine a long time ago did a web comic called Cat Burp, and he certainly couldn't draw, but it was really good. Like, it's, if your writing is strong and your art isn't all that great, your writing will carry the weight of your comic. But I think if you're an awesome artist but you can't write very well, I don't think your comic's gonna do very well.
Yeah, I think if you're a super insane good artist, but not that great at writing, get a writer. Form a duo.
Hey, Orbity. Fred's just eating some curry, and I'm working on comics. And Bubba's picking his beehole.
Using both hands this time, as per your suggestion. No, I'm actually writing and making mask things happen. Yay!
Oh, it's good. I'm actually getting ready to stream it here in just a sec. I just have to...
Getting ready to what?
Backgrounds into it. I'm getting ready to stream my comic here real quick.
Oh, right on.
It's getting the...
Let me know when you're good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll be on the server thing. I just got to finish eating. I'm sorry.
I'm actually going to get one more serving of my gumbo, and then I'll probably hop in after.
Ну! Чики, прики и в дамки. Мой нос. Мой нос еще идет. Ой. Не знаю, как сказать по-русски, что my nose is running.
I was about to say, is that really how you'd say it?
No.
No, I didn't know how.
It sounds like a pun.
My nose is going.
No, I understood you translated from English, but it's like I would say у меня все еще насморк. Насморк is like yeah, it's like runny nose.
Mucus.
Kinda. No, sopli is a mucus, but насморк is like condition.
I was like, my nose has a condition.
No, у меня насморк, it's like I have a runny nose. So насморк is like condition of the runny nose.
Oh, okay. Oh my god, that was so good. I'm done. I'm sorry that took so long.
I wish there was good curry in Portland.
There's not?
I've tried everywhere.
Like not even as good as here?
No. No way. No way. The best I ever had was in Hayward, California, and in New Brunswick. And the stuff in Tennessee was really good too. But
Yeah,
Portland,
Sahib.
no. It's not happening.
The butter chicken at Taste of India here is phenomenal.
It is.
But
Everything there was-
Sahib, the variety and fanciness of the curry at Sahib in Tennessee, like that's... It's rough to beat that. I'm gonna hop off and be replaced by the wolf. There we go. Let me know when you want to hop on the stream.
Are we switching to general?
We could. Let's do it. Danny Watch Public. I can never find the damn channels.
I just didn't want to stream if we were hopping somewhere else.
Oh, wow.
Well, I mean, I'll still stream. It's just if I stream now and then we hop, then I have
Oh, yeah, I got you. All right, here we go. Don't ask me this again. Don't ask me again. I will not be asked a second time. Don't ask me. I don't know, every time I tick that little box that says don't ask me this again, I feel like I'm some like elf lord in high council. Do not ask me this again. How are you doing? Yeah. Yeah.
So now I have to work with 2 keyboards.
I think I can turn that off for you.
What's that, Fred?
I think I can turn that off for you. But I'm not sure.
I mean, it's fine. I'll just be using 2 keyboards while I'm working.
If I make you a temporary admin, assuming nobody's gonna like message me like, why did you give him admin? That's why you never said that. I'm just trying to, I don't have a role that ignores that. I don't know what to say.
I'll cope.
Fox in space since 10. Have a good week, Sam and Co. Can't
Oh,
wait.
that's Frederick Fox. What's up, playa? I need some grenades.
I need some grenades, some potatoes.
For what?
What's up, playa?
I'm being stupid. How was your order from Royal King Taste of India? Good. Let's see what interesting name of a driver I got. How
I can't even stream in this channel.
Divya. You can't?
No, you can't stream into this channel.
Remember we did this last time? I'm making you admin. You're admin. Will it let you stream now?
Let me check. Hey, I don't have to be on push to talk. Oh, that's cool. All right, I can stream.
Yeah. Is Bubba coming?
He said he was gonna do something and then come back later.
Divya, Divya, D-I-V-Y-A, Divya is the name of our driver, and they did wonderfully. Even if my driver makes a mistake, if it's just like a little mistake, or they're a little late or whatever, I don't leave them a bad thing. If they leave me the wrong order, I'll be like, yeah, this person gave us someone else's order. But if it's just something little, like I don't care out about all that shit. A wedding ring. You don't want to be late for your own funeral. Oh, I mean wedding, do ya, girl? I need to make some loops from Phantom of the Paradise. At least one. It'd be interesting. Love you guys. I'm glad y'all are here. This has been such a swell collective. Nobody's here with me. Русские в чате? Где? Я думал, что вы хотите идти сюда со мной, со всеми, кто в чате, кто в voice-чате. Мой словарный запас очень маленький, простите, пожалуйста. Простите меня. Я робот. Включите меня. Выключите меня. Как сказать, Слава? Выключите меня. Я робот. Выключите меня. I'm a robot. Turn me off. Turn me off! Я сошел с ума, блин. О, блядь! Я делал трудную работу. I did hard work. I did difficult work. That's how you, I think that's how you say it in Russian. Я сделал трудную работу. Ой, бля. I mean that to everybody. Like this has been a great trip. If I got hit by a truck tomorrow and I was like floating up to heaven's lobby or hell's lobby or whatever, and it's like, oh, I died? Like I really oh, damn. I don't get a respawn. Oh, man. Well, yeah.
A respawn.
Damn. And I'm like floating up to be processed. I'd be like, well, you know, all those people in the chat and all my friends on Discord and my buddies who rode with me when it was time to ride. Cool people, and I'm glad I met them. I'm not being like,
Yay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for just...
You were a little bit, but...
A little. But it's been awesome, and this has been really cool.
What if, like, when we die and we get to wherever it is we're going, and they're like, oh, no, you didn't save your progress, buddy.
Did you buy the Afterlife DLC, bruh? I mean, Todd the God Howard told you about it. You didn't get any of the DLC. I mean, his name was Todd the God, and you didn't get... Oh, man. He would put Todd Howard in charge of Afterlife DLC. It just works.
YouTube keeps fucking me in the ears with these 1970s department store albums.
The what albums?
The
I know what you mean.
1970 department store albums.
Oh, yeah, the Kmart ones. Or whatever.
Yeah, the one that I sent you, but there's like a whole bunch more.
I wonder what's down the rabbit hole of elevator music, because I'm not gonna lie, I've liked some elevator music in my time.
Dude, you gotta let me send you my library music albums. I have like almost 200 gigabytes of just library music. Library music is like, you know, like, oh, an album about mystery music, haunted house music, action music, spy music, love music. Like they're all like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of albums from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s on up to nowadays. That's just like, you have a production and you need some music for an action scene and you don't have time to hire someone, just pay $1,000 for whatever.
Bubba,
Sounds up my alley.
I sent you an elevator music album that's so good.
Oh, is it the retro Seaberg one, or is it the one above it? No, the one.
It's the
that one's-
Seaberg one.
All right, hold on. Let me throw that on here.
Hey, Emperor.
Hey.
Hey, dude.
Wait, is this work? I don't think this is working. Oh, come on.
Oh yeah, no, I love this already.
What were y'all watching up there earlier?
I started watching Ink Masters for the first time.
I've never heard of that.
It's like a reality TV show competition involving tattoo artists.
Oh.
So like each of the challenges, like, oh, this challenge, this is the theme of your tattoo. And this guy decides what your style is going to be.
Do they have to tattoo it on a real person?
There are volunteers, yes.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. I learned what a trash polka tattoo was, and I was horrified.
A what?
A trash polka tattoo.
Trash polka.
It's apparently a more modern style of tattooing. You can just probably Google image it and you'll get an idea. It's like lots of like black and red and trying to make the image look like digitally realistic. As weird as that sound.
I'll have to ask my roommate about that because he's a professional tattoo artist and he's like Wikipedia for that kind of knowledge.
Yeah,
I
he
love
knows
hearing
his
him
stuff.
go on about it.
There's another show that's kind of like that I like called Forged in Fire. It's in that same sort of like genre of reality competitive shows of like masters of the craft.
Oh yeah, I watched that.
Love that one.
So there's like an example of like trash polka and voice chat companion. It's like, oh yeah, photorealistic heart and like digital pixels and then like lots of like red and black.
Oh, it's like the newsprint plugin on Sony Vegas. With
Kinda,
the
yeah.
dots.
Halftone, I think.
Yeah, well, one of the tone things you can.
Yeah, I think the dots is halftone. I could be wrong.
And a lot of these trash polka tattoos get really abstract. So either you really love them or you really hate them.
Yeah. That wasn't anyone's in particular. That was just
That was just a Google image.
yeah.
Yeah.
God, I got some of that butter chicken tonight that we got at the Taste of India place. Wait a minute, I'm flying back down to help Bubba move up to New Hampshire, and then when we come through Maine again, I'm gonna try to go to that Karen's Corner pub again that we all went to.
And you can go to the fancy McDonald's.
Fancy McDonald's. You mean the Calais, Maine McDonald's?
No, it's in Freeport, Maine.
Oh,
It
Freeport.
should be on the route there anyway.
Yeah, if it's South Maine, we're going to be hitting it. We're going to be hitting every branch on the way through.
It's like it's a small town with these really old zoning laws that require every building, even businesses, to be in like neo-colonial style.
Huh.
Ooh.
So the McDonald's basically looks like a neo-colonial house.
I
but
wanna
it has
check that out.
McDonald's on it.
It's like you go there and it's got that beautiful aesthetic. You're like, oh, fantastic, and you sit down, but it's still just a flat burger with it's just McDonald's.
There's a picture.
That's a McDonald's?
Yeah. You can see the little sign top of the door.
Oh my God, you're right.
What
Where is
the?
it again?
It looks
They,
like
they all wear powdered wigs when they serve you. And the manager comes out and is like, "What is the problem?" I'm like, you got a cold? Like, yes, I have a little bit of a cold. It's a constitutional thing.
And
Constantly
apparently,
hitting that snuff box.
and apparently, other than the kitchen, the rest of the house does still look like just a house with a bunch of tables in it.
Man, that's awesome.
There's the living room seating area with a caution wet floor sign.
Authentic.
Wait, that gray 2-story house is a fucking McDonald's?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I call shenanigans. That's a McDonald's.
Thanks
be
to
so-
out-of-date zoning laws, yes.
What the?
The
That'd be
Trenton
so crazy
Pickle Ordinance.
sitting in that beautiful house and it just smells like McDonald's.
And there's the view from behind the house if you insist on going through the drive-through.
This is the. What the hell? Is it? What are those called? A trellis?
But yeah, Freeport, Maine, and it's like in between.
Is that in South Maine?
It's on the highway in between Portland and Augusta in Maine. Right before Brunswick.
We might be able to roll through there.
Maybe.
Like
If we're anywhere near it, I will definitely, even if it's an hour off, I want to go check this out.
Because like you'd be taking Highway 1, right?
I'm not sure.
Probably.
Highway-
Whatever route we took from Drew's place, or from your place to Drew's place, that's probably going to put us right on that path.
But anyway, yeah, like if that's on the way, let me look. I'll take a look and check that out.
Yeah. I had it's not the same as that McDonald's, but in my hometown I had like a McDonald's that was a themed McDonald's built back in the 70s, and it was themed to be like a train station McDonald's. And so like the interior was like you were eating like on like a station car in the train or something.
That's cool.
Oh no, for sure we would be going right through Freeport. Because we went to Portland, right? Portland, Maine. We drove right past Portland.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's off 295. We took 295 and 95 most of the way. We took 95 from Bangor. It turns into 295, and then back into 95 again. Absolutely. We just have to go through Brunswick instead of Lewiston. I think we went from Augusta to Lewiston to Portland instead of like Brunswick. I don't know. Like our way slightly changed all the way down depending on how traffic was at that point in time.
Do they have like a unique menu item? Like a lobster roll?
Well, I have heard that like McDonald's in the New England area do sometimes have like lobster menu items.
Yeah, the McLobster. I don't know if they still do that shit, but
Or if it's any good.
yeah. I don't think I would buy like if I went to Texas and I was in like whatever city was known for steaks and all of that stuff, I don't think I would get a mixed steak.
Yeah, it's like people who go to Italy and they'll go to the KFC that's there.
Like, oh,
We
let
would have
me
to
get
be there in
Kentucky
the summer.
Fried Spaghetti. Like, all right. Like when you go somewhere fancy, like to a $300 hibachi place, and your friend's like,
Do you guys have chicken fingers and pizza? I don't eat Japanese food. Do you have fried chicken and pizza?
and you're just like, I'm paying $200 for this.
There was like a McDonald's in like Orlando, Florida, that like was like the last McDonald's that still had a McDonald's pizza. I don't know if they still did it, but when I was a kid and went to Disney World, they had
McDonald's pizza.
There's only one McDonald's left in America that does pizza.
and apparently it's in Orlando, or at least it was when I went down there. Okay, yeah, the McLobster is available in the New England states, including Maine, during lobster season in the summer. It is a lobster roll served in a hot dog bun with lobster sauce and shredded lettuce.
I mean, that's basically a lobster roll, but I don't know what lobster sauce is.
I wonder if you could ask them for a Big Mac, but sub the meat for lobster.
If it's there, they would charge you the amount for lobster, just like for a beef patty or whatever.
That'd be crazy.
Because there's just mayonnaise, lemon juice, and celery with, you know, salt and pepper to taste or whatever. But like lobster sauce for a lobster roll is just lemon juice, mayonnaise, and celery. Really finely chopped celery. And you butter the bun and heat it up, and then you take all your lobster, chop it into little cubes, and mix it in with the mayonnaise, lemon juice, and celery, and put it on a hot dog roll.
What is celery?
Овощи.
God
yeah.
rest.
Я не знаю, как сказать. Сельдерей?
Сельдерей.
Сельдерей.
Сельдерей. Yeah, it's celery, but with a D in there
I
somewhere.
know celery only as a payment.
Salary.
Oh, salary. That always confused me when I was a kid. I was
Сельдерей.
like, why would they pay you in salad?
Сельдерей.
Yeah,
That's why they call it greenbacks.
Сельдерей. Yeah.
Man, I want a lobster roll right now.
Сельдерей и заплата. Зарплата.
Сельдерей и зарплата.
Зарплата.
The last asterisk.
Зарплата.
No, зарплата.
Зарплата. Я так думал. Но это сельдерей и заплата. Salary and celery in Russian.
You say it like заплатка. Заплатка is like a patch you put on a like ripped cloth.
Oh.
I want that lobster roll, but I want it if it's from Ray's Crab Shack. I also want a bag of crawfish from Ray's Crab Shack.
I never got their lobster roll, just their bisque and their
it was-
sloppy pile of Cajun mixed seafood
Oh.
garbage bag.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The crawfish bag, dude. Like, but yeah, no, their lobster roll was really, really good.
I would get hit by a car if it meant going to Ray's Crab Shack.
They have shirts that say "I got crabs at."
Probably.
Just get hit by a car, the guy comes out of the vehicle, checks if you're okay, and your final words before passing out and being taken to the hospital: I hope you like crab.
I want to get crabs before I die.
My client doesn't really care about fixing the damages to his vehicle or even his medical bills. What he does want is endless crab.
Endless crab.
Someone
That'd be
asking me
interesting.
why my. Вы хотели бы, я сказал как «Здравствуйте, у меня Фред, я создаю мультфильм на Ютубе, он называется A Fox in Space». Я надеюсь, что все в порядке. Здоровый.
Now you're just trying to be a triple agent.
I kid, я шучу.
Yeah, it's basically if you try to speak like English without an accent, absolutely. So I would sound like this.
Как Goofy. Goofy из Disney. Goofy играет и поет кино. Теплое место на улице ждут на отпечатков наших ног. Звездная пыль на сапогах.
You do that a little too well, bud.
Мягкое кресло, клетчатый плед. Ты вовремя, курок. Как сказать? Солнечный день. В ослепительных снах. Группа крови. На рукаве. Мой порядковый номер. На рукаве. Пожелай мне удачи в бою. Пожелай мне.
I'm just now
American Spy.
I'm just now imagining a Russian reinterpretation of a Goofy movie.
Oh my god.
Ah, God. Ну, если есть в кармане пачка. Why is Wolf I've got that lean? See, I'm sitting up, but it looks like
He's
I'm
letting out a left cheek snake.
Yeah.
That's why did it play it twice? Well,
Backed up.
in an empty Wendy's на вторник.
I promised Roxalina I'd be at the Allianz concert in Vladivostok, but my dad wants to take me on a dumb trans-Siberian trip to Yakutsk.
Доброе утро, последний герой.
Some like doomer Russian like goth band.
Постпанк. Здесь ничего нет, здесь ничего нет. Все черное. Everything is black, everything is dark, there is nothing. Here there is nothing, there is always nothing. Like some weird synth music in the background. I wear my eyeshadow, I'm totally alive. Beep, beep, boop, beep, beep, boop, boop, beep, boop, boop. I go to the club, I'm totally alive. Yeah, Russian goth, like that, the Дурное влияние. Yes, сейчас. That is totally a goth song. Slava, even if you don't know what goth is. Даже ты не знаешь, что это gothic. Gothic music. Это как...
It's a subculture, I know.
Из 80-х. Mainly. Mostly from the 80s. But...
I can't even say that I know what goth is today.
No, that's
It's
fucking
totally
joke.
different than when I was a kid.
No, like the real shit. Like, and I'm not saying it's like, oh, when I was a kid, it was real. It's like, no, like the real gothic music, like this, like real good goth stuff, is like from when I was like a year old.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you're thinking of like The Cure, that'd be like new romantic goth.
Typo negative, I guess you could. That's more like I don't. Man, vampire goth metal. I love typo negative. Holy fuck.
So typo negative is considered goth metal.
Yeah,
So
I agree with that.
I'd still say goth.
I would agree with that. Absolutely.
Yeah, they kind of cross over into doom metal, but it's a fine line.
Сейчас все спят, и никто не сможет сказать мне «стой». Как сказать? Сейчас. Сейчас. А вот. Сейчас. Я совсем другой. Сейчас. Я покажу тебе ночь. Сейчас все спят, и никто не сможет сказать мне «стой». Сейчас. Очень круто. Эта песня похожа музыка из моего детства. Правильно, Слава? Из моего детства. I kind of want to play the whole song now. But yeah, stuff like this is so good. It really just makes me think of like when I was like 9, 10 years old. My sister listened to a lot of really cool stuff. When I was about 14, 15, that was when I really started listening to my own stuff. Like deciding what I liked rather than like, oh, people listen to this. I should listen to it too, or whatever. And it's like, no.
Yeah. I was mostly very deep into video game music or Gorillaz.
Same.
When I was in like middle school.
But before I listened to any kind of specific bands or anything, it was all like stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then I was the boomer.
I don't know. I got into classic rock. I mean, like when I was like 17, 18, I liked like Vietnam era classic rock, like 60s, early 70s. And then like later on when I got back into just retail and fast food work, and I just drove to work, listening to the radio in the car on the way to work, and then listening to what they played at work. It was just a mixture of 80s and 90s classic rock. And this was like 07, 08 when they started calling music from the 90s classic rock, and it hurt.
My family just had like a giant shared CD collection between my parents, my grandparents, and so on. So it was just one of those things where not only was I hearing like their music a lot, but like I wasn't often buying CDs because it's like, oh, well, you know, I have so many that I had access to. Although I did beg my dad to get the Hybrid Theory CD when that came out when I was like 4. Yeah, other than like Linkin Park, I didn't really buy any CDs for myself until I didn't even buy that one. He did, but I didn't like pursue any like newer bands until like late middle school.
Oh, but I'll tell you, I really loved 90s and early 2000s country music. Like Shania Twain. I was way into Shania Twain.
She was all right. She was all right. I do not consider Shania Twain part of the death of country.
No way.
Toby Keith is what killed it. Toby Keith and 9/11.
We'll put a boot in your ass. It's the American way.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that was...
For me, country peaked with Alabama in the mid to late 80s. It remained stable through Garth Brooks and Shania.
Yeah, I agree. Like to the mid 90s, I'd say to the early 90s, really. But like the mid 90s, when all that like she thinks my tractor's sexy and all that like, honky tonk, badonka donk and all that, like that was like, nah, I'm good.
It's like the 90s was when like trashy country started, but there was enough like really good country bands still kicking it that it kind of remained balanced. And then once 9/11 happened, that's when it crashed.
I 100% agree.
Yeah.
But why it crashed? Isn't it like put a rise of patriotism and shit like that?
It's like that. We're American, and if you don't like it, kiss my ass. And I'm got a red Solo cup full of my favorite booze. And like, there's always been songs like, "Oh, my wife left me, and the dog died, and she took my truck." Like, that's always been a thing. That's like divorce and cheating and marital problems, but just all the I'm trashy and I like it. I'm a white trash redneck boy. Like that shit's really started getting glorified around like the mid-late 90s, and it's just gotten worse.
Good country music is really good at two particular things. Either like nostalgia, like whether it's happy or sad nostalgia, some sort of like nostalgia or past memory that you're reliving through, or being like, I don't know if rebel's the right word, but like a self-reliant rebel
Sure.
person. You know, like those were kind of the two things that country was really good at. The idea of like, yeah, got dirt roads and a red truck and a
blue collar rebellion of the status quo.
Yeah. The trashy country is what I like to call checklist country, because all they do is just have a check. They have a checklist on
beer, girl.
You could turn it into a drinking game. Like, whenever they say girl or pickup truck.
And it's like when 9/11 happened, there was a rise in patriotism. So there was a lot of, America's the best. And once that happened, it's like, well, America's the best because we've got our Ford trucks and we've got our humble dirt roads, and that and for like 10 years that was all that would sell. And then the older original country music artists like either died or retired, and so
so basically country music became the parody of itself, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Lee Greenwood actually especially made it. Yeah, Lee Greenwood especially made it popular during the 9/11 time, because holy crap.
Yeah.
I heard his stuff everywhere after that.
Что это было слово ты сказал мне вчера, когда мы посмотрели ад, анимацию тройку евро о курице. И папа вернулся, я не... Что слово?
Я не с пустыми лапами.
Как пишется? Или...
Yeah, I just gonna say it.
Я никогда не помню, как сказать.
Here.
Надо черную метку. Черную метку. Мне. That's so great. I've always been into this cartoon, and then here recently, it's just become this enormous meme. Я не с пустыми лапами.
Лапами.
Лапами. Лапами, а не лапами. Лапами. Я не с пустыми лапами. Вы будете видеть. Вот, вот.
Сейчас догоним! Ну что, попался?
Дебилы.
Папа вернулся! И не с пустыми лапами.
Ура, Троекурова! Ты мой герой.
Троекурова. Каждый влюбится в нашу курицу.
Каждый влюбится в нашу курицу. Хотя, кто обожает курочку как лисы? Что ты сказал? Everyone loves our chicken who something like foxes? Что это было?
Like who loves the chicken like foxes?
Курочка. Курочка.
Yeah.
Oh, so that was chicken. Okay.
Обожает.
Because I'm looking at the label and I'm reading. It's like, oh, is that like turkey? Like Troike? Like,
Yeah, Troyekурova is the company name, I think.
Okay.
Troy, Troekurovo, Troyekúrova. It sounds like something dirty in Polish. It's like three.
Yeah.
It sounds like three whores. Troyekúrova. That's probably not how you say it, but. Что это? We listened to some Mikhail Boyarsky when we were driving to New York. I set my car up to recognize Russian voice. And
Took you a minute.
Yeah, it took a little bit. Bubba was the one that figured it out. And I was like, hey, Google. It's like, Badunk. I'm like, играйте песню от «Мама» от Михаила Боярского. And it's like, да, хорошо. Я играю. Like it did. It totally did. I felt like I was in a James Bond movie. Computer. Играйте песню от кино. Это от или из? Играйте песню от кино или из кино?
Just песня кино. Like you don't need in between. Yeah.
Но такая луна в яркое окна и в пустолунном зале далее. Я мечтаю давно сняться в лунном кино. That's such a cool.
I love this song.
Yeah, the instrumental from it is really good. I mean, Mikhail Biarski's voice is awesome too, but like the music from it is very nostalgic for me for some reason. It's like installing MPlayer on my laptop in 1998.
Which reminds me, I gotta watch Mama again on Christmas.
Yeah, we gotta do that.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to pop on, мы будем посмотреть «Мама». Это будет «Мама» или «Маму»? Потому что «Мама» — это имя фильма, а не имя человек. Вы будете сказать, мы посмотрим «Мама» или мы посмотрим «Маму». И even даже когда это имя фильма, а не человека.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I never know, like, you know what I mean? You know why I'm asking?
Well, because you're talking about it.
Because it's like, okay, like Mama, if you're watching Mama, Mama becomes Mamu. But if Mama is just the name of the film, does it also change case? Which, it makes sense. Но робота никогда. Фильм «Мама».
Film Mama. Huh.
Кроме, если ты скажешь фильм «Мама». Да, понял. Бедесер, спасибо вам.
Would you typically, when you're talking about a movie, say film before the title?
Yeah, it's basically like, I don't know an example, to be honest.
Like you would say, like, did you watch that show? And then you name the show. I guess you'd say it the same way. Like, is that how you're asking, Rex?
Yeah.
Is that like your meaning? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like for example, if you're saying мы будем смотреть фильм Джон Уик, we're saying just John Wick. But if you don't put the film, мы будем смотреть
Джона Уика.
John Wick, yeah.
Kind of like this, yes.
Must have been a communist. Мы не коммунисты. Мы не актеры, мы не играем. Мне еще надо сделать новый аудиолуп от группы «Молчат дома» для моего проекта из FL Studio.
Hey, Meerkat.
Oh.
What is up? What is going on? How's everybody doing? Как называется это альбом из Юрия Черновского? По-английски это было Banana Island. Остров ананаса. Нет, это не ананас. Остров Бананы?
Банановый остров, maybe?
Банановый остров. Артист, художник был Юрий Чемеровский. Banana Island. Как сказать turn me off? Выключите меня. It's Банановые острова. Из 80-х. Это было 80... Что-то... Не? Или что-то... Какой год? Я не знаю, и это не видно.
Previously on A Fox in Space. Pepe, James, it's been a long time. Glad to see you're doing well, sir. As you know, Dr.
Вот. Нет?
He'll live out the rest of his days on Venom, far away from here.
Это
You sure that was the best plan? Frankly, it's the best.
2013? Нет.
And we need your help. There's a limit to what I can do, sir. I'm not a marshal anymore. Do you really think that matters?
80?
I have no jurisdiction.
Только из 80-х.
And I'm calling it in. All right then.
Не знаю, точно не знаю, простите.
Head over to the Space Dynamics Research Lab. The man in charge will get you both situated with something special. Oh, that's Bell. We know him. Yes, Beltino Toad. Actually, he should be clocking in for his shift right about now.
Hey, buddy.
Never mind.
Never mind what?
Sure, it's,
Someone hopped in and then left immediately.
Ba-doom, ba-doom. Maybe.
Good luck.
What's this about? Quiet, big boy. We'll ask the questions around here.
Word on the street is Space Dynamics got a new ship coming out.
Well, could you be a little more specific? We got a lot of new ships coming out. The R-Wing. Oh, so you want to know about the R-Wing, eh?
Yeah, you better tell us all you know. Or else.
Or else what? Or else the can opener here gets it.
What are you guys doing with Rob 64?
Oh, Fred, so one of the songs that you play on stream sometime, I thought kind of sounded like it could have been sampled for like a Lil Wayne song from 10 years ago.
Rob?
So I ended up doing that.
Which one?
It's the Space Art one? I forget if that's the name of the album or the artist.
Leave Rob out of this.
Oh, Space Art's the album.
Yeah. It's the one with the horns in it.
Okay.
It's Be Careful or Watch It. Or
Watch It,
Out.
that's what it is, yeah. But I thought, like, yeah, that sounds like something that, like, that Lil Wayne could have rapped over. So I added a beat over it and I sent it to you.
Hey, Slava.
Yo, what's up?
How are you doing?
All right.
Good.
Hi, Rex. Hey, okay, how have you been? Oh, I've been great. Oh, I love to hear that.
Yeah, how you
You-
doing, by the way?
You wished it.
Your icon is solid.
Well, I'm wondering how you're doing, Rex. How are you doing?
I missed your Scottish accent.
Bro.
Bro. Iron
Bro.
Bro.
No, Iron Brew gets
My
you through, not
favorite
bro.
beverage. And they joking. I guess I'm a couple whiskies in. How are you doing?
I'm not bad, though. I'm having an existential crisis because I'm starting a new job on Monday, and it's always the same where you're like, new job, new people. You're just like, oh God, let them be as strange as the people I used to work with.
Yeah, always. I know how that
It's
goes.
like, today, my leaving gift from my current manager was a small spider riding goblin, and it's the IT goblin. It's a wee Warhammer figure that he painted for me. And it's like, oh, that's adorable. Really well done as well.
I just scrubbed the shower 30 minutes
So,
ago.
small spider's going to sit on my desk in my new job to help anyone if they're arachnophobic or that. And so we ate Korean food. I got a kimchi stew. He got bibimbap for the first time, and we opened Pokemon cards, and that's pretty much all the work I've done. I'm gonna miss that job.
That's a cop out, dude. It's not like he's already some kind
When do you start this new gig?
Monday.
Ooh.
It's not far away, but it's like 2 bands higher, so we'll see what stuff they ask me to do. That's it. The only reason I took it is because they offered me more money.
That's life.
That's a good reason to take a better position.
Oh God, yeah. Especially on this economy. God. How's everyone else been? How are you, Rex? How are you doing?
Oh, I'm so happy you asked.
I don't care anymore. Moving on.
How are you doing, Rex? Oh, I'm just kidding. I don't give a fuck. How are you doing, Boa?
Just wondering how Rex is doing.
Rexed.
He's getting Rexed, yes. What's going on?
No, I've been good. I've just been a really busy boy. Working on my comic, and really that's kind of all I do anymore.
Well, that was interesting for all of 10 seconds.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
know.
Moving on.
You're welcome. I've been doing a lot of music writing. I've been writing a lot of music. I've been going really hard on that last few days.
You just said hard on. Wait, what else were you talking about? I'm sorry.
See, why can't you be so like
Now I'm thinking about hard on. Funny. Wait, what were we talking about? Anyway, what are you up to, Bubba?
Why do people always circle back to me after a hard on? I don't like this.
What's up?
Have you been, Fred? Are you nearing the end?
I am on the second to last scene, and we have, counting the part of this scene that I'm done with, we have over 31 minutes of finished footage. And after this scene is done, probably 2-3 more minutes. I don't know, but I'm assuming that the cartoon is going to be, like, counting credits and intro and all that, is going to be over 34 minutes long.
Right, yeah, you need to promise once you finish the last frame and you put that pen down, you're going to walk away from your desk for like a month.
I know,
Well,
right?
I've got to do the polishing. I've got to polish everything, but once I click publish on YouTube, I'm probably going to collapse in the floor and piss myself and cry for like an hour and go into shock.
I've gone.
Like, it's over. It's done. It's done with it. The Belmont's curse has been lifted. It's done. I got it done. I fulfilled the oath or whatever. And yeah. After I regroup and change my clothes and get a shower, I'm gonna go do something.
Since episode 1, I've gone from being just barely a legal adult to I can now rent a car.
Hell yeah.
From one milestone to another. A fifth of my life!
If you're like, I was in 6th grade and now I'm in college. When is it done?
Oh gosh, actually, yeah, that would be right.
Yeah.
Glad you could join us.
But yeah, it's getting there. And I realized it's almost exactly 3 times as long as the first one. And it's taken me roughly 3 times as long as the first one to make.
You just did.
So.
You did.
The first one's, I mean, it's exactly 13 minutes, but that's with like the warning at the beginning and the credits and whatnot. But even then, 39 minutes. 39 minutes is exactly 3 times as long as the first one's video file. This one's like, oh, that's the thing. I could split it up. I could have split it up, but I didn't want to. I wanted to make a 30-minute thing. I was originally shooting for like 25 to 27 minutes, but yeah, like once I started putting it together, I'm like, this motherfucker's going to be over half an hour long.
You're just going to be hair under 40 minutes.
Yeah. But like 31 minutes of it is done. Like if I could put it out right now and be done with it and just have like the lemurs look over their shoulder and be like, ooh, to be continued. And it would be 31 minutes long. But I don't want to do that. Like I said, it'll be out around February, March, something like that. This is the second to last scene that has to be animated. I finished this scene, which is like 4 minutes long, and then I've just got like a 1 minute, 2 minute scene left to do, and it's done. It's done. It's not like, what have you got to show for? I was like, no, it like there's over 30 minutes. This little thing up here that you're seeing in the corner here, this up here. This video file is 30 minutes and 20 seconds of the cartoon being done. Like it's 95% done. I just got to get these few minutes finished.
Episode 2 was beaten by a New Tool album and Clerks 3, but at the very least, you're probably, well, I don't know if you will be Avatar 2. That'll be close.
Oh God.
I think Avatar 2 comes out December, doesn't it?
The Way of Water.
I think more people are going to watch episode 2 than Avatar.
I hope so.
Probably.
Wouldn't that be some shit?
Normally at this point, I just accept that people like the movies they like, and it's going to make as much money as they're going to make. But I just, for whatever reason, really want Avatar 2 to just crash and burn.
Yeah.
Next episode to take a little time away. What are you talking about?
The first Avatar.
Don't waste your time.
It's nothing.
Dances with Smurfs.
Dances with Ferngully.
I just don't understand where they can take the story.
The only appeal of it was back when they were trying to push 3D movies again. Some of the things looked cool in 3D, but 3D movies have kind of died off again, and
It's like
it's not
humans
really
come,
rewatchable.
exploit the planet, sure, but then when they killed a bunch of humans, they'll just basically given them carte blanche to just nuke the planet. from orbit.
Environmentalism good, climate change bad. Buy the 42-ounce cup on your way into the movie. I see you, Jake Sully. Hashtag Yas. Slay, Jake Sully. Slay.
I remember someone saying that, like, aside from Jake Sully, can anyone actually, like, name any of the other characters in the movie? And most people can't do it that I've asked.
Navi? Oh, wait, that's
the name of the
Zelda.
species.
Wait. No, the Navi people were the people from Unreal, the first Unreal video game.
The blue people are called the Navi.
Oh.
So you've named a species, but
Not
most of the
an original bone in its body.
But most of the time, like when you ask someone, like, can you name a character from Avatar? Jake Sully. Besides Jake Sully.
The gray-haired dude in the mech. It's all. Rah!
What was his name? The General. He had a name. Oh. Oh no.
Come in.
Oh wait, no, there was a Nolly in Unreal.
Message from the scout, sir.
We'll have a more fleshed out backstory than in.
I suppose this was inevitable.
I mean, what's it going to? Is it just going to be them existing in the woods for hours?
But the humanoids, the humans have to come back and wreak havoc, right?
Yes, and this time they're going to be underwater for some reason.
They'd just be like, you know, nuke the place from orbit. It's the only way to be sure.
Well, no, because they have to extract the resource.
It's easier to get if you nuke the place.
No, then it'll be irradiated and they can't pick it up. I guess. I don't know. Don't think about it.
I think Cocaine Bear might make more money than Avatar 2.
I want to see Cocaine Bear. I want to see
I
that.
think Cocaine Bear is going to be the next Sharknado. It's going to be great.
What's Cocaine Bear? Dare I ask?
It is an upcoming movie, quote unquote, based on a true story, which I looked it up. It is about a guy who accidentally was trying to like sneak a bunch of cocaine, and he ended up losing it in a forest in Tennessee, and a bear got into it, and the bear got really high on
Pablo
cocaine and started
Escobar.
attacking everyone. Oh my god!
No, that's what they call the bear. I didn't even make that up. Like,
oh really?
His nickname was Pablo Escobar.
Yeah. So naturally, it's one of those horror movies where it's like, you don't understand. Bears are killing machines, and while it's on cocaine, it's unpredictable. And you know, cue scenes of like bear like leaping 20 feet to like drag someone into the woods. And
Oh yeah, doing like
It's
some.
very self-aware.
There's even a scene in the preview of like a bear snorting more cocaine off of this torn limb.
Yeah, off a dead man's leg. I saw him go. I watched the trailer.
Oh god, the real Cocaine Bear stuffed and on display in the gift shop.
Lexington,
I remember.
Kentucky.
Yep.
Yep.
No, like in the trailer, I saw him like he just swallowed a whole kilogram of cocaine. I was like, if a bear actually did that, they would die. If any like even larger than a person, if a bear ingested a kilogram of cocaine, it would have a heart attack and die. Like I saw that and I was like, what?
It was all individually wrapped.
Well, it was sealed. It was wrapped, but like you know, they implied it was eating it, and that the eaten cocaine was going to affect its rapport with the guests of the park. And yeah, if a bear swallowed a kilogram of cocaine, it would like, I'm sorry, you'd have a heart attack and die.
If that is actually the bear, it looks like a cocaine addict, quite honest.
I heard they approached David Lynch for this to be the director of it.
So you've got a bear that's gonna swallow an unbelievably large amount of cocaine hydrochloride. That is fucking insane. No asses are going to be in movie seats to watch something so fucking retarded. Get real.
I will watch Cocaine Bear to spite Avatar 2.
Yeah, same.
I will watch it 10 times.
In fact, let's make a little movie club. We'll all agree to watch Cocaine Bear and have a discussion.
You know, but Adam from Your Movie Sucks. Just be like, can we come hang out at your house and watch Cocaine Bear?
Oh, you'd have to talk to him.
Yeah, I do. I want to reach out and be like, dude, I'll drive up there to Toronto or wherever the hell he is.
He lives in Vancouver.
Oh,
Take
damn,
me
that's
with you.
longer drive.
Oh.
Yeah, y'all
Rex,
hung
go up there.
Yeah, y'all have already hung out with Adam before. I'm sure he'd hang out with me, but like seriously, that would be something where I'll like, dude, let me come. Let's all get warm and toasty, and drink something and watch Cocaine Bear together. I'd totally be up for that.
There.
Not joking. I'm not joking at all. Adam, if you want to watch Cocaine Bear with me when it releases, I would love that. No cap.
There is a cocaine cocktail recipe.
Yeah, liquid cocaine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no cocaine in it.
No, it's an alcoholic beverage.
We can do cocaine shots and watch Cocaine
Coke
Bear.
shots.
Yeah, I'll just drink a bunch of Coca-Cola.
Well, somebody was offended.
That was Dudesky. He doesn't get offended.
Oh, he's back. Don't worry. He's a tough wee boy.
Yeah.
I'm just messing.
Aren't you,
Bounce right
Dudesky?
back.
I barely know anybody else in here other than like,
Dude,
you
I
know.
just put joke. I was gonna comment on Fred saying no cap and have never heard that before.
Oh my god, you're getting old.
That's what the cool kids say, dude.
Yeah.
Welcome
Yeah, I
to
know.
the
I say it all the time.
Fred had to explain to me what that meant.
I don't even know what it means.
No cap
Like no
means
bullshit.
like these are real teeth. They don't have caps on them. So like no cap means like it just basically means no bullshit. It's not a
Oh my
fake tooth,
God.
it's a real tooth. Yo, dog, this party is lit and it hits different. No cap. Something like that.
Yo, Fred, that is absolutely bussing. I just flexed in at the club. I see you boys when I'm like, for real, no cap. You boys are my homies. You dig me, dog?
Active 5.
I can't hear this in that accent, right?
I
Sir,
keep
I
going.
disagree. The situation is in fact not bussin'.
Hun, after,
Two planes just collided with.
Sorry. See, Fred, where you just said not bussing, you like put this weird English tinge to it, and the only thing in my head, for some reason, I just thought of this like fucking 40s black and white. This is BBC News at 9 o'clock.
The
Neville Chamberlain
transatlantic
today
accent.
Yeah.
The situation is not bussin' as we continue the lit march of war. Buy war
I'm
bonds. No cap.
Today, Germany has invaded Poland. Today, the Chancellor of Britain, Neville Chamberlain, has said, for real, this is no cap, not bussing. Need to get your slicks on.
The situation is not bussin'. Like, hold on. Where's the picture?
Fucking radio.
This is, here we go.
Company command to platoon. We are being currently overrun at this particular position by panzers. This is for real, not bussing. Would require some of your big booty reinforcements.
No cap.
No cap. Over.
I'm gonna drive over there in a minute.
Fucking do it. I need friends. I need company.
So, hun, after hearing these words out of your mouth, I'm gonna have to reassess our relationship.
I wouldn't even judge you. Don't worry about it.
So,
If you want the Scottish equivalent, no, I would walk in. I'd slap you on the back. I'd be, all right, Big Freddy, who you, man? You look fucking
The
minged.
situation is nae bussin'. It's nae.
Oh, it's nae bussing. It's nae bussing, man. It's pure nae good. Pure nae good. Oh, fuck, we broke him. See that?
He's like proper Bielan, eh?
Aye, look at that. He's fucking pure mental, eh?
In the rocket.
See, this is the best thing, right? This is why it's good to have two Scottish people in the room, because we actually technically speak posh for you guys, so you can understand us. But when me and Oates first met, Tiger was like, "Oh, this is my friend, Emily Oates. She's from Scotland too." And I just went, basically, this is what happened next. I went, "Oh, all right, Oates, where you from?"
Oh, I'm fucking big off it. Where the
Oh,
fuck
for
are you?
you? Oh, I'm V5. I'm from the family. Like, who's again?
I'm a five.
Oh, I reckon there's a guy fucking
I can know that. FM.
Oh, you're
As
pure of your
they
age, eh?
descended
Heart
into
radio.
Oh, we fight Kingdom FM.
As they descended into more hardcore Scottish, I just started crying and sinking in my chair, not able to understand anything.
Every time I hear a Scottish accent, it's like being a kid and seeing Mickey for the first time at Disney World.
Oh, that makes me so. That makes holy fuck! I started blushing because of that. Fuck you.
That
Oh.
just makes me think that my cousin Simon's in the room again.
Oh no.
It's
Yeah,
not a
she's
bad
actually-
thing. I haven't seen him in over a decade, but most of my family's all from over across the pond anyway, so.
Oh my god. I think my best.
That one cousin you don't talk about.
Oh my god, what's the worst? What's the best? Okay, I've got a fucking great story for you on that subject. So I used to work in tourism. I used
Remember,
to work
this is a
lot.
stream chat.
Oh, what does that mean? Sorry.
You do know we're on a
Oh,
live
this is-
stream right now.
I DM'd you that we are live.
I wasn't
broadcasting
meaning
on
to.
Twitch. Yes.
Hi everybody, it's really nice to meet you. My name is Don.
No, you're fine. You haven't said anything bad. It just before you do, before you do.
Don't worry. This is a nice story. Don't worry. That is a good.
Yeah, if you're gonna say anything bad, do it in Scotch English, not American English or English English.
Don't
You're fine.
dox anyone.
Yeah,
No,
make
don't
sure to
worry,
curse in
I-
another language.
So first of all, thank you for pre-warning me because I wouldn't have said anything bad, but now I know, just in case. But this is a good story. This is a funny, wholesome story. So I used to work in tourism. And I used to work with Historic Scotland, if nobody knows. I'm just totally doxing myself there. Doxing myself, actually. Basically, used to work with ruins and castles and things like that. It was genuinely the best job in the world, one of the best jobs I've ever had. I used to deal with a lot of different tourists. So, for example, I worked in a Catholic abbey. Because I've got a lot of Bavarian tourists, which is why ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch, aber mein Deutsch ist nicht so gut. I would be able to go, hallo, guten Nachmittag, willkommen in die Abtei. Mein Name ist Dan und ich komme für die Stadt Schottland. Für die Stadt Dunfermline in Schottland. So, picked up little things like that. But my favorite...
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Ein bisschen Deutsch, aber mein Deutsch ist nicht so gut.
Oh, wow, cool. Ich
Ja,
hätte auch Deutsch gelernt. Mein Deutsch ist so lala auch, aber ja.
Ja,
cool.
Meine gelernt aus Duolingo und Babbel.
Ah, genau. Ich hatte in Freiburg für fast 2 Jahre gelebt, so ich hatte auf einen Deutschunterricht gelernt.
Und wohin liebst du aus Deutschland?
Nicht jetzt, ich lebe nicht jetzt in Deutschland.
Oh, nicht in Deutschland. I'm
Nicht
sorry,
jetzt.
es tut mir leid.
Ja, ich hatte 2 Jahre in Freiburg, Deutschland gelebt.
Oh, Freiburg,
Nur
okay,
2 Jahre.
ja. Ich verstehe.
Everyone is so cool.
We only speak Ruski here.
Ich komme aus Venezuela, so ich kann Spanisch, Englisch und Deutsch sprechen.
Oh, wow, that is impressive. So my Deutsch is really bad. Problem
Yeah,
is,
no, it's cool. No, you speak German. It's fine.
the craziest thing about it though is like Germans don't. If there's any Germans in the stream, they can maybe confirm. But from my experience, Germans don't expect non-Germans to speak German, so they would come in speaking German, and then I would be like, was nimmst du, or was möchten Sie, and things like that, because it was also a park cafe, and they'd be like, oh, you speak German, and but the problem is when they speak German, they speak it really quickly, and I don't know the word for slow, so I was like, please slow down, and it just was really embarrassing because I had to say it in English, and then I'm like second guessing myself, where I'm like, no, I can speak German, I promise.
Willst
please.
du mit mir tanzen? Mit mir tanzen nackt? Ja, das ist gut, ja.
Nein, das ist kein... Doch. So one of the words I did learn was doch, which is like the equivalent of like, oh no, it's totally fine. So like whenever I'd go like, oh, my Deutsch is nicht so good, there's just big German guy go, doch, dein Deutsch is good. But this American couple, that was it. So American couple come up, and lovely, lovely family, genuinely so nice, and they were from like Ohio or something like that. And just asking all the questions, all the usual stuff. How old is it? All the other things. And eventually gets to the point where they're like, just when they're leaving, they're like, oh, before you go, we've got a question we'd like to ask. And I was like, yeah, fucking fire away, absolutely. And they were like, so in America, when we stop at a red light, we're also allowed to turn right. And I was like, I could already see where it was going. I was like, okay. They're like, out of curiosity, are you allowed to do that here? And I was like, have you been doing that? And they were like, yeah. And I was like, okay, stop immediately, because you have literally for the past week been turning into oncoming traffic. Stop that. You will kill yourselves. And they kind of laughed at it, but in my head I'm like, oh my god, how have they survived a week without like being in a car accident? it was crazy. They like just, and it was like they just asked it nonchalantly, like it was like a surprising little thing. And I was like, but how did you not know that? Like, surely all the honking horns and angry Scottish people hurling abuse would have been like sign enough. I know, like, we're quite abusive people, but like, calling you an arsehole isn't a welcoming thing. We're just calling you an arsehole.
We just thought they were being exotic.
Oh,
They
yeah.
kept giving us the peace sign.
Oh my god. I've seen the AFIS, the UK AFIS, and I've also seen Limmy from Twitch. He says the C word a lot, and I've told over here that's a welcome greeting.
So I said it to the
Gotta
woman at the
come, mate.
Starbucks.
I think some other really wholesome stories that I've had.
He called me pal and said he wanted to wrestle me.
I got that. Here's a
Wanna
good one.
wrestle you, pal.
Wanna wrestle you?
Careful,
Really
dude. He called you mate.
I saw. Sonny is the an old Scottish man in a pub calling you Sonny, going like, "Hey, listen here, Sonny," is the equivalent of a Southern person going, "Oh, bless your heart."
And the slower and softer they say it, the more ugly and bad you are. It's like when an old lady in the South here sees, like when you show her your baby, if your baby's kind of ugly a little bit, they'll be like, "Oh, bless its little heart." But if you have a really, really ugly baby, they're like, "Look at my baby," and they'll be like, "Oh, bless its little heart." The slower and quieter they say "bless its little heart" means the more ugly that your baby is.
Oh my god!
Over here, they just look at your ugly baby and be like, "That's a sin."
That baby's a pure munter. What a cretinous animal.
Look at that wee grotty bastard.
Oh my god! You've given birth to a potato.
Who let that out?
Oh yeah.
Put it back in.
Get that back locked up in the tower.
Has
Send
anyone
it back to the
even
woods.
ever seen a newborn baby that isn't kind of ugly?
Oh man,
I mean, for real.
Kind of terrifying.
They're just the beta stages of being a human.
Early access.
Test human.
Yeah, well, some of them come out early access, but
I came out early access.
Yeah, I was.
They put me in a box for like 6 weeks to make sure that I was ready for release after that.
I'll be honest, they should have left me in the woods, man. I'm just surprised they let me crawl out.
That's what they call a day one patch.
And abortion is when you cancel pre-order.
Oh no!
Oh god!
Oh god!
That's all, folks.
The Duke Nukem Forever
Good
of
night,
babies.
everybody.
We'll try again in 5 years.
My mom should have swallowed me.
Oh man.
Oh man. Oh fucking no. Try to think, what else have I got story-wise? I got almost drunked under the table by 2 Ukrainian sailors. That has been the highlight of my one so far. Those guys were legends. What else have we had? Had a bunch of Jehovah's Witnesses try and convert me, which was funny because I'm already a burning sin by being a gay person in a Catholic church teaching the history there. But that was quite a funny thing.
Man, there are a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses. That trial must be insane.
Not long after I had come out, my sister, she's totally cool with me being gay now. She does not care.
Oh.
But when I was a kid and I came out,
Direct story.
well, this one's good.
This one doesn't have a horrible, depressing ending, does it?
No.
I'm still
not this time.
traumatized by that cat.
Oh my!
No.
Oh, poor Smokey.
Smokey.
I'm missing something here, but I'll ask
Same.
about that later.
Yeah, go on with the current one. We'll get that
my
DLC
sister,
later.
She took me out to Steak and Shake with her 2 friends, and I got there, and they were quite flamboyant in their own way, but they were apparently like
Christian
conversion priests that but they wanted to do it at a Steak and Shake for some reason, And I get there and I sit down, and one of them
We need
is
to
just
talk
like,
to you.
yeah. He was like, "You need a hot cup of Jesus." And I was like,
Did he do the finger
"Whoa."
snap too?
He did, and like the head swivel, and like I was like, "Are you serious right now?" But like, we just ended up weirdly eating burgers together, and then I left and never saw them again. And
Man,
you know,
mission failed.
God.
See,
I
it would have
We'll
been
get
a
'em next
different
time.
story if they took you to Hooters. That's where they went wrong.
Mission
If they took
failed.
me-
We'll get him next
If
time.
they took me to Steak and Shake, I would say yes if they bought me a giant strawberry shake, and then they would leave, and I'd go, sucker!
Give me a Frisco melt and I'll sleep on it.
Dude, card holder, you're absolutely right. That was like that was way gayer than anything that I've still ever done and said in my 34 years of being a gay man.
Do you think maybe
Like-
they were trying to, quote, speak your language?
Yeah, they
Yeah,
were
that's
just
that's.
trying to get on my
they're
level.
They're probably like, don't worry, Bethany. We've got this. We can take care of him.
I know what.
Gay, how you doing?
People use.
Oh my god.
The mental image now of like some sort of priest with like his white dog collar sitting down and like attempting to, you know, get down with the kids and
Hello,
communicate
fellow
to
young
somebody.
people.
Yeah,
Hello,
exactly.
fellow gays.
Hello, sister.
We will sashay the gay out of you.
See, that wouldn't work on anyone from Scotland though, because they'd come out like, "Hey, sister, how are you? All right, how's it going? Oh, just
Who's
take
it
one
what
glass.
now?
All right, hey, how's it going, laddie?
It
Oh, did it?
reminds- Oh, sorry. I was gonna say it reminds me.
I
of
would
one of
rather
my-
be flamboyant in Scotland than I would anywhere in America. I'll just say that much.
That's a good bet.
Honestly,
it reminds me of one of my favorite tweets of all time. It was back when like Among Us was really big, and it was just like somewhere in some small town church in America, a random pastor begins his sermon. Do you know who else is among us today?
Oh god.
Oh,
I'll be
for
honest.
sure, man.
Do
There's
you
a
know
lot of
who
cheesy
else
tweets
is
out there.
sus in our world today? Satan,
Satan.
Lucifer, extremely sussy baka.
We
Or
need to
Jesus.
we need to vote him out and do our tasks that God has assigned us.
You are triggering violent tendencies from me right now. I'm being honest with you. I can't. My hands are shaking. Hold me back, please.
Starting the new 30 Years War in Europe.
Oh Jesus.
Did ever actually? Here you go, Fred and Tiger. You'll like this one. Did you guys? I don't think Tiger was in Scotland at that point. Did Emily ever? Sorry, wait, was it Emily? No, it was Oatcakes. Did Oatcakes ever tell you about how she completely ruined buses for me, like public transport in Edinburgh for me?
Oh, so you're not bussing anymore?
So I'm not busing in Edinburgh. Well, at least I am, but it's
No
more
on
of
the night bus.
yeah, no on the night
Edinburgh
bus.
was never
So,
bussing.
so I got in, right, and basically there's a pre-running story to this. I went to Berlin to meet with some good friends of mine, and we got completely smashed, and we got so smashed.
Is that Zen and all them?
Yeah, Zen and Saru.
Right.
Before I got there.
So before we got so drunk one night that we accidentally booked a holiday back to Scotland and invited a Polish guy along with us. So we woke up the next day and Zen was like, you know, oh my god, and we're like, what? And he's like, I booked, we did it, and I was like, what do you mean? He's like, I booked a flight to Scotland, and I was like, all right, bet, let's do it, let's just do it. So we told Tiger the night we phoned him up, we were like laughing about it, and Tiger just kind of went, do you know what? I'm going to come across too. And I was like, no. And he was like, aye, I'm going to do it. So that happened. And eventually, before we knew it, it turned into like 10 people all meeting up in Scotland, which was great.
Yes.
So we all arrived. Tiger was due to arrive later in the week. We all got there. And I was just an innocent wee baby. So we're walking late at night through Edinburgh's city streets. And this double-decker bus drives past, and it's got UV lights, got ultraviolet lights in the buses. And Zen goes like, "Oh, why's your buses got weird lighting like that?" And I kind of innocently and under my own assumption went, "Oh, it's because ultraviolet light must be like good for resting your eyes when you're on a bus at night, so it doesn't make it doesn't hurt your eyes as much as like a bright light." And then Oates just looked at me with like the most like are you
Oh, you
stupid sort
sweet
of
child of
face.
summer.
I-
Oh, you sweet Pfeiffer.
And she goes, that's not it at all. And I went, aye. She went, no, it's so heroin junkies can't see the veins for the needle. And I went, no, no, that
I
can't
heard
be
about
true.
something like that.
Yeah, blue light so you can't see the blue
Good.
veins in your arm.
And so, like, it answered so many questions. Though. It was like
All those times you were
yeah,
in
oh,
there and
it
people
was.
asked you weird
It was,
questions.
yeah. It was like the amount of times that I've been like the equivalent of like a Walmart bathroom, and the lights have been ultraviolet. I never understood why, and now I do, and it's ruined it for me because it's not like a funny, like silly
Realize I
lighting
live in a
effect.
shithole.
It's just yeah. It just indicates to me of oh, this is a really rough place. I don't want to be here anymore.
Sorry
Yeah.
to interrupt, but the Fortnites are itching, so I gotta dip. Bye bye.
All right, dudeski.
All right,
See ya.
dude. Have a
Back
good
to
one,
you,
man.
bro.
We'll see you around.
See you, bud.
Nice to meet you.
I'm never gonna. I wonder if that's the thing here in America.
It absolutely is. Like as far as I'm aware,
saw
that must.
Oh,
be.
the UV lights to keep you.
California.
But that's the thing. Like, if you're a heroin junkie, just like, can't they just like draw a line where their veins are, like with black marker? So when they go in there,
flashlight
they're
with
like,
you.
"Oh, here it is." Or yeah, just bring a little light that isn't UV that they can hold in their mouth and point at their arm, like.
Or just connect the dots.
Just brings out his backpack, pulls out two
I
like
used to
400-watt lights, and just replaces the bulbs in the bathroom.
I used to find constellations in my track marks.
Oh no!
Here's the
Oh.
big difference.
Lord have mercy.
I found constellation in my freckles.
God,
A
covered in
nicer,
those
that's a
too.
nicer version. I like that one more than the heroin constellation.
Heroin Constellation. That's my new
It's
band
your drag
That's
name.
my drag name and my band name.
Oh, my one of my buddies was a drag queen, and his name was well, it'd be her because in character, but the name was phenomenal. It was Diana Car Crash, and the double,
Diana, wow.
the double entendre was phenomenal in it because
Jesus Christ.
I'm not smart, but I like to, I dabble, I occasionally dabble in like intelligence, but it took me so long for that to click, and it was the best thing I've ever seen. I was like, that is genius in so many ways.
That is
Dude,
the best
Diana
drag name I've ever
Fire.
heard.
Or if there's someone named
First I
Diana
thought you
Fire.
said- First, I thought you said the name was just phenomenal. Like that was the name.
Cherry Poppins.
Cherry Poppins.
I always said if I was going to be in a porno, my porn name would be Cherry Poppins. That or Cum Drop.
That's a good one.
Don't need a rhythm, don't need a rhyme. Cherry Poppins. God.
I like in my head, like it just reminds me, like in my head, I'm like, with a voice like that, you probably could get away with doing whatever you want in porn. But it also reminds me of that time in Arma when like you had an entire platoon worth of people drilling over your voice.
Oh my god!
Do you remember that, Fred?
I want to get in some more. I've been thirsting for Arma 3 lately, and they ain't doing shit with the Armory Forger. Not yet
Yeah,
that I've
it's-
seen. Like, what the fuck are they doing?
I
It's,
miss
rock.
the meth lab mission so much. I
It's
yearn
def-
nostalgia for it.
It's confirmed Tiger misses meth labs.
Yeah, our little meth lab SWAT mission thing that I made.
Those were fun.
The one where like two people set up like traps and stuff like that, and we had to fly in on a
Yeah,
helicopter.
you fly with Long Tall Sally, Bolo Richard
That was
playing.
really fun, yeah.
Oh man, we can do that again at some point. I've got all the files somewhere, but
Not done right.
I just
I
wish they
also
would
like
add
the
more
one you
stuff.
did. I also like the one you did where it was like, I think maybe you had to redo the map or something because there was a glitch, but it was like a construction site and someone
The
was
bomb
going to, like,
defusal?
yes.
Yeah, the bomb defusal one was cool.
Oh,
that one was fun. And then I also remember the one where it was like a a shootout hostage thing, and it was kind of like in an area that looks like it had like 2 motels.
Yeah, the two long buildings. That was the. Those are all the SWAT missions: the SWAT bomb defusals, SWAT meth lab, and SWAT hostages or
Those are the 3.
negotiation. Yeah.
Yeah, those are the 3 I remember the most.
They're like the where you could grab the 2 hostages and move them if you wanted to. But there was the option, like we started in the neighborhood, you could go in the van or the helicopter. Oh man, yeah. I've still got those. I've still got them like in a folder somewhere. But I'd rather just go back and make new missions that are way better now, because I'm sure I could. I love Arma 3. I think that really is my favorite co-op game, other than Barotrauma.
Yeah, I like it not because of like the Milsim side, because it is like, you know, a lot of people have that like super Milsim groups and stuff like that, and I don't like it because it's Arma, because Arma is like the 40k equivalent of the Omnissiah, and like attempting to make an Arma mission work is the equivalent of like the tech priests and the Mechanicus like trying to work with the machine spirit. It is omnipotent in its, you know, its way. It's crazy.
Signing of time. Thank you for the sub.
For me,
Appreciate
it's equivalent just D&D with guns.
Thank you
it's
very
so fun
much.
to just get like a bunch of your buddies across, get together, and just play something and have fun, and like see like how that teamwork and planning works so well. But I still like, I've got a few highlights in that. That one of mine is still that one time Fred streaming to like 100 or 200 people, and in Spider, like we're all stuffed in the back of the C-130, all 60 of us, and in Spider, like Fred's like me and Fred are chatting, and then Spider's like, "Yo, you sound like just like that guy from Fox in Space," and then everyone just fucking wheezed with laughter.
You sound like Wolf O'Donnell.
Oh my god, you sound just like him. Are you like, you know, are you like a fan of him? You should run. You should be like, yeah.
Tell him I said hello. That's all. I'll just be like, you sound like this guy. I'm like, oh, do I? Well, tell him I said hello, I guess, and just not say anything else.
You should have just like, you should have run with it. Just be like, who's that guy? You should have just been like, who's Fox?
Sounds like a.
He sounds. Yeah, exactly. He sounds like an ass. Oh yeah, he's that Star Fox animator. Star Fox? What?
Oh, he's the one that does that gay Star Fox cartoon with the legs and stuff. All right.
Oh, okay.
I didn't like it that much. I felt it was a little contrived.
Oh, break his little heart.
Everybody tells me I sound like that.
I would have played Crystal in it.
No, this is the thing. Episode 3 will have Crystal, and I'm talking to a buddy that does a fan-made Star Fox game on the Free Space engine, and he's getting the actual voice actress of Crystal to voice Crystal in that. And we just traded info on Discord, so when I get episode 3 running, and I get Crystal put into it, which will be a good character. It's not going to be like a shitty meme or anything. Like, she's going to be just like Farah or Cap Monroe or anybody else. Like, it's just going to be a regular character. But I think I will be able to have the actual voice actress voice Crystal.
Oh, that brought me down to the chat.
Yeah. I mean, from what I've heard, the voice actor is like really chill and down with like the community stuff. Cause
there are a couple
you
of
know
them
about
that
the
are really cool.
Because you must know about the Half-Life 2 one where like they mod Crystal in it for the whole thing, and they got the voice actor that
Stella
was
Ellis.
wild for me.
I think that's awesome, and people being involved. And there's like a couple of fanboys are like, oh, he doesn't like your character, don't voice, and that, you know, that's not true. I'm totally willing to put her in the cartoon and voice her as like a really cool character, and no meme stuff or anything, like nothing ridiculing or silly or non sequitur or anything. Like it's going to be a living, breathing character in my version of the Star Fox universe, and if she doesn't want to do it, I 100% understand. But I believe she said to Neff, the dude that's making Event Horizon, that she's down for it. She added me on Discord, so
I mean, obviously,
I was like,
can't
oh my
speak
god,
for
she
her,
added me,
yeah.
oh my god. I was really nervous. I didn't say anything. I was just like, well, yeah, just tell her, like, I'm excited and I'll be up for it whenever episode 3 starts. She isn't going to be very
Aw.
long. Yeah, I was super shy. I'm a baby at that stuff.
I can't see you being shy. I find it hard for me to think
No, like
that.
when I was
but-
with Vinny Vinesauce and Germa getting their voices for episode 2.
Oh, yeah.
I would, like sitting like I've talked to Germa like 2 or 3 times before on voice chat. You know, just like a little quick, like, hey, how you doing? I just, you know, this and this is going to be this, and then another time it was just me, him, and D-Mac just like hanging out and talking for like an hour. But anytime, like even for that, even if it's not for like a voice acting thing, even if it's just in a voice chat with somebody or saying hi, my heart is at like 130 BPM and I'm sweating and having an anxiety attack. I'm very, very socially anxious.
You know, you're describing how I feel right now, right?
Oh, well, you ain't gotta feel like that. Like that's what I like when Rex first came in. And he's like, oh, you the guy that does the Fox and Space cartoon. I'm like, you're the guy that does Starship, the comic. Like after like 5 or 6 days, it's just like, oh, hey, what are you doing? Oh, nothing. I just farted. Oh, okay. Yeah, that
Scratch
happens.
my nuts. I can smell them from here.
It's like, yeah, it's just you get to just be like it's somebody it's like being in an army company or whatever. You're like, oh yeah, I'm just laying around. Like, I gotta clean this place up. Blah blah. What are you? Oh hey, oh look who it is. Oh, what are you up to? Oh nothing. Just laying around, whatever. Like it really does become like that. It's just like, what are you up to? So I'd be like that, like some animators Discords that I hang out in. The first time I go in, I'm like, I really like your stuff, and they're like, oh, you're that Star Fox guy. I like you, yeah, I like your stuff. And I'm like, oh my god, he knows who I am. Oh my god, like, so what are you doing right now? And then like after a week or two, it's just like, oh hey, bing, like, oh so and so joined. Hey, what the fuck you up to? Just working on my thing in Blender. Oh yeah, I'm just Clip Studio Paint, blah blah. And it's nothing. It's just like, oh, what are you doing? Oh, just It gets to be like that. I mean, I can understand somebody with like 8 million subscribers every time they come in a chat room. There's like 400 people or something, but you know, around here, everybody's working on something.
I prefer it that way.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. I don't think I could hang out here if it was just like static from like 500 people. Like, hey, you do a thing, do a cameo on TikTok. What do you just?
Can I play a Family Guy clip? Let me real quick. Let me stream it. God, please.
I went into what's his face, Markiplier. I was on his Discord once when he came in. And I just clicked on it, and it was just like there were like 900 people in there, and that's all. It was literally just TV static. I was like, I couldn't do that.
Yeah, I can't. I'm definitely in a few servers that are like have a lot of people in them, and I have made attempts to just chat to people, but like I don't like big servers with big chats. Like, this is right, 10 out of 10. That's my limit.
Yeah.
I really can't go any higher than that because it stops being a chat and it just becomes an auditorium.
Yeah, so if there's some people listening or whatever, that's different. But usually when you get like 15 or 20 people, everyone is trying to get a word in and everybody's interrupting everyone, and that gets my blood pressure up. I was like, I can't do that. I can't like try to explain something. It's like, hey, is anybody in here doing the? You guys know about the Robux? I can't not. I'll lose my mind.
There's like a Discord feature. It's like called Audiences, where it's like you have a sort of unique voice channel where everyone who joins is automatically listening, but only people that are given a certain role
are
able
allowed to speak. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like passing someone the microphone, and there are a few bigger channels in the Discord
here
service
has-
that have done like
I
they've done
have the
like
talking
Q and
stick.
A's that way.
Yeah,
Brett,
yeah.
I have the talking stick.
You are not holding this. Hold on. Okay.
I took
Slava,
another
can you
piece.
hand him the stick real quick?
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Hi,
Okay.
hi.
I think
okay.
he needs nitro.
Oh, no, I've got nitro. Don't worry. Queen, I slay nitro.
We could totally make a talking stick roll. That would be so crazy. Slash
Honestly-
me, hands donk the talking stick, and Mers deeply.
Well, it was nice. I'll see y'all later.
Good night, everyone.
See ya.
I need that sound on my soundboard just to sign out the dum.
Even better, just to use the little music sting they have whenever someone's eliminated off of the weakest link.
Oh no, if we had it your way, it'd be the not the Jerry Springer show. That's a completely different one. What's a show I despise with every inch of my being because of the bass line?
Oh, Seinfeld?
That's the one. Yeah, if we had it your way, it'd be a Seinfeld bass line whenever somebody leaves. I love you. I love Tiger, but I cannot stand the Seinfeld show. I just can't.
It's okay. It's okay.
Well,
We're not
yeah,
all
it's like it would be like you trying to convince someone that Gary Tank Commander is not total wank.
I hate it. I hate Gary the Tank Commander as well, though.
Yeah, like, oh no, that's the thing. If somebody's like, oh wait, why don't you like Seinfeld? Would be like someone where you are being like, oh, why don't you like Gary Tank Commander?
See, I'm the same with Friends, where it's usually like everyone loves Friends. Like, why don't you like Friends? It's so wholesome and fun. And like, Friends makes me want to like drill a hole in my head.
This is the tricky thing. I don't like Friends, and I like I do like Seinfeld. I like the actor. I think he's a good actor, but like I can't watch Seinfeld because like you saw me. I went like almost feral with rage because every 10 seconds there was a bass line, and I was like, why? Why is there a bass line?
So I can add context to this. So without revealing too many personal things, when I was visiting Donk in Scotland, we had all rented like an Airbnb place, but we weren't able to have access to it until like the next day. So we all had to spend the night in his place, and
I mean that sounds so much more romantic.
I thought it was romantic, but whatever. Until I learned that apparently I snore really badly, so I was kicked out of the room.
Okay, that was a group vote.
Look, I don't blame anyone, but still, I did get kicked out of the room, and so I found like a nice little like spot on the couch to kind of sleep in. And I woke up early, and since I woke up early, I'm just like, oh, I'll just turn on some TV, and sure enough, there was Seinfeld.
Why do they call it a blowjob? I mean, it's not a job. Oh, no, wait a minute, Jerry. Some people who do blowjobs get paid for them. Well, what is
Yeah, so I'm like watching Seinfeld in the living room, and like Donk's house is one of those houses where like the living room and the kitchen are just like, attached to each other. There's no wall between them. And
British.
so they're sleeping upstairs, and like I'm just watching Seinfeld. They're all heading downstairs to get breakfast, and just seeing the look on his face was like, God damn it, I know that bass line anywhere. I'm just like, oh, good morning. Just continuously watching Seinfeld.
on the TV. Because that was the thing, right? I'd always I'm pretty sure I'd watched like Seinfeld either like when I was younger in like a past life, and I couldn't remember vibing with it, and so like Tiger was like, come down, come and watch the Seinfeld with me. I was like, fine, I will watch an episode. And yes, like I was saying, Fred, I was feral by like 10 minutes in because
On all fours, bounding around the living room.
well, it was. I honestly, I was like, I was just looking
I
for
tried.
objects.
I really tried.
And you did, and I'll give you that much because I was genuinely looking for objects to just throw at walls. And again, it's not the acting, it's not the cast, it's not the plots, it's the baseline, because
the music cues and the sound effects.
It's not even the music cues and the sound effects. Like if it did it at the right points, I would have respected it. I would have been like, that's a cool baseline. I like that. But it was like Jerry would say 2 sentences, and then a bass would play, and then the other guy would say a single sentence, and then the bass would play.
It didn't use the bass that much.
It did. It absolutely did.
It uses the
He's
bass.
gonna die on this hill.
No, it uses the bass when transitioning from scene to scene. It does not do it after every joke.
And every transition was like 5-10 minutes, and I would sit there screaming.
We'll see about that.
What's the deal? And I would be sitting there, and I'm pretty sure at one point I physically raised my voice, and I just went, "Why is there a bass line there? Why is there a bass line?"
Well, it's because it ended the episode. So no, I don't care.
The
I'm
episode
tired of hearing the bass line.
The episode should have ended when the credits started.
Yeah.
The second the title card showed up, should have ended.
We had
Just use of a bass.
We had our first in-couple fighting. It was very romantic.
It was.
And
Yeah. A dry seat in the house.
I just have to say, Fred, this is all your fault. I just hope you know that.
Technically,
Maybe
yes,
you
yeah,
like
because
Curb Your Enthusiasm.
I like Curb.
Yeah, that's by the writer of Seinfeld. It's like R-rated Seinfeld without the bass line. Really,
But this is bringing us back to that point.
it's
But
very
the thing
hard
is-
to watch, but for good
It's bringing me
things.
back to that original point. I don't dislike Seinfeld. I dislike whoever
The
patched
audio
together the
design,
bass
the
lines.
music
He
engineering. I got you.
deserved.
Threw a bass guitar
So,
down the
okay,
stairs or something.
So our couple's compromise is Curb Your Enthusiasm. I can live with that.
I'm about to curb
You
the
know-
enthusiasm of whoever played that bass line.
You know, there is a Curb Your Enthusiasm plotline where they recreate a Seinfeld episode.
I will hurt you.
You already did.
No, unless I get
Damn,
done first
get
for
him-
that
get
travesty
him
of
out.
toast.
Honestly, though, we pretty much forgot about the whole Seinfeld thing by the time we were eating Brazilian meat.
Oh my god, that Brazilian was phenomenal.
It was
So-
the most expensive meal I had ever paid for in my life, and it was worth every dollar.
My god.
Hell yeah.
So we went to Edinburgh, and we went to this place called Farandina or Farzenda. It was like a very posh side of Edinburgh, and thank you, I do appreciate that. Otis. And we all went there, and it was Zen and Saru's anniversary. So I made the critical error of saying I'll pay for you guys. That was my first mistake. So we went in, we sat down, and that was the only mistake I ever made, to be honest, because the food was phenomenal. It was like, I've never been to a Brazilian steakhouse. I didn't know like the concept of like a buffet of steaks. And the problem was, Zen kept, so you had these little like coloured cards, like a red and green card that you would flip over, and green would mean like they would just keep bringing food to your plate.
Yeah, I remember hearing about this. Was that you that were talking about it, Rex? Or is it like a place where you just like you flip a card if you don't want any more stuff?
Basically,
we were all talking about that on our last trip.
Yeah. I remember hearing about that recently.
Basically, you don't order a menu item so much as you pay for dinner, and each item of the menu at one point will be brought over to the
It's
table.
like a steak streaming service.
It's a buffet,
In a way.
but they bring it's a buffet, but they bring all of the food to you. Instead
I just like that they bring it on swords too, and then they
Yeah.
cut it off onto your plate with a knife.
They'll just hold the item in front of you, and if your plate was green, they'll just assume you want some. Like, all right, how many slices? And you can take as many as you wanted.
Bring me your finest pork sword.
My only disappointment about that restaurant was that the steak was so good and I had so much of the steak that my only disappointment was that by the end they got to the chicken and it looked so good, but I was too stuffed, so I had to turn it down.
I
You
remember
get
that.
the beef sweats. Like,
And-
it's an actual condition.
Meat sweats.
That I enjoy. Yeah.
I hate to say it, but like, and pardon the use of the words, but meat fills you up faster, so it's just like,
does.
ugh. Ah, there it is.
Why did it sound so heavy though?
Yeah, that's the gut.
It's like, why did it sound wet?
That was his hernia coming out. That wasn't his belt.
You ever seen one of these before?
Put that away! Oh my god, why did it sound wet when it hit the table? Ew.
Oh, Southpaw. Yeah, dude, I've totally been to a Fogo de Chao. We actually
Oh my
had one in
God.
California, and that was like
A
my
Fogo
third
de
Brazilian.
Chao.
Oh, it's so good.
Texas de Brazil.
Never been to Texas de Brazil, if that's actually a thing, but I've been
It
to Fogo
is.
de Chao. Okay, well, I'm in Texas. I better check it out before I'm gone, I guess.
Yeah, but the food was great. I stuffed myself, and I was super glad that I only drank water that entire time, because it meant I had the small share of the bill.
I think the bill must have been for me £300, which is like the equivalent of $420. Like I'm a fat bastard. I'm not as fat as I used to be, but
Well, you
I
also
like-
paid for
I-
3 people.
I did, but I like my food, and I'm I'm Scottish, so I'm very tight with money.
That's pretty
So,
fancy.
Yeah, because it was the
yeah, so-
anniversary. Like you all were just ordering different cocktails and stuff. I was
Oh
like, no,
my
I'm
God.
good. I'll have water.
That
It's
bill
not the
was
food that gets you,
phenomenal.
it's the drinks are like
Every
£8
time.
Yeah.
each.
Oh, yeah, it was the drinks that got us, but they were worth it. They was pretty
Speaking of, I need another Coke for more Jack and Coke.
I finished my
let's
whole
go.
bottle of wine.
Oh my God, how
Next
classy.
time you're over, we need to go to the Panda Bar, which is like on the south side of Edinburgh. You go in and it's just like an empty shop. You go over to a bookcase and push it open, and you go down into the basement where we've got like a speakeasy.
Yeah, like a speakeasy.
That's
Oh,
awesome.
I'm currently unemployed, so when are you taking me out?
I'll take you for fucking hot chocolate later on this week.
Oh, please, I
I
would
might
really
as
appreciate
well,
that.
while we're telling stories, I might as well tell the story about Oatcake being the best person ever. Because I was
It's
getting...
a lie, I tell you. It's a fucking lie.
No, seriously, like, so I had the plane tickets on the way home because I originally bought the round trip.
Yeah.
And this is when like COVID regulations were going on, and the requirements were you needed a negative COVID test to go home, and your Vax card. And basically, I had a test, but it was one of those like tests that you could like get in a store. And even though it said I was negative, I was at the I was at the airport, and the takeoff time was going to be like 5 a.m. So I was at the Edinburgh airport at like 3:30 a.m., 4 a.m., somewhere around in there. And Oatcake and I had decided to just stay up all night to just wait until then, because by the time we had gotten to the Airbnb, it was like midnight, so we just weren't going to bother. And so, drove 40 minutes from the Airbnb to the... Was it 40 minutes or was it like 30?
It's about that. It's about that.
Yeah, drove like 40 minutes from the Airbnb to the airport, and I'm just like ready to go home. And the person who lets you onto the plane decided to be way too stickler about the rules, and basically just looked at my test and was like, "What's this?" It's my negative COVID test. Well, how do I know you took the test?
Yeah, you had to pay like well, they wanted you to pay like $300 to have a webcam conversation with someone to take the same test.
Yeah,
So that they could then take the
basically-
code off it and forward it to the airport.
Basically, they were wanting proof that I had acquired this test and taken the test, and that it was a legitimate test. and the store-bought test was not good enough. And so what they did was they took my passport, and I guess there's like a metallic strip in your passport that they can use to like add like marks on it or whatever. And so she like took my passport, swiped it like a credit card, and basically just said, "You have been disallowed on the flight until you can get like an actual legitimate test." And the flight was taking off in 30 minutes, and there was no way that like I could like go to like a hospital or something and get a test and go back in time. And so
So this bit, I'd literally gotten home after driving around
yeah,
all day.
I'm like,
I got to my bed, closed my eyes, my phone vibrated on the nightstand, and I was like, "Oh, that'll be from on this flight." But you know what? I'll check it just to find out. If my eyes had been closed for another 10 seconds, I would have been sound asleep.
yeah, like
But no,
so
here it was.
Yeah, like so I am the person where I'm a pretty calm and chill guy. I do not have like anxiety attacks or anything like that. I think the only time I ever had an anxiety attack was in that moment, because I'm just like, I'm panicking. I've had no sleep all night, and it's almost 5 a.m. in the United Kingdom, so everyone is asleep. And then in America, everyone's just going to bed. So like I had like no one to contact, no sleep, nowhere to sleep, and I'm just like
What
walking around the
happened?
airport trying. So what ended up happening was I just had to bite the bullet and buy another last minute ticket home after staying another like day and taking a test. I will say, because like I texted Oatcake on Telegram, and like Oatcake said, she was about to fall asleep, and she basically said like, "God damn it, you're lucky I'm still awake." And so she had to drive 45 minutes back to the airport, take me 45 minutes back to the Airbnb. And
Then
so
I went to work.
I basically had to we had to explain,
Then I came back.
we had to explain to my sleepy boyfriend what was going on, and
We're
then
back.
I finally
It
got
wasn't-
some sleep, and
It
then
wasn't that. I remember. God, it must have been about
My dead
maybe
face.
5 or 6 o'clock. No, I got a phone. It was
Jesus.
either it was a phone call on Telegram or something. I think you gave me. You texted me on Telegram, Oats, and you were like, and then you and Tiger both texted me. You kind
Open
of
the
told
door,
me,
please, is what I said.
yeah. No, no,
Oh
no,
my
no.
lord!
I'm pretty
Get
sure
up.
you. I'm pretty
Your
sure you told
boyfriend's-
me. No, I'm pretty sure you pre-warned me at some point. Maybe not. I'd have to look back. But I do remember just being like, "What the hell?" Because I was surprised how calm you were, because I was panicked when you told me that. I was like, "Holy crap! What's going to happen? What's going on? Oh my god! Like this
I
is."
was calm texting.
Yeah.
Inside my brain though, I was very panicky.
It was nice to spend another day with you though. But yeah, though you've definitely made like a roundabout excuse to not want to leave for an extra day.
Yeah, and so basically the net after I had finally gotten some sleep, we basically did like, how much of a hike was it? Like 2 miles?
It wasn't that bad. So
I'll say it was bad, but it was like a mile,
Yeah,
2 mile
so-
hike. We basically like took a hike to like a nearby town that had like an NHS center, and
Yeah.
it's literally like if you've ever been in those like vaccine clinics inside like a Walgreens or a CVS, it's like that whole NHS center is like just the size of one of those, and it's literally just a line of like 4 people technically
them
going
was my
out the
teacher.
door. Yeah, it was technically going out the door, but that's just because of how small the building was, and it was just people, like older people, picking up their prescriptions.
Yeah,
And-
basically.
And basically, it was my turn within like 5 minutes, and I basically filled out the form. It's like, okay, what do you want? What's your name? Oh, you're a foreigner. What's your passport number? And that was it. And basically when they asked why I needed the test and I explained why, they're like, oh, we'll give you like a half discount. I'm like, oh, I love this place. Even when I'm not getting the free healthcare, I'm still getting cheaper healthcare. And so got the test, and because it was from the NHS, it was official. And so I just had to get a plane ticket for the next morning. And luckily I had enough emergency money saved up to cover it.
You didn't completely lose your other ticket, did you?
Well, the thing is, so the first ticket I bought was a round trip, and it was at a time because
you didn't get any of the money back for that.
No.
Are you fucking serious?
No, because the reason is I had already taken the trip to there.
Yeah.
And then also when I called the insurance, because I actually bought insurance for the ticket. When I called them, they said
it would have been your own fault. That's what they would have said.
yes, because they said it's not that I missed my flight; I was disqualified from the flight.
So the covers. Oh my god, I would have.
Yes.
I got denied my flight 1 minute past 7.
The good news is this was at a time where because of COVID, airtime prices were at an all-time low. So the whole round trip of me going from the middle of the US to Edinburgh for a week, it was only a few $100s. So it really wasn't that bad.
My round trip was like $1,700.
But see, I'm getting there. But having to buy a last-minute flight home to the United States for the next day, that was $2,200.
One
Wait,
way.
hold. You did not tell me you paid $2,000.
I did.
Are you kidding me?
No, I did.
You toned it down. You said it was about 1,000.
Yeah, you toned it down.
I did not say it was
you
1,000.
did. Tiger, I'm telling you right now. See, if I
I
found
did
out
not.
that was £2,000, I would have kept you there for another 2 weeks until it would have been cheaper. Don't you? Oh,
No, so I had to get a flight home because I was
had work.
No, see, because on my end, I had used up my paid time off for the trip, and so
even the chat says we should beat you up.
So I was able to stay the extra day because it was a holiday in the United States, but I was supposed to go to work. I was scheduled for most of that week, so I'm just I had to go home.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure phoning up your library and being
I
"Yo,
was
listen."
very stressed, hon.
No, I know. I am stressed right now because you have now accidentally admitted that you paid $2,200 for that flight.
Yeah.
I am.
It was last minute. It was weekend, and it was going to America on a holiday. And
he's angry and disappointed.
Listen, somebody's gonna have to phone. Somebody's gonna have to phone 911. I'm really about to start a domestic here.
The point is, I was very fortunate to have a large amount of emergency money saved up. So I had $3,000 in my emergency fund for just a situation like this. So, the emergency money did its job. It sucked, but I didn't I didn't lose rent or something over that. So
I'm still really annoyed at you.
That's crazy for me to think that that the ticket costs 3 times
Our
more
mommy
than
and
your
daddy
rent.
getting a divorce.
but I saved so much money on the first trip too anyway that so it basically
excuse it.
I'm just saying if the prices hadn't been so low in the first place, all things considered, it evened out.
What matters is he got home safe.
I don't like being stressed, so I say these things to try to not think about that.
And de-stress problems by throwing money at it.
That's fucking speechless.
You did
But hey, you
serious.
know what? That extra day we spent sure was wonderful.
Well, you did get to meet my teacher, which was a really weird encounter.
Yeah,
Fun
also
but
have-
She
weird.
was like,
story.
what, your band teacher?
Oh, let's hear. Yeah, she was my music teacher.
Yeah.
But Oates is right. You mentioned it was $600 or $700 is what I remember.
No,
and I was
I
like,
did not say it was that low.
You did not say it was over 2,000 or like
I
100.
absolutely did.
I'm
Show
sure it
the
was
receipt.
1,200. You said to me. So
That's not
we-
what I
You
said.
have
We're gonna
to
do the
forget
judge
you borrowed
Judy.
it from him.
By the way, I want to hear Slava. I want to hear Slava's story.
receipt.
Yeah. What was Slav's story?
1 second.
That was a great story, thank you.
Yeah. So basically, when
Yes, please.
when I came here in in Batumi, like in Georgia, basically, it was my first flight ever in my life. So I didn't know anything basically, and so you know, I'm from Kaliningrad, so basically exclave of Russia, whatever. And I bought flight tickets from Kaliningrad to like St. Petersburg, then to Minsk, and from Minsk to like Georgia. And I thought, wait a minute, there is a train. Why should I like stress out like moving across the St. Petersburg like in a different airport when I can just take a train through Lithuania and get to the Minsk.
Hey, did you,
Belarus.
doggy?
So I did it.
Come on in.
But I didn't know that when you are buying a chain of flights, like as a one purchase, you need to follow that. Otherwise, you're not you're not allowed on a flight, basically.
We're discussing international traveling woes with our Scottish and Russian friends.
Right to the Georgia, and like I showed my tickets, and and she's saying like, wait, you didn't fly it on these planes, right? I said yes. Sorry, but you cannot like fly on this because you like ruined the chain of flights and something like that. And I was like, what the fuck? And basically, I was super stressed. I had to exchange money to buy the new tickets. The new tickets cost for me like
Sounds
basic
like bullshit.
$700 or something. But with my income, it's basically like 2,000 of yours. Like it's basically equal amount of money in percentage. Yeah, it was bad, but I learned a lesson. I didn't know that. Now I know.
Never heard of that before.
Yeah, no, I don't think I don't know what like Eastern European flights are like though, because I know like I've heard Air Poland has some really funky logic, to put it bluntly.
I just hate flying in general.
I love flying. I hate I hate the airports and I hate the logistics and stuff. Like I've not had quite an expensive experience like that. Compared to Tiger with your 2200 or Pure Slava with having to bunny hop flights, and I couldn't even imagine doing that.
Oh,
But
I have a thing to say about your airports.
okay, here we go. Let's hear it then. What you got?
So Edinburgh's airport was great.
Yeah.
London Heathrow.
No, London doesn't count. London's a shithole.
I know, and I am explaining why it is a shithole.
Oh, okay, this is good. I'm always down for an
continue.
insult London. Yeah, I'm always down
Yeah.
for an insult London, Fred. Let's go.
This is why I have many Scottish friends. Yeah, so the flight, it was from where I live to Charlotte, North Carolina, which in my opinion is the best airport I've ever been to.
Yeah, Charlotte, North Carolina is where I flew to London.
That's my favorite airport easily. And then it was from there to London Heathrow. London Heathrow, now I get it. London is one of the busiest airports in the world. It turns out Charlotte is busier, so I'm not giving it any excuses. So London Heathrow is like multiple airport stations that are connected via bus. And I don't mean like trams or trains that you have in like an airport that take you from one terminal to another. I mean like you're actually just flat out taking a city bus and like having to ride like miles to go from one part of the airport to the other.
Is that Heathrow?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
And,
4 terminals are a nightmare. Yeah.
And so once you're there, London Heathrow had, and I'm going to clarify this. They had staff from around the world working at the airport. The staff that were actually British were some of the meanest and most unhelpful airport staff I have ever
Would
experienced.
you like to rephrase that?
0-hour contracts do to you.
Yes, they're all English, Oatcake. I'm sure they were all English, if that's what you were wanting. But
I'm not going to say that, but
but yeah, yes, all of the native English workers there were extremely rude and unhelpful and dismissive. And I had never been in an international airport, so it'd be simple things like, "Hey, this is my first time in London. Can you tell me where security is?" Like, "Oh, can't you read the fucking sign? It's right there."
That's how
like,
I felt in Montreal. I was like, yeah, I'm from America. I need to find it. Sir, won't you please just look at the fucking sign, you idiot?
And
Please
it's
go
like-
this way, you American trash.
Yeah,
I'm like,
and of
okay,
course-
thank you, I guess.
And it's like the whole thing is so big. It's like, could you be more specific? There's like 10 trillion signs. There's more signs than in a shopping mall food court. Like, but and then all of the workers who were very clearly like from other countries just working there for a few days were some of the nicest people in the airport. I wonder why. And they helped me get through and stuff, but the lines were by far the longest. The security was the second harshest after Bangor, Maine, I will say. Because
Really, Bangor gave you some trouble?
The security guy in Bangor, Maine groped me.
Why?
What, like in the ball swimsuit area?
So I was on my way home, and Fred.
One thing though, how old was he?
He was older.
Like an old. I've noticed that when I go to airports, like old dudes will like straight up like trace the perineum and whatnot.
His hair was salt. His hair was like salt and pepper, so you could convince me he's like.
Let me feel your orbs there, chummy. Don't wiggle.
He's drawing a picture.
Like, Greg, Zio, and Nita. Greg, Zio, and Nita had dropped me off at the airport, and they walked me to security in the Bangor, Maine airport on the way back, and they were watching me go through security, and I guess Mita didn't see it because it was kind of like out of angle or whatever. But basically, like,
when y'all left.
But in the security, because like I was like really tired, like they had said something, and I was just like tired brain. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, could you repeat that? And for whatever reason, the guy thought that was like extremely suspicious, and just said like, all right, wise guy, like step through here. And then he just kind of like felt me down and like really started like cupping me in the balls area. I'm just like, okay. So
quietly whisper. If you're such a wise guy, you should have just quietly whispered in his ear, "Harder, daddy." You know what he said?
I was not interested in getting in trouble with TSA.
Yeah, that's one thing. Like with cops, you got a
play with
little
them.
leeway.
Not
You can
T-
complain
not
a
TSA.
little bit. TSA just if they
Don't,
stick if a finger slips in, don't act
Let it.
annoyed. Just roll with obviously
That
take
sounds-
this with a grain of
So
salt.
that being said, like at least
Get your
London
head involved.
Heathrow didn't grope me, but at least Bangor also had the nicer airport outside of like that security mishap. I had a bad experience there, but the airport was great there. Heathrow, though, not only was the airport big, the lines were long, and most of the staff was rude, but let me just say, maybe I just had a bad luck of the draw when it came to the terminal airport building I was assigned to, but it had the worst selection of food and lounging.
That is almost
Oh, that's
all
just
of it. Every time I
lounging.
went through London,
They didn't have a
I had
curry
a bad
vending machine.
experience.
No. So these were all of my food options in the terminal I was in. And keep in mind, this terminal might as well be the size of like a smaller airport. So there was plenty of.
Can I take a guess?
Go for it.
Okay. In no particular order: Weatherspoons, Burger King, Costa.
No.
What? Really?
No. So here's the thing. My options were super fancy, high-priced Gordon Ramsay restaurant.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Schrippel has one as well.
there was a place. It was just called Food from Around the World.
That does sound miserable.
I ended up eating there for lunch just because I had to have something.
Wait, wasn't Gordon Ramsay's thing? Was it called plain food, but like airplane instead of normal?
Yes.
Gordon Ramsay plain food. Because you're getting ready to get on a plane.
But the food from around the world.
Sorry, I just Googled Gordon Ramsay restaurant Heathrow, and that's what came up.
Yeah. And this place that was called Food Around the World, like it had options there, but all of the food was extremely.
Options are all shite.
Yeah, it was dog shit. It was stale. There was one item that said like genuine American cheeseburger, and I'm like, oh, this will be great. It's very rare that I'm on the other side of the coin here. Let me see what the British think a genuine American cheeseburger is. It was the driest thing I had had.
It's like cheeseburger in a can. It's like American cheeseburger in can. Open now.
If it came in a can, there would at least be a chance of moisture. There was no moisture on this whole thing.
I have to share this. This is just like 15 seconds. Hold on.
Yeah. It's probably Heathrow, like when you arrive in Heathrow, it just takes a little bit out of your soul.
This is your money. Give me a smoking. No smoking. You give me very little money.
Emperor, the way you talked about the reports, it made it seem like your whole trip was just...
Attack, Moses! Magu!
Amazing.
So in this part, he's meeting with this spy guy, and they're like toughing it out, like seeing who's the bigger man or whatever here. And the guy he's like attack Moses, which means and such you can do, and he breaks a brick over his head. Like he breaks a brick over his own head, and Captain Pronin is like, I can do that. And he breaks a brick over the guy's head instead of his own head. And that's kind of the joke there. He's like, oh, yeah, can you do this? And he's kind of saying, he's like, yeah, I can do that. But instead of breaking it over his own head, because he's like, can you be? He just goes, Magu.
Magu.
Yeah, ya Magu means like, ya Magu means I can. Te możesz is you can. It's like Spanish. The verbs have a different conjugation depending on if it's I, you, him, her, she doing it, they doing it, we doing it, and whatnot. Like, so he's like tak, T-A-K is such, like so or such. He's like is like and or but. So it's like atak możesz. Możesz is the te, like the you, the tu conjugation of can, like able to.
Because it's implied. Right?
Yeah, you don't have to say te atak te możesz. You can just say możesz. Like you don't have to say you can. You can just say can. Like if you say możesz, the te is implied. So he's like atak możesz, and Pronin is just like magu. M-O-G-U, like magu is the conjugation. It's the I can version of możesz, which is you can. So can you or whatever. It's like, you know, yo corro, tu corres. Oh, I gotta close that now, don't I? You dipped out.
Finished drawing tonight.
Yeah, tu corres. Ellos or nosotros corremos, ellos corren, you know, and él corre, ella corre, you know, like he runs, she runs, we run, they run. Like correr becomes a different conjugation depending on who the pronoun that's doing it, just like in Russian. But yeah, like here he's like tak możesz, and so he's saying like such you can, and then Captain Pronin is like Magoo, which it's implying ya Magoo. So he's like ya Magoo, and he does it. But anyway, yeah, this is the.
This is your money. Give me a smoking.
This is your money. Give me a smoking. No smoking. You give me very little money. But anyway, here's the video.
No smoking. You give me very little money. Tak, Rajta. A tak, możesz. Magu.
Okay, go ahead, Emperor. I'm sorry. It's just that was one of the first things I understood in a Russian cartoon when I started learning Russian. I was like, I get it. I get the joke.
It's the backflip that he does. It's such an exit.
Great, yeah. But to describe this burger, imagine the entire patty is like, if you've ever had like frosted.
Where did you end up eating though? At the airport?
Well, that was the place I ate at, just because there was.
Oh, the Gordon Ramsay plain food.
Well, so so Gordon Ramsay plain food was too expensive.
Yeah, it has three money icons on the Google thing. Jesus.
Yeah, and then like this place called just Food from Around the World, and it said it had a genuine American cheeseburger. So I'm like, okay,
oh God,
I'll try that. The entire patty was like the driest thing I had ever had. Like if you've ever.
How is it compared to like McDonald's or? Arby's
McDonald's is way better.
Really? So it's like that bad, huh?
Imagine frosted mini wheats without the frosting. Imagine the texture of that.
Yeah.
For the entire patty.
For the meat patty.
Yes. That's what it tasted like. And to be clear, they did not mention or ask if there was a way I wanted my burger done. That was just how they did them. So it wasn't that like I ordered it like too well done or something. Like it was because
that's insane.
It was, and but because like the only other options besides those two places, there was like, and this is the most like posh British thing I'd ever seen in my life, a shoe shine bar, a place where you can order fancy alcoholic beverages and pay to get your shoes shined. But there's no food there.
London.
There's no food there, just gin and tonic and whatever other drinks you can get there.
Excuse me, poor little Victorian child. Whilst I consume this little gin and tonic, I wish for you to brush mine shoes and cry whilst you do so.
And then there was
a very good, sir.
There was a cafe restaurant, but it was closed, so I couldn't eat there. And then the other option is basically just gas station convenience store. So like if I wanted to, I could get some like Cheetos and a Dr. Pepper and call that a meal if I really wanted to. And I ended up doing that just because the burger was so bad. But somehow those were my only food options in that entire airport. And the Edinburgh airport, by contrast, the layout made a lot more sense. The lines went by quicker, and the food selection was so much better. There was a Burger King, there was a Subway, there was a Starbucks, there was a Krispy Kreme donut stand.
Your sushi?
Also,
I didn't notice a sushi place, but I'm not a sushi guy, so I wasn't looking for one. But basically, there were like half a dozen, actual places to eat there. It was great.
And the trays at security are really big, so you can fit like an entire backpack into the tray.
Oh yeah.
As opposed to America, where you can lucky if I can get a single shoe into one.
Oh yeah.
So another thing, just because I'm partially paying attention to the live stream there, I noticed somebody talk about the posh thing, and this is interesting because me and Tiger recently did something about accents in Britain, and it's not quite, but the best way to describe it is certain words change depending on the vowel sounds. So door, for me as a Scottish person or a northern accent, door and poor don't rhyme. However, a posh English accent, or what we consider what we call received pronunciation, would rhyme. So it would be daw and paw. Same with scones. I say scone. Somebody posh would be scone. It's a scone. And I'm trying to think of some other ones. Like fool and fool. So they could sound different or sound the same. So fuel and fool.
When you said scone, that reminds me of the fact that whenever you visit me, one of the first things I need to do is to get you a real, like, American biscuit. Because there's this thing with both English and Scottish and Welsh, doesn't matter where in Britain you are. There's this British thing where you try to describe an American biscuit. It's like, no, it's not a cookie. It's like, it's kind of like an oven bread pastry thing, but it's not a real, oh, you mean a scone? No. It's
They
not a
are
scone.
similar.
It looks like a scone. It's not the same.
It's
You don't
denser.
understand. It's not the same.
No, I've had biscuits and gravy. It's nice, but it is weird. But it's like having a really dense, savoury scone, but
See,
without anything baked into it, like no cheese or anything like that. It's just
Maybe it's just because I'm specifically a Southerner. Well,
I feel
Midwesterner,
like-
I don't know, but like I'm just like no, like compared to a Southern biscuit, it's just too different for me to say they're the same.
I feel like a scone is just a sweet biscuit.
Same.
If
A
anything.
bit
Because
lighter.
the batter's basically the same. It's just one's actually got something sweetened in it, the scone, versus the biscuit, which is just salt. and-
Scones remind me more of like a
butter.
crumbly muffin top.
I can see that.
It doesn't chew like a scone.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
Scones don't chew like biscuits. They're a little harder initially.
Biscuits are more buttery, in my opinion, and I think that's kind of what sets them apart from scones. But I think that the overall outside texture is very similar.
I've just noticed this, I've just noticed that Flex Air 5 there, and just
Yes.
chef kiss.
Oh, I missed that biscuit and gravy I made for us back in Tennessee. I want to do that again.
next time people are in Edinburgh, we're going for high tea.
The Plan B song is so great.
I love high tea. I'm not even posh, but I love high tea. I just say that's an afternoon tea. It's so very lovely.
Oh, that was another thing when I was in Britain. I'm like, all right, let's see, what's a tea that people insist I'm gonna like, but I'm probably not. Earl Grey. I haven't tried that. So I tried an Earl Grey tea on the streets of Edinburgh.
Nice.
Nope, still not for me.
You're a weirdo. Earl Grey's
I
great.
am. I'm very weird.
I still
I need
speaking
toast
of
to bread,
things,
you know.
Speaking of things, it's like sorry. So rude. I'm so sorry. But I was just gonna say, speaking of weird things, I still remember meeting Charles III, and that was a really weird day because I had.
Hey, hon, I shook hands with the king today. Like, oh,
Yeah.
that's nice.
Yeah, that's exactly what I did. I didn't tell anyone because it was kind of a short notice thing, and I just came home and Tiger was like, how was your day? And I was like, oh, it's fine. I just met the king, shook his hand, had dinner with the First Minister, of Scotland and stuff, and about
Did you transmit the virus?
I will admit there was a temptation to say something, but I'm glad I didn't. But
Because like I remember you kind of mentioned it was like before you met him, but like after the queen had died, like as a joke, like oh, he'll visit and I can pass COVID to him or something.
I'll be honest, like Liz Truss did not have a good week. It just was not her week.
There can only be one Elizabeth.
There can only be one Liz. I reckon that's what they did. They just locked them both in a room and just let them go at it for 5 minutes.
Why is there a Lukashenko with the multi-rocket?
You've never seen this before?
No, he's not seen Flex here.
Oh my god.
I've seen many things like these.
Yeah, like Quark Doge does the best ones by far.
Sincerely does, yes.
These are all just like sensory overload for me.
Why do you think all of us love it? We all have ADHD.
I suppose that's true.
This is just what VR chat is gonna be in a couple years. There will be missions that you will have to drive across the lands like this, and you'll get paid real money to do them. I think in the future, I'm just calling it, but in the future, people will be paid to be NPCs in video games, like Disney World.
I feel like I get paid to be an NPC in real life most of the time.
Oh God,
But you had dialogue.
No, that's too
Meaningless
that's too
dialogue.
cyberpunk for me.
Was that a Keanu cyberpunk?
Yeah, he said, "Wake the fuck up,
sure
Sarah."
was.
Wake the fuck up, samurai. We have a
I'm just gonna go back into my cave and rewatch Seinfeld again.
If you're a baseline come out of your mic, you lose mic privileges.
Has Cyberpunk fixed all the errors that went on in the game? Because I remembered
So-
when Greg... What happened?
When no, it's buggy.
I mean, how would
Yeah.
they add to that for a million years?
It's playable now. Is the best way to
I heard the
describe it.
last one that came out was actually pretty good. I still haven't played it at all.
It's worth playing now. But
No, I'm
it's
fine with it. Like, I've
still-
been playing Callisto Protocol, even with the stuttering. Like, I figured it out. You load the level and then you reload it, and then it doesn't have the stuttering. But they'll fix it in a couple days. It's fine. It was fine. Like, I'm loving it. It's terrifying. The level design and the way the characters look and everything. Like,
Fred.
There's
an update queued for me on that right now. Half a gig, but it's ready.
Oh, it just came out?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Sounds like a
Good.
dream compared to Dark Tide.
I'll let you know how it
I
goes.
love Dark Tide.
So okay, I really like Vermintide, and I like Vermintide 2, but we didn't play it that long because after you beat every level, it's like Left 4 Dead. It's like, okay, we beat the entire campaign. Now we'll come back in 6 months and play a couple levels again. How is it compared to if I liked Vermintide and Vermintide 2, the soundtrack is awesome. Jesper Kide or Kid or whatever. Like, I heard the soundtrack before I saw anything about the game. I was like, this is awesome. What is this? It's like, oh, it's Dark Tide. I was like, this is from the Warhammer game that just came out. My buddy's like, yeah. So, like, yeah, how does it compare?
So
It
it's
is
a
a
tricky
lot
one.
of fun, but it will bust your balls.
Yeah, so comparing it to Vermintide,
More
there's a
people
lot of
on
things we're gonna
screen.
go into, and it's going to be things that, yeah, I would say a little bit less, but there's a lot more shooting involved now. I would say a lot of your basic core concepts of special enemies and things like that are there. Honestly, they're Nurgle infected, so effectively they're just rats, but not rats people. Yeah, so they're just people now. The UI is really scuffed right now in terms of there's a lot of things that it doesn't quite tell you what it is. So for example, it'll be like, here's a gun. The gun has 147 power, and I'll look at the stats and I'll be like, I have no clue what any of these stats mean.
It's like your overall power level, but then every stat underneath it has a percentage. So it gets a percentage of its power level. It is really weird.
I think that's
but-
how Vermintide 2 was, wasn't it? Like, based off
yeah,
what
it was
you
a bit
just had
simpler
a
and-
power called power, and different
But-
clothes you put on raised your power level, and the weapon was
It
based
didn't
on that.
show you a lot of that stuff. It just showed you this is better or this
Right,
is
right.
worse.
Yeah, this one has green text. This one only has red text. Like basically Diablo 3 in a nutshell.
You can go full melee if you want. You can change your build to do stuff, but only once you've leveled up enough. So
Right.
I've been running around with a shovel, and the shovel is absolutely broken. It's fantastic, but doing more damage than one of the big ogre guys who's specifically melee based, and it's like wee tiny shovel do even more damage than it.
Opening song from Freedom Fighter. Yeah, IDOS. When Jesper Kide did the IDOS stuff, when he started with, I don't think he did the first one, but I know he did Silent Assassin. Y'all know Silent Assassin?
Cricket, cricket.
I know.
Hold
Scud,
tight, listen.
The disposable assassin.
love Scud.
This.
But I would say if you like Vermintide, get it. Even with all its flaws, and this is coming from somebody who never actually played. Like
This is F sharp. Sorry, the music I'm playing.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say I was getting caught me off guard there as well. The stream was down, but
Yeah, Dark
the
knows
world
what I'm
building
talking
is
about.
phenomenal. Like I've never played a game that's done a universe more justice in terms of its atmosphere and its just design. Because if you don't know too much about the lore, I won't bore you with it. But effectively,
Everything is horrible.
It is. But effectively, cities are like continent-sized and are miles upon miles in height and kind of builds up over everything. So like you're going down into the bowels of these cities and you're looking around the map, and the scale is colossus, in its in terms of the scale. But you still realise that you're still kind of underground in this dark, dingy city. And it's really good. Like there's been a few times that I've just stopped and looked around and went, "Holy shit, this looks amazing!" And then I proceeded to beat the shit out of a bunch of infected sort of walkers.
ILO can be pretty good as well. Not as good as Vermintide at the moment, but
obviously get it, and then come and play with me. We'll get you. We'll get you a few games. You, Oats, and Retail, which is one of my buds. We'll get a nice team going.
I have to tell Fred this. Fred, so the greatest, funniest story in sports happened recently.
Which one?
Do you ever follow cricket?
I'm off to my bed.
You mean like the phone that old people have with the big buttons on it?
The not baseball sport
Yeah,
that British
no,
countries play.
I do not.
It's like
See,
it's like baseball but gayer.
Yeah, see, I don't follow it either because I'm a normal person. But the most amazing thing happened because I guess before the football World Cup, there was a cricket World Cup that happened this same year too. And apparently it is like a sort of like
Uh-oh. Hold tight. I think Discord just crashed. I'm not in here. It's sort of like... Man, my apologies. That was incredibly rude. I'll have to apologize when I get back in.
But,
hello, are you there? Yeah, I heard it's sort of like, and then my Discord crashed. Maybe I closed it by accident. I don't know. I loaded Winamp. When I closed Winamp, it fucked up. Maybe I closed something. Anyway, I just heard it's sort of like.
It's sort of like baseball, but it's different.
Oh
it's
no,
kind of,
I know cricket. I know cricket bat. You do that. You hit the little tiny ball, and then you run there and back, and then you run there and back. Yeah, I've watched it before. I just
yeah. Like I said before you lagged out, it's like baseball but gayer.
Baseball meets shuttle run.
It's gay baseball.
But
Gaseball. Sorry.
So basically, the same year that they're having like the football / soccer FIFA World Cup or whatever, earlier this year they had a cricket World Cup, and apparently it's like one of the jokes in cricket is that apparently Pakistan's team is supposed to be really good, and Zimbabwe's team is supposed to be embarrassingly bad, and in the qualifying round, Zimbabwe beat Pakistan. So it's like, oh yeah, one of those like 80s sports movie stories. The underdogs.
Hell freezes over kind of thing.
Hell freezes over. Pakistan is crying as they have a national week of mourning, and it rains for the first time in 100 years. All the cliches.
Yeah.
But on Twitter, there were a lot of really interesting tweets from people from Zimbabwe saying that their victory was a long-awaited revenge, like they had fulfilled a prophecy or something. So I had to investigate and see what was going on, and oh my gosh, So I presume you're familiar with the Mr. Bean movies,
I saw Bean.
but you're aware of like the concept, right? Like Rowan Atkinson plays a very silly person.
Yeah, I've seen Mr. Bean. And the first Bean movie from '98.
Yeah. So it turns out, for whatever reason, the Mr. Bean movies are like huge hits in Zimbabwe.
You fucking killed the man.
If I've already got you, then you better get
Mr.
ready.
We will sit here and we will watch the entire discography of Mr. Bean. Welcome to join us to watch this. We are going to binge watch Mr.
And I've learned that apparently because Mr. Bean's character does not Mr. Bean's character does not like speak English dialogue, he's apparently very popular in a lot of countries. But in Zimbabwe, Mr. Bean is just like really popular. Yeah. So
the part where he puts the bomb inside of the paint can and it instantly goes boom and paints all of the walls in his room. So splendid.
So basically
apologize.
A few years back, Zimbabwe was going to host this like giant like entertainment festival, like in their capital or whatever. And Zimbabwe, it's not a place that a lot of people visit. And so the ambassador from Pakistan was visiting Zimbabwe and learned about this entertainment festival and learned how much they loved Mr. Bean. So the ambassador from Pakistan promised, he's like, hey, maybe I can try to use my connections to pull some strings, and I'll get Mr. Bean to visit Zimbabwe.
Here we go.
Yeah. So yeah.
Tell me this isn't this is real.
This is real. This is real. And just wait, it gets better. So naturally, word spreads, and the entire country is ecstatic. No celebrity cares about Zimbabwe. The fact that Mr. Bean, Rowan Atkinson, is going to visit Zimbabwe as one of their most beloved.
God, he'll be fucking revered.
Yeah, so they're thinking this is like going to be like the greatest thing ever. However, there was a bit of a misunderstanding, like there always is. So Rowan Atkinson is not Pakistani, and the diplomat from Pakistan did not know Rowan Atkinson. So the diplomat did not actually get Rowan Atkinson to dress as Mr. Bean and visit Zimbabwe.
Do you get Pakistani Mr. Bean impersonator guy? Yes! Yes!
Do you know who that is?
No! I just took a guess. I was like, tell me this is like in every 80s movie. It's like, we could not get the real one, but we got Harvey Jarboni. He is an excellent impersonator. That's always like that's a huge trope for movies, but like to be
my soul left my body there. Fucking Fred killing himself, laughing. Yeah. Tiger like, oh my god, you know him? He's like, no.
Yeah, so apparently,
just the fact that it rolled out in this series of actual events has got me tickled.
And
oh my god!
So there was a comedian who was locally famous in the capital of Pakistan for impersonating Mr. Bean. So the diplomat knew him because he had seen his shows or whatever. But then
they got Mr. Bean at home.
So he got the Pakistani Mr. Bean to visit Zimbabwe, and basically what ended up happening was like the biggest version of that's not the real Santa that has ever happened. Basically go there and that's like that's not Mr. Bean. And
he's not wearing any clothes.
And the whole so the whole everyone there was so like disappointed and all that stuff, and naturally, to save face, the Zimbabwean government basically said, "Hey, look, don't look at us. Pakistan promised us. They stabbed us in the back."
Oh man, yeah.
And so basically the Zimbabwean soccer team, football team, they basically used this as like pure motivational willpower to will a revenge victory over Pakistan 2 years later in this
Jesus
World
Christ.
Cup. Now, before the match happened, in the days leading up to the match, you could find cryptic tweets from various Zimbabweans warning Pakistan to rue the day. Like they were written in this like very poetic language of like the Pakistani cricket team posts. I said soccer, I meant cricket. The Pakistani cricket team on their official Twitter account posts like, hey, we're ready for the next match of the World Cup, and showing a picture of them practicing. And a lot of responses are these like cryptic Zimbabweans saying things like, "You laugh now, but a storm is coming, and you will not be able to stop it. We will avenge the wrongs that you have wrought upon our country." And,
you will reap what you did not sow, and there will not be the bean that we asked for.
Exactly. And
this seriously sounds like something written by an AI.
it sounds like it shouldn't be real.
It seriously sounds like something written by AI. Oh my god, this is like I haven't tried to Google any of this. Like you're being serious,
I am going to post receipts in voice chat comparison.
I believe you. I'm just saying, like, this is not like some goofy meme that you're gonna be like, bah, gotcha. No. You guys totally believe.
So here's an example.
I believe it, because Mr. Bean, those Mr. Bean videos get like almost 1 billion views.
So I'm going to read a tweet. This is on October 25th in response to a Pakistani cricket team tweet from some Zimbabwean guy named Ngugi Chasura. And he said, "As Zimbabweans, we won't forgive you. You once gave us that fraud Pakistani Bean instead of Mr. Bean Rowan. We will settle the matter tomorrow. Just pray the rains will save you."
We will just pray the rains will save you.
And by this point, by this point, not only is the country in on it, but as you can imagine, some people are taking it seriously. Some people are treating it as a meme. Regardless, the entire nation is behind this. So, this tweet has got like 40,000 likes. All this stuff,
That's insane.
Everything.
And that's the thing. If Twitter was not a thing, no one would know or give a fuck about any of this.
Yes. And so, they have their victory, yada yada, happy sports ending.
And now there's 40,000 people at least that are aware of this. And this dude is, well, no, I'm saying if it's got 40,000 likes or whatever, then you can say that there's guaranteed at least 40,000 people, weeding out the bots or whatever, that are aware of this.
So after the match, it gets better. After the match, the president of Zimbabwe.
This is about a cricket.
Somebody needs to take the lid off him. He's fucking overpressuring. The fucking steam tank.
I can't get over how much this sounds like something written by a computer, but it's literally real.
You know what they say, reality is stranger than fiction.
Cricket and Zimbabwe are not real places. I don't know what you're talking about. Stop trying to gaslight us.
Damn.
So the president of Zimbabwe, after the victory, went to Twitter and he said, what a win for Zimbabwe. Congratulations to the Chevrons. That's the name of their team. But then below that, he writes, next time, send the real Mr. Bean. Hashtag Pakistan versus Zimbabwe.
Hashtag Pakistan vs. Zimbabwe.
Yes. And since it's the president of Zimbabwe, naturally the entire country liked the tweet. So this tweet has a little under 400,000 likes and 56,000 retweets.
So almost 500,000.
Yeah, and there's that tweet right there. Like,
I love geopolitics, man.
Yeah. Next time, send the real Mr. Bean. Yeah.
There is nothing I'd respect more than doing something incredibly well just out of spite.
And
no, I appreciate that.
And basically, once that happened, naturally, if you know anything about Pakistan, if they fail at something, that means India has to dunk on them too.
I didn't want to say anything, but you said it first, so.
Well, it's just a fact. You know, there are some rival countries, India and Pakistan. So, you know, naturally, the Indians are joining in on the dunking because, like, you know, Zimbabwe is already
Come on,
supposed
you
to be the team
guys.
that sucks. It's like, you know, if like it'd be like if like the Cleveland Browns like beat the Tom Brady era.
This is like some West Side Story stuff. It's like, oh, word out on the street is that you got totally owned. It's like, no, that's doon 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 doon.
And what's really funny? What's really funny is
they used to do like a choreographed dance with switchblades.
But
once again,
you never seen West Side Story? I'm sorry, I'm being corny.
No, I love
Forgive
West Side.
me.
I love it. I love West Side. I'm just thinking, Tiger, this scenario sounds just as unbelievable as the USA tying with England in the World Cup.
Excuse me? Say what now?
Do you not know about this either?
No, all I know is that we constantly get embarrassed and you guys are better.
No, I have to interject. with this thing, Tiger. Can I please take this for a second?
I haven't watched the World Cup since 2011. That was the last time I watched.
Basically, you know, while India was dunking on Pakistan, a lot of Indians on Twitter were also saying like, "Oh, I guess we better not mess with Mr. Bean, right?" They lost their next cricket match. So naturally, Zimbabwe was like, "Yeah, you should have kept your mouth shut, India."
Damn.
And so now for like a month, Zimbabweans were posting like Chad Mr. Bean memes and stuff like that.
That's insane. That's
it
so
was,
crazy.
It was when people say, "May you live in interesting times," this is the shit I'm talking about. This is what I want more.
I'm all right with that.
Yeah.
I wish people would settle more differences through sport. It would at least be more interesting.
All right. Anyway, Han, as you were gonna say about FIFA.
So, I'm not a I don't really care too much about football unless it's the World Cup, and because I'm Scottish, I stand by the motto of anyone but England. So, England is honestly, as of recently, they've been a really bad soccer team, but in general, they're one of the sort of major ones that you expect, along with Germany, France, Italy, and Spain. It's like they're really like the big five in terms of like really good football teams, and they started quite strong in their previous game. I can't remember the score because I didn't pay attention that much. It was, and then it came up with obviously like USA versus England, and everyone knows that America's really bad at soccer. It's not a big thing.
Okay, and you can call it football. It's all right.
No, I mean I'm not even doing it on purpose. I know,
I'm being a smart ass.
We are great at football.
But no, like I watch it. I'm familiar with the World Cup. Like I said, back in like 2010 and 2011, I paid way more attention to it than I do now. there for a year or so, like 2017, 2018. I paid attention to the Quebec major, junior, whatever hockey stuff, the QJMJHL, whatever. But like, I get it. Like, everyone's like, oh, I hate to say this, Fred, but you're from United States and the U.S. But like, no, I get it. Like, we're good at our football, but like, we're the worst at everybody else's football. Like,
well, not this time.
I don't get butthurt.
Because for whatever absolute magical reason, right, the game plays and the game keeps playing. And then
Wayne Rooney's gone. What is it, Wayne Rooney? Mr. Shrek?
Oh my god, yeah, big ears.
Yeah, that's like, I remember when I was watching, it was all about like Wayne Rooney, and people brought Shrek dolls to the game.
Oh my god.
But yeah, go on with what you're saying. I'm sorry.
No. It's honestly, it's fine. Long story short, right? I picked the worst time to get involved with this FIFA this time around.
Oh no!
Because literally both England and the USA tied 0-0. In the most funniest thing, because everyone was like, "Oh, look, it's soccer now! Ha! Look, he's tied!" And all these English fans are going, "Yeah, but you guys still lost. Yous are, England's gonna go through." And it's like, "Aye, but you tied with America. That's just as bad as losing." And there's so many little amazing things that came out of it. All these little memes, including all of these Scottish people that went down to Qatar dressed in the USA kit just to celebrate with the Americans.
Oh god.
We now lead the free world in FIFA.
Good.
But yeah, like not even just that, but like a lot of like the traditionally good soccer teams have like been knocked out. Like Germany's been knocked out. Brazil barely made it in. Uruguay got kicked out.
That's crazy.
So basically the US has made it to like the final 16, which for us is really good.
Oh no, that's cool. I've never been like a huge football guy. Or any sports kind of guy. Like anytime that it's a team that's from where I was born or where I grew up, I'll watch. 98% of the time they don't win. 2004, when the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, because I'm from Hillsborough County, Florida, like same county like as Tampa, Florida, Plant City, all that. When I heard that they were in the Super Bowl, me and my mom watched it, and we watched Grammatica kick, and then like homeboy do that like 98-yard touchdown and all that. I wrestled my mother to the floor screaming. And she wrestled me to the floor screaming too. Like it was a mutual thing, but like it was like the one time in my life where I was like, because it wasn't just like, oh, I'm watching our team. It's just because I knew for years and years the Tampa Bay Bucks were like in the hell freezes over jokes. It was like, oh, I got a wish from a genie and said, I want to know what hell looks like. And the genie put him in an elevator, and he went down 9,000 floors, and he went down to hell, and it was covered in icicles and snow. And he said to the devil, oh, let me guess, the Bucks just won the Super Bowl. Ha ha, ha ha. And like that was the joke for the longest time, shit like that. The Bucks never won the Super Bowl. And then John Gruden, the Chucky dude, like he looked like Chucky from Child's Play, so everybody brought Chucky dolls. It's like with Wayne Rooney, everybody brought a Shrek doll whenever Wayne Rooney was playing. But
Can't get over that.
Yeah, he fucking took the fucking Tampa Bay Buccaneers to win the Super Bowl in 2004, and like that, it was awesome. I just like. Where you call your friends on the phone when it happens and they answer instead of saying hello, they just answer the phone screaming like a monkey. Just, hey dude, are you there? Dude, are you watching TV? I'm watching the game. just like losing their minds. And it was cool. Like, I get it. But then, like, 2 days later, I was like, yeah, we won the Super Bowl, whatever. I want to make a cartoon.
My only favorite football team has never won the Super Bowl since the year I was born.
Which one's that?
Dallas Cowboys?
Well, they were then known as the Las Vegas Raiders, but...
Hey, MXC, what part of Texas do you live in?
DFW.
DFW. Oh.
Dallas Fort Worth, if we wanted to stop by and say hey, it would be on the way up.
I would love to say hi.
But it would be like, hey, how's it going? All right,
Yeah,
see ya.
dude, if we pass through there and you want to have lunch or something, I'd be glad to. But like we are on a specific schedule to get to my mom's by Christmas, so we'd only be able to like hang out for like 2 or 3 hours.
I know y'all are still trying to figure things out with Lex, but I will stress it would be smarter to secure your tickets to get here.
Oh no,
now.
Greg has air miles and stuff. If he wants to get a ticket for me, like it's
For
looking like he's not gonna make it.
I would
But it
love
doesn't
if you
matter.
could
It doesn't
both
matter.
come.
Like when we do our 6 or 7 day thing or whatever, and then you drive up here and we all do New Year's together and we go into town. At the end of our trip, all of us are still going to be hanging out together. It sucks that you won't be able to come along with it, but at the same time, like Greg and I have talked about it,
We can talk about it later too if you want.
If we can't get the baby put somewhere good, neither of us would want it to happen. Greg's good. Like if Greg doesn't go, that means he gets to spend Christmas with his family. But like I said, the past 3 Christmases, we've gone up and done Christmas stuff with Greg's family. I have not had Christmas with my family in 3 years.
Right. Would it be impossible for him to leave Lex with his family? Is that just not in the cards?
Pretty much.
He mentioned that.
Okay,
that would be. We would try that before we would try anything else. Anyway, it just means Greg's gonna spend Christmas with his family, and I'm gonna spend Christmas with my family, and then on New Year's, you, me, and Greg and everybody, we're all gonna spend it together. Like, as long as you still feel like driving 6 or 7 hours up to where I live, like we can.
I'm fully committed to this. Don't even worry about me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, oh, we didn't spend the holiday. Like, I don't fucking care about this shit. But if you can, if you're going to, then great, that's fine. But yeah, like for everybody, like I don't need to like give like extra information or whatever, but Bubba is moving from Middle America to New England, and I'm flying down to accompany him on the drive because he is hauling a U-Haul thingy, a big U-Haul trailer, and I don't want him to do it by himself. And Greg, if we could find a place to take our puppy and like give it for the Christmas holiday, Greg was going to come too, but it's looking like that's not going to happen because everyone is booked up. I've even offered like several $100s extra, but no, it doesn't make a difference because everyone's booked up.
I could hypothetically ask a friend who lives near you if he'd be down to do some dog watching, but I'd want y'all to meet them first.
It's all right.
I know. Man,
no. Like the money. It has nothing to do with money.
It's not about money.
People in the chat are asking. I'm just saying
yeah.
It has nothing to do with money. Money's fine. The only thing that is a factor that we can't help is our puppy needs to be watched by someone, and there's only a few places
he needs to be safe
that we
and stuff,
will that we would be all right with letting watch our puppy, and they're all booked up for Christmas holiday. That's fine. That's fine. That just means that Greg isn't going to fly down and go to Tennessee and do the Christmas thing with my mom and me and my aunt. And that's fine. We can do it next year. We can do something in the middle of the year, Easter or whatever. It doesn't matter.
Dude, anytime you want to make that a road trip, you just let me know if you want
Yeah,
an extra.
like we did it. We
passenger
did it
flight.
already. It was nothing. When you're driving like a 20-year-old truck with no GPS, with no cell phone and no radio, and just like the sound of the wind for like 20 hours, that sucks. And that's what I've done for like the last 20 years of my life, is drive with that truck. But holy shit, if like I have my car that I have now, and it's just, you know, it's got GPS and Spotify, like internet and Spotify and all that, and I can play songs like any song I want. Dude, any road trip is like nothing. That road trip we did from Canada to Tennessee and then back to Canada from Tennessee, it was nothing. That kind of trip just in my truck would have worn me out. I would have had to sleep for like 3 days and like recuperate. Like the leisure that you experience driving in like a 2010s or a 2020s car on a long road trip, it's like paradise. I'm sorry, like I used to deliver pizzas. I used to work for Domino's Pizza and deliver pizzas. I didn't have a cell phone and I didn't have GPS. All I had was a map and quarters for a payphone if I got lost. Like nowadays, like it's a joke. Like that trip that I took with you guys down from Canada to Tennessee, it was like an adventure. There's no like, no, we've been in the car too long, I'm bored. Like, no, it was super fun. We had music, all the music that we wanted to listen to. You guys can draw on your tablets and stuff. Like, we had a great time. I loved it. I almost don't remember it because it was so easygoing. It was such a good time.
I'm not sure which route you're going to take whenever you do this, but if you happen to drive through Springfield, Missouri, just let me know.
I don't think we'll be coming. We won't be going through Missouri on that part. But if we did,
Too far south?
Hell yeah. Well, I don't know. Look.
Let me take a quick look at that. I posted a screenshot.
Let me see.
No, actually, we will be nowhere near Missouri. Actually,
yeah,
we're going to be going from Houston up through Dallas. To
remember,
Arkansas.
Houston is like southeast Texas.
Yeah,
it's like next
if I
to
threw
Mississippi
a rock, I could
almost.
hit Louisiana, basically.
Yeah, I just figured like with Arkansas, you may have like gone through like the Ozarks or something.
I think that was an option, but that would be if I were to cut straight north up into Oklahoma and then cut over. But that is apparently adding an extra day and a half to the trip.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. And like, I know that it's foolish at this point, but like my main concern with doing the move this soon is I just want to get up to New Hampshire or the New England area before winter hits in full force, because that's when the weather worries me.
Oh yeah.
We gotta go BRB.
Well, I gotta go to bed. I love you guys. Good night.
No,
wait,
what?
I didn't even get to say hi to you.
It's late. Hello.
That's not fair.
It's not fair. It's my bedtime.
Can you wait for like 30 more minutes? And 5 more users. Can you like if you gotta leave, that's fine. 30 minutes.
Also, not.
I set the room to 15. I'll be right back.
Okay. Hey, hon, how's 6 a.m. like over there?
You're not my mom.
I know.
You're not my mom.
I'm asking how 6
Weird
a.m.
if he
is.
was.
Oh God, how do you
Seen the
describe it?
sunrise yet? Or no, you're too far north for that.
Yeah, I was gonna say my like Scotland's hemisphere is the equivalent of like Newfoundland and Alaska. It's still pitch black.
Cool. I've been to Alaska in the middle of the summer where the sun never goes down.
How far north are you in Scotland?
I'm above Edinburgh, so I'm technically Central Belt, but because sort of Scotland as a whole is sort of Newfoundland, on that sort of longitude, the lengthy side, it gets dark quite quickly. It's normally dark by like 4 o'clock. I think round about now, I think this month probably about 3:30, 3 o'clock it'll probably start getting dark.
So Rex, did you miss the entire Pakistani Mr. Bean story?
I came back just as you were getting into it.
Okay, at least you heard some of it.
Oh yeah.
I would just like to say you're not Central Bell. Hush you.
Aye.
You came
We're
back in the
Central
chat
Belt.
just to say that.
Just to actually.
Oh wow!
Oh no, she didn't.
I'm googling Central Belt, and Dunfermline is in the Central Belt.
horse
so
dunks the
it's no,
dog.
I think
This
so.
this is very similar to the debate of like Missouri isn't a Midwestern state; they're a Southern state wannabe. No.
I mean,
They're both.
even when I was in Kansas City, I got very southern like vibes in Kansas City, just like I did in Springfield.
It's basically like urban Kansas City, St. Louis, and Columbia are very Midwestern, but then like the rural areas are very Southern.
I mean, like with my buddy who lived in that one town, it's like, yeah, the way he spoke, like I just have this mindset that the people from his towns all talk like that. It's like Missouri's, I don't know, you say it's Midwest, but I just consider it South at this point.
I'd say we're geographically Midwest and mostly culturally.
What was
South.
that cackling?
I just hate that the Midwest is still called the Midwest, considering how far fucking east it is.
Yeah,
on
I
the
never
actual
understood
continent
that.
itself. Well,
I
because
know.
when
Well, there's a
it was,
reason.
yeah, go for it. Sorry, you would know better. Go for it.
Well, so when we became a country, we were given by the British everything east of the Mississippi. So the area above the Ohio River, so like the Rust Belt, that was considered the West. But then when we got the Louisiana Purchase, that was the New West.
She got
And
Louisiana Purchase.
Oh God.
They lost the receipt.
We going to Walmart.
We can't return it.
But the Louisiana Purchase, since that became, the frontier all the way through, like, the Wild West days, that was the New West. And so, like, well, the Rust Belt isn't the West anymore. It's like the Midwest.
See, Emperor, that means she got a big ass.
I know what the Louisiana
She got
Purchase is.
Louisiana Purchase. Look at all that land. Yeah.
Also, Fred, while you were gone, to briefly go back to a previous conversation, I posted a picture in voice chat companion of the Pakistani Mr. Bean in Zimbabwe with a very unhappy.
Oh, I see. Like, I see it now.
Yeah. Also, someone posted some very nice fan art of the violence in your art here.
Wait, what?
In your art here, someone posted some fan art of the
It's
violence.
impossible.
Oh, it's very possible.
But that's not out yet.
But that's impossible.
That's a gun.
Hyena's got a gun.
That's so cool.
Hyenas with firearms is a furry mood that I
can't wait to
absolutely vibe
get
with.
started on that with my hyenas.
I am I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I cannot wait. I want to see more of it. Crave bush war level hyena shenanigans.
There will be a lot of shenanigans, I'm not gonna lie. Delta, thank you for that. And those are really
Merci.
cool. Can I say that? Those are so cool.
You lose.
I was gonna say that sounded like
Rex, how's your page going? What is the horse slurping? I mean, you don't have to say. I don't mean to pry.
But I don't think he's here.
He may have,
God.
he may
Yeah.
have stepped away politely, quietly, as to go to the bathroom or something without implicating as much.
How dare he?
I think it's still the horse that's just taking like a swig of his drink.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's the last thing I remember seeing before he shut it off.
I remember a horse looking like it might have been doing like a spit take sort of situation, but I wasn't
Maybe it was that. A spit take in reverse.
It's some sort of hellish alcohol.
This is your daily reminder to drink water now. Keep your hydration up.
Whatever happened to Shibby? SHB? Stay hydrated bot? I don't know, we always called it Shibby. It's like, what's up, Shibby? This is Stay Hydrated bot, reminding you to stay hydrated.
That fucking thing.
I remember it, vaguely.
Oh my god.
I'm now nostalgic for the stream days when you had the Family Guy pervert every 30 minutes say,
Don't forget to shave.
My favorite
the
was
son
Why
of
Is It
James McCloud.
It was such a mood. They're just facing like muffled Alan Parsons music, and then just randomly every 30 minutes.
Me
that just
trying to
echo in the
talk.
background.
Don't forget to shave. It's like, oh, and you wouldn't believe what happened yesterday. There's this, don't forget to shave. Yeah.
I'll raise my hand.
That was
Tiger.
terrifying.
6 a.m. is hitting me hard now.
Are any of you getting anything in particular for Christmas?
Work done, I guess.
I know what I want.
I'm going to be driving for Christmas. I'm going to be on the road.
You ain't gonna be driving. I'll do the driving.
I am at the point in my life where anytime my relatives ask, I'll say, gift card for food or cash. And they're like, that's really all you want? And I said, you could get me nothing at this point. I would be perfectly fine to donate my share of the Christmas money to other people. Because I just don't know.
Well, that's the thing, but it's like here it's like a Canadian standoff. With Greg's family, like Greg's like, what? My family wants to know what to get you. I can do the polite thing and be like, oh, you don't have to give me anything because you're family. It's like, no, just like, if you want to give me something, just get like a Irving card. Like the Irving is like the Circle K or the racetrack here. It's gas station thing.
Yeah, that's why
I just want to tell them, y'all want to get me something and you don't know what to get me a gas card, get me a food card for a place on the road. And that, like, seriously, you can get me a shirt or whatever, but if you get me a gas card or a money card for something, doesn't matter if it's $20 or $50 or $500. It doesn't matter. You get a little card for me at a gas station or a store that I visit while I'm on the road, while I'm on a journey. That is going to be a better convenience and awesome present than anything you could ever imagine. Do not buy me books. Do not buy me wank to hang on my walls. Like, you know, that's the thing. It's like if it's something that someone drew or whatever, like absolutely. But like, don't worry about like getting me like, oh, poster for Marvel movie, blah 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 or whatever. It's like the same thing for me. Like I don't get people presents unless I think there is something I can get them that what is
you defended your desktop somehow, it seems.
He's doing a bit.
I'm not.
course, Fred still has dial-up somewhere.
I was reaching forward to get the glove, my drawing glove, off of my desk, and it hit the top left button on my soundboard, which is the toggle for that.
Okay.
I apologize. I mean, yeah, it's funny. Like, anytime I hit and the one right to the right of it, the top left button is the toggle for that, and the top left button plus one to the right is the HBO fart.
Show kids, this is what dubstep music was like in the 90s. Hits.
Yeah. I want to hit every button. Can I hit all of my sound buttons?
I'm terrified.
Well, like, keep in mind, I have a limiter on my voice, so it can't, like, blow your speakers or whatever.
That's not
like,
what I'm terrified.
See, like this right here. This is me right next to my microphone. This is as loud as anything can be. If I screamed right now, I'm gonna scream. Ah! Like, see, it can't get above that level. That's why I love FL Studio. But I just want to hear what it sounds like. I'm gonna hit all of them at once. Don't worry. It's like I said, it can't get any louder than that, no matter how loud I scream. Let's see.
I gotta say, the X-Files Scat Man really stood out.
That really pulled through, didn't it?
You know what sound effect would work as he scats quicker and quicker and quicker? The sound of a toilet flushing.
He's not that kind of Scat Man, MXC.
That was not what I was thinking. I was just thinking, like, that would work really well with a toilet flush.
Toilet made the Linkin Park sound.
Just play I Am the Scat Man followed by the fart.
Scatman does a line of coke.
I think on that note, you'll have to forgive me, I'll need to bounce.
Here we go.
Good night.
It's like,
I'll catch you all later.
have a good one, buddy. We'll see you around.
Bye.
No, it's
I'm
a
gonna
pleasure
go
to be here
pee
again.
and grab a shot of tequila and see if I come back here.
One moment. No, I'm kidding. It's a bong. It's a bong. Who keeps eating the bong? Stop it! Quit! Oh, you gonna sink it? Sink it! Pull this. There you go. There you go. Hold it. No, don't exhale yet. Hold it.
I would cough so much. Like I tried to do a bowl, I think last month, twice, and I could not stop coughing afterwards.
Have you ever seen the Evil Bong movies?
What is that?
It's like this film series about this evil bong, and if you take a hit from it, you go to this bong world.
You get so high that you die.
It's a stoner horror comedy film series.
Oh, Jesus.
How many are there?
There's 4 of them, and the fourth one
In the
they
world.
meet, evil, what do you call it? Gingerbread man.
The Ginger Dead Man. Oh, Christ.
The 4th one's called Evil Bong 420.
He just like transforms into Crazy Frog, and I don't like it.
Ding ding. That was so ripped off of the Insanity Test, though. Like
yeah,
it was.
Crazy
It was.
Frog
You
was not
remember? Do
created.
you remember that one? It was a picture of a race car, and it's like if you can look at this picture for 10 seconds without laughing, then
remember
you're
that.
not insane. And it was and yeah, like the Crazy Frog thing was totally ripped off of that. Ding 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 ding.
I thought that the race car thing was just using Crazy Frog audio.
Yeah,
No,
the Crazy Frog came first. The insanity test was using the sample of Crazy Frog.
Is that for real?
Mine just got blown.
Yes.
Fred, I'm so sorry.
Are
you okay?
Which came first? I mean, I don't fucking care. I always thought that, like, because I saw that insanity test like a lot. Yeah, the sound originally came from the Swede Daniel Malmendal in 1997, who tried for fun to impersonate the sound
Yeah, I misread it.
from a two-stroke
the
engine.
insanity- Yeah, the insanity test did come first, but it was on the Crazy Frog page because it doesn't have its own page.
No,
Yeah,
well, no, that's the thing. Like, I remember that sound from when, like, I was barely just starting high school. My friend, like, I could have been in like 8th grade, and then I remember like 4 years later or something. They had the wait, I mean, obviously that part was just the fucking Axel F from Beverly Hills Cop or whatever. It was like ding ding or whatever. But yeah, that, like, I remember hearing that and be like, dude, that's from the insanity test.
Okay, it says that the insanity test is what specifically inspired Crazy Frog.
Mm-hmm.
A Swede named Eric Vernkest encountered the sound effect known as the insanity test and was inspired to create a 3D animated character he named the Annoying Thing to accompany it. As a joke.
With a wiener, with a little floppy penis.
And then it became Crazy Frog.
One of the first memes. What was it for? Like the Ooga Chaka baby, or like you could say like the first like viral video thing was the dancing baby, but I feel like the first traditional meme where people took like a text meme or whatever and like made a bunch of things. I feel it was All Your Base Are Belong to Us.
If we're limiting it to like computer stuff, then probably because I'm
not talking about like, oh well, technically furries existed in Egyptian mythology. Like, no, I mean like internet memes sending an image with the same thing, but like with a different meaning, but with the same text or whatever.
Well, see, like I would argue that, like, you know, Kilroy is here from World War II.
That
is
is
a meme. It's
definitely, I agree, that is definitely a meme. If
It's
there's
just not on
anything,
computers.
yeah, I'm talking about internet memes. Like Kilroy, absolutely. And there may have been some in Roman graffiti that were something similar. If you've looked at like the fucking Roman graffiti things, I can guarantee you that somebody at some point made up a thing like oh, Dick Suckius has entered the conglomeration or whatever, and then everybody draws a guy named Dick Suckius or something like in Roman graffiti. Like, so, as far as shit like that, as far as anything I know, yeah, Kilroy, like the Kilroy was here thing, like that would definitely be like a war meme or whatever.
If we're talking about like the internet age, then yeah, I would say like All Your Bases Belong to Us is probably one of the earliest. At least it's like the earliest, like big one.
The first viral one. So I mean, like, yeah, you should like what that's what I'm saying. Like, what would you consider like a couple of friends on a BBS or CompuServe or something, being like, hey, spread this chain letter around, and it gets around to like 100 people all over North America and Germany or something, then yeah, that would be one. But like, I feel like the first one I remember that was like a meme thing, because in like 2003, 2004, 2002, like the Rafflecopter, lol internet, you mad, like that kind of shit. That was like 02, 03, 04.
Also, Fred, I think I have an older meme. So this is what's interesting. So all your base art belonged to us. The video game that was appeared on with the
Zero
mistranslation was from 1991. But the first time that it went viral was when someone made a GIF animation of the text, and it went viral on the Something Awful message forums and other forums in the year 2000.
Yeah, like the all your base thing was like 99, 2000, because I just
it says 2000 at least when it went viral, but the hamster dance.
I was just about to say hamster dance.
The hamster dance is said that it was created and went viral in 1998.
now that's like the audio version of the dancing baby thing. That was always a sound
There's
clip.
both. No, but there's the animation of like.
Well, no, I mean there is one, but like the way that I remember that being passed around on the internet when I was like 14 or 15, and people were like, "Oh, send this" or whatever. It was never sent as a video. It was just an MP3, and it, it was just the sped up thing from Robin Hood. But the first sound meme like that, I would say that one, that the first like video thing that was sent around, dancing baby. But the first just like image based, or if you want to go as far as flash cartoon based meme, flash cartoon or image, I would have to say all your base was like, it was the biggest one. It was the one where like you could almost go to people in high school and be like, all your base, and then they would be like, base, all your base, I belong to it. Like yeah. And it's no less silly nowadays. I look at it now and I'm just like, it's no different than what people do now. Like,
So
it was pretty
says-
cool. I didn't mind it.
It says Canadian art student Deidre Lacarte was in competition with her best friend and sister to generate the most web traffic with their websites. She decided to create the hamster dance page in August of 1998 as an homage to their pet hamster named Hampton. And the hamster
awesome.
dance was a single page with 4 hamsters in animated GIF form, repeated in rows, and they wanted to add a sample of Roger Miller's song "Whistle Stop," which that's the
Yeah,
rooster
the
song from Robin Hood.
the Robin Hood thing.
They sped it up to save like space, so they could fit the entire melody,
Mm.
and they just had it on loop, and then it went viral from there.
So yeah, like if you include audio only things like that, yeah, the hamster dance thing, like that was a thing at least a year or two before all your base. I remember like AOL. I was on AOL in like 98, 99, 2000. I didn't see the all your base thing until like 2001 or so.
Now,
So I remember I was in my friend's car and he got in a really bad car wreck, head-on collision when we were in it. And that was one of the things that was on the CD I burnt.
I don't know if this would count as a meme, but it's definitely like a viral video. Do you remember the Star Wars gangsta rap?
Oh yeah. Run the digger, run the digger. Oh my God, I remember that.
That was released July 6th, 2000.
Use the force and run the digger, run the dick.
That
And
was
then
like the first viral video I remember being aware of, and it was before YouTube.
that was like everybody had that downloaded.
Yeah. We got Death Star. Yeah, we got Death Star.
It's
yeah, we
not.
got
Yeah,
Death
that's
Star.
what it was. It's like it's not about
Not
the
the
east side
east
or
side
the
or the
west side.
west
No,
side.
it's not. It's not about the north side or the south side. No, it's not. It's about the dark side. Yeah, that was so great. I was in high school when I saw well, I heard that there was a radio station locally that played it, and then like later in the school year, I think I saw the Flash cartoon. I heard it on the fucking radio before I saw the Flash cartoon.
Yeah.
Same thing with South Park. I remember I was in it was like 97 or it was somewhere around 7th grade. So it was like 97 or 98. But they played the audio of the Jesus versus Santa Claus pilot episode of South Park.
Yeah.
He's like, I know what Christmas is about now. And then the other kid was like, yeah, ham. And he's like, not about ham, you fat you know, and it was all bleeped out and hilarious. And I remember that, hearing about that, and then years late, like a year or two later, South Park was a thing. Because remember, I got the It's Salisbury Steak Day shirt from, I don't know what it was, fucking Hot Topic or wherever the fuck sold the shirt. Everybody at school's like, what is Salisbury Steak Day? What does that mean? Like nobody had seen the fucking cartoon. God, I remember that shit. Or Bebo the smoking cat. Funny Faces guy, Red Skelton.
Funny Faces guy. I don't know if I
Red Skelton. Actually, I don't know. Like, Funny Faces I remember was Red Skelton. It's pretty old, like 80s. But
this isn't ringing a bell for me.
Okay, now I love you guys. Good night.
so you're going to bed for real now.
Now that
Wow.
I'm back, you're
Yeah.
leaving. I see how it is.
I know, no one wants
That
to
is
leave. Everyone
a
loves
sadness.
Yeah, have a good night.
You have a night of your
Hear you.
choosing. Love
Good
you.
night, Rex.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
What a friend.
Yes.
I knew you were gonna do a bit there, but like the whole time we're doing it, I was thinking, what if?
Ugh, what an amazing person that was.
It's like,
God.
what if he
If-
wasn't gonna do a bit?
If I had had one more shot of this tequila, I might have.
Man, I can't wait to use my Ebo.
What's an
It's this thing that I don't know how it works, but it's this little metal C-shaped thing that you put a battery in and click a switch on it, and you hold it over a string on your guitar, and it's like a bow of a violin. It goes
Is
like
it
like
electric or
yeah, it's an electric. It's an effect that happens to your like it resonates. I don't know how it works. It's like it generates an electric whatever, and you hold it over one of the strings on your guitar, and it will start making it vibrate just for the energy that's going through it, powered by the AAA battery or whatever in it. and you can just hold it over the strings on your guitar and like touch and push down the strings, and you don't have to actually pluck the guitar to make them make a noise. It just starts resonating them till they vibrate better or more. So you can just hold, like where you would usually plunk it and go down, 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 down.
Yeah, that sounds really cool.
It sounds like a guitar string, but without the plunk at the beginning, just the middle, the kind of thing. That, like, you use a EBow to get that sound. That's the only one I can think of that has the sound. But
Would you ever do a video or something, with you using it?
if I ever learn how to, I've never used one before. I have one. It's still in the box. I've got the batteries that came with it, but I've never used it.
Is it very expensive?
Nah, it's like under $100, I think. It's like 70, 80 bucks. Or there's like a basic version that's like 70 or $80, or like 50 pounds or whatever. And then there's a version that's like $130. But they both basically do the same thing. So it's not like a really super. It's like around $100. There's a version that's a little under $100 and the version that's a little over. So it's just, if you already have a guitar and you want this little thing that can resonate the strings like a violin bow, but like with electromagnetic resonation. It's a neat little thingy that you can get a cool sound out of.
Yeah. I don't have an electric guitar. I only have an acoustic one. Would you ever do a video, maybe just you playing the guitar regularly?
Probably not, because I suck at guitar. I've played guitar for almost 30 years, but like, this is the thing, like I can't do any solos, I can't do taps, I can't do I can't do any, like, I don't know, I can do all the basic chord stuff. Now this is the thing, if there's something really cool on guitar that I want to do, I'll spend, 5 or 6 hours over the course of a few days. A couple hours each day, I'll spend like 5 or 6 hours learning how to play a specific thing on guitar just so I can get it recorded.
I am the exact same way.
And once I get that little thing done, it's like, okay, I 5-starred this song on Rock Band or whatever. Like, once I remember that exact series of strings to strum and I get it recorded and I'm perfectly happy with it, I fucking forget it. It goes out the other ear and it's gone forever. If I ever want to play it again, it'll take like half as long to remember it because I've done it before. But as far as remembering it on the spot, hell to the fuck no. I'm like a session musician. No, it's just like a couple hours one day, then a couple hours the next day. Like, you figure it out on the first day in like 10 minutes. You figure out the melody, do 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 do, dun dun dun, do 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 do, and you figure it out like that fast. So like on the first day you get to where you can play do 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 do, and you play it that fast and you get it perfect, which will take you a couple hours, and then the next 4 or 5 hours over the course of the next few days you get faster at it. Until you get to the point where it's like down, 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 and it just sounds like some like badass AAA guitar solo. But that, like, you always, like, the first thing, just like on any guitar band or Guitar Hero or Rock Band thing, it's exactly like playing it on guitar for real. You learn how to play it really slow. So I can play right now. I can play Mario theme, Zelda theme, Halo theme, or whatever, like super slow. If you can play it at 40 BPM, 5-star perfect, no mistakes, and it's like there, you can play the song perfectly for snails, and that's fine. It just try it again at 5 BPM faster. And you got it at 45 BPM. All right, like, try it faster, try it faster, try it faster, try it faster. And keep going until you're like, okay, you're at 105 BPM, 15 more BPM. If you can do it that fast, then you'll be right at the level of the song. Like, a lot of people will just try to play it at the speed of the actual song, and they get their ass kicked. They get really discouraged at it. Like that's how I thought it was the only way you could learn Guitar Hero 2. It was like 06, 07. And my friend's like, no, you can turn the BPM down. It'll be in practice and it'll have like a weird, metronome over it or whatever. And I started learning Carry On My Wayward Son in Guitar Hero 2 on 5-star. But with the tempo turned down for practice. And I played it at the super low speed at first, and I eventually got better and better and better, and I could play, I got to where I could just play at regular speed in the regular game, the Kansas song "Wayward Carry On My Wayward Son," and 5-star it perfect. Like, I never bothered with any other songs. I got "Carry On My Wayward Son" or "Wayward Son" by Kansas or whatever, like down, and I got to where I could play it like 100% accuracy, 5-star. That was the one single thing in Rock Band or Guitar Hero 2 or whatever that I could play and do perfect. And I had friends that could do every song 5-star, but they spent like 4 years nonstop playing that game and nothing else. And I was like, well, I could do that. Like, sure, I could do that and be like, I can do every song on blah, blah, blah. It's like, but do I want to spend the hundreds of hours learning how to do that? Or do I want to spend those hundreds of hours working on my own music? And there's nothing wrong with it. Like, there's nothing wrong with learning how to do the stuff in Guitar Hero. That does help you. Like, it doesn't teach you how to play guitar, but it teaches you how to memorize orders of things and hit things in a certain order on a device and get faster at it. I think, what is it, Guitar Smith would probably be the one that's more...
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, I have that button.
Nice.
Yeah, I was more just talking about, like, I guess, I mean, do you practice, like, for the 5 hours that you practice a day on the guitar, or you used to, was it in a row or not? Or do you take breaks?
Oh, it's not like a job where you're putting hamburgers together. Just be me in my room fucking around on a guitar. It didn't even feel like work. Like, you're not supposed to sit there and like log your fucking hours or anything. Like, if you sit there and play around with it just for like a couple hours or whatever, you don't have to like go over and be like, okay, marking in the book, that's like 2 hours. It just like fuck around with it until you're bored and don't want to mess around with it for the rest of the day, and just consider that like an hour or two. But like, try to figure stuff out. Yeah, Russ, you gotta fuck around and figure it out. And
I just have a really shit attention span.
But you've also got to learn scales. Like, you gotta learn like how to go up a scale on a guitar, and how to write a song in a scale. I mean, if you just wanted to learn how to play songs that already exist, you don't have to learn any of that shit. You can learn it just like it's Guitar Hero. But if you're wanting to like write your own stuff and create things out of your own mind, I would start with learning scales and listening to how they make you feel.
Would you learn chords before scales or not? Or is that a really stupid
You can
question?
learn them
'Cause I
at
don't
the
know
same
any of the
time.
technical stuff.
Yeah, you can learn them at the same time.
Because like, if you're going up a scale, if you're going up a C major scale, then you learn the C major chord at the same time as you're learning the C major scale.
Because all a chord really is, unless you're talking about power chords, but like all
It's the first, third, and fifth of a scale is the major
so
chord.
Put your
thing.
fingers on all the scales and you strum it at once. That's the chord. So
You'll learn it like you can't have like a lot of stuff about music is something that you have to send the child into the wild. Like, I know this sounds like some pretentious bullshit, but to like learn how scales and chords make you feel. I mean, like the number one thing that most people can figure out right off the bat is I don't know how to word it. Major chords sound happy, and minor chords sound sad. And when you learn that, like, it's the first and the fifth of that scale, like the first is just the note of the scale. Like if you're in the C scale, you start at C. Ma, like that's the first. Ma, ma, you know, like do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, or whatever. And to do a major scale, it's the first, the third, and the fifth is the regular chord of a regular scale. So it's like do, re, mi, fa, so. So it's like do, mi, so, like like, and you play those together, and that's like a C major chord. But if you're on a C minor scale, there's a couple of the notes in that scale that are like down one step, and it makes them sound sad or whatever. Like, I could not explain this to you. Like, I am not any kind of like music teacher or anything. I have an organic knowledge of music. I don't know anything about reading sheet music. If someone stands next to me and farts, I can tell you what note it is. Like if someone's like, I'll be like, that was kind of like a sharpish F or whatever.
Shardish?
Like kind of, you know.
Sorry.
Or something like, or if there's someone in traffic and they have a horn and like, meep, and I'll be like, that was an A. That was like a 220 hertz A or whatever.
F is the
like,
only note I have memorized, and that's only because I know it's the final note of Smells Like Teen Spirit that they drag out.
E should be the one, if you play guitar at all, E should be the one that everybody learns first. E was the first one that I learned first because it's actually coincidental. We're listening to Sonic CD music. The song Sonic Boom from the US version. I think the US version of Sonic CD had the best music out of all of them. And I will fight anyone physically until you pull my liver out to defend my opinion of that. Sonic Boom is in the key of E. And that was like the first song I tried to teach myself on a guitar when I was like 9 years old, when the game came out on Sega CD. And like, it's in the key of E, a guitar is tuned to E. I had a guitar tuner, so like that was the note that I heard more than any other note ever. And that was the first one that stuck with me.
One thing that I'm trying to do is just play each note on a keyboard and just play that note over and over and over until I memorize what
The best way to do it is if you know a song, like every single note of all of the 12 notes, I have a song memorized for each of those notes, and that's how I remember them. Like I can remember, like if you tell me to like hum a musical note, I can hum any musical note, but I would have to stop for a half a second and think like, okay, what song was oh, you're right. Except for like one or two of them, which are like hardwired into my brain. But it's fun. It's fun. And the most important thing about music, especially if you're making music with other people, is do not get competitive. If you are putting on a display or an event based on competition, that's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with it. But if you're like, hey, these people I just met that play music or whatever, I'm going to try to make some stuff with them. And you get in there and you're like trying to show off and make yourself sound as if you're better than they are and stuff like that. That like you're not going to accompany each other, right? I don't know. Like, anytime that I've ever gone in and played music with people, most of the time the other musician is like way better than me. I'm not that great at like performing live with other people. I'm really embarrassingly bad. If it's a song I've sat here in my room and played 100 times, then hell yeah, I can play it with somebody. But if it's like a musician that I'm like trying to freestyle with or whatever, that shit is so difficult. It's so hard. I'll still do it. I'll still try, but I'm not that great at it. But at other times, I've sat and played with musicians who were not as talented as I was, that, you know, like little kids that had just started out or something like that. And you slow yourself down. You lower your skill level a little bit to meet them halfway. And, you know, it's like the dad that like tells his son, like, all right, come out here and play basketball with me. And the second the son passes the ball to his dad, the dad like jukes him and like elbows him and does a slam dunk and goes, yeah, I win. I'm the better one. I beat you. I win. Like if you go into music with that kind of mindset, with musicians that are not as good as you and also musicians that are slightly better than you, like it's going to be really hard to collaborate and do stuff together.
I'm not a competitive person in general. I'm gonna head off now.
Yeah,
I'll
for
see you
sure,
guys.
dude. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you around.
Yeah.
No.
But yeah, like sometimes when you collaborate with people, like you won't line up so great. I am totally a beta sub when it comes to music, when I'm making music with people. If no one else wants to take the helm, then I'll take the helm. I'll take over and be like, all right, okay, we're gonna do this. And the drum's gonna come in like doom, doom,
Hey,
or whatever.
There is nothing wrong with being like a workhorse studio musician and not taking the lead. Those musicians are just as amazing.
Yeah,
as the ones who
absolutely. And that's the thing. And if you don't want to, then that's fine. And like usually I don't want to, but if no one else does, I'll sit there and be like, all right, well, let's try this just to get something going. There's so many years that I would like meet up with my friends and be like, hey, we should write a song. And we would just sit there and noodle for 6 hours and get nothing recorded. So after a while, I'm like, all right, well, here, let's start with this bass line. Doop, 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 doop. And just give that to someone and be like, all right, repeat that. And then they'd repeat that. And then just with that much, just starting a little bass line for somebody, then the guitarist is like, oh, I could add the or whatever, and he'll start playing it that over and over again, and then they start playing that together and start bouncing shit off of each other, and then I can come in on my synthesizer and do like some crazy shit. Like, I love that kind of stuff. But sometimes people are a little reluctant. Like sometimes me, like, all right, Fred, like try something on the synth, and I'm like, oh, I don't know what to do. Or like, well, here, okay, Fred, here, try something in G minor with this, and then I'll just na 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 da, da, na, 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 and I'll just start playing it, and then someone will play something on a guitar chord that will like make your heart, like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like the same kind of thing that stimulates tears to come out of your face. Like they'll hit a note or a progression, and the bass will come in. Like every once in a while, like 90% of the time, you're just gonna be noodling off of each other. But there will be like this moment where all of you, just for like 3 seconds, the bass, the guitarist, and the synth guy, and the drums or whatever, you will hit this moment that could just for a few seconds bring all of you to tears and go, holy shit. And all of you just pray that one of you had a tape recorder going. That's why, like, anytime you should practice with your friends, always have like some kind of tape recorder or digital recorder or someone's laptop going. Just so when you play something and you all get like moved to tears for like 3 seconds, you're like, oh my God, that was like a movie. What was that? Do you guys remember? Oh, I don't know, dude. do you remember why? Like, yeah, and you have it on a fucking tape recorder. There's nothing more frustrating than being in that situation and not having recorded it. I don't know.
Well, I still enjoy the unofficial A Fox in Space soundtrack on my iPhone to this very day, featuring hits such as Adventures in A, Angels of Electricity.
Well, that's an album. That's an EP album.
I know. Basically what I did was like I took as much of like your music that I had and I just put it under a fake album.
I have like the highest quality, good versions of those songs if you want.
You
them.
sent those to me. No, you already sent those to me. Yeah, I did this years ago, but I posted like a screenshot. But I took that fan art parody you made of that one movie, and I just added unofficial soundtrack to it, and then I just put most of the scores you made, and then added a few of your full songs from your various stuff that you've done towards the end, and so
I need to make a collection of that at some point.
It'd be great. You could press it to vinyl.
No, I might do the soundtrack of A Fox in Space.
If you get that like on Spotify, that would be awesome. If you ever make a physical release of that, I will.
No, I mean as a record on vinyl. I will totally like press. You know, I've looked into it. It's not that much money. It's like $400 or $500, and you can get like 100 of them pressed or whatever. But that's the thing. You have to get like hundreds of them pressed, or it's not worth their time. But I'll probably get like 400 or 500 copies pressed, and sell them for whatever, make $1 off of each of them or something. But I won't do any merchandise for any of the artwork and whatnot. But the soundtrack for Fox in Space, I might actually do vinyl.
That'd be sick.
Yeah, 500 is like for full albums. If you're just doing like a 7-inch or something, last I checked, this was like 2016. You could do like 300 or 250 or whatever. But it's whatever. Like if it's $1,000 for like 300 of them, that's fine. Like I'll send them out to my Patreons or whatever, or patrons on Patreon.
7-inch. Does that mean you're going to release a single?
Well, I mean, it depends on how long they are. Like 7 inches, it's like 1 or 2 songs on a side.
Yeah, it's like 45s are just singles.
At least a 78. Make it like a 1/4 inch thick 78 plate record.
Because like of the 45s I have, I don't think any of them are longer than like 4.5 to 5 minutes.
Fellas.
Have a good one.
See ya. Either way, I'm sure there are plenty of your old musical projects that you probably hate, because I have my old musical projects.
I don't hate any of them. It's just some of them, it was like right when I got FL Studio, or Fruity Loops as it was called back then.
Yeah.
And it was just like, it's like old doodles. It's like, oh my God, that picture of Fox McCloud I drew literally 30 years ago. Oh my God, whatever.
Well, it's like, well, I'm sure that there are several of your older songs that you feel that way towards. I still enjoy them because, like, you're really good at just capturing certain aesthetics, and sometimes I like listening to songs for the aesthetic, not just because it sounds better. You know, it's kind of like maybe I want to hear a vinyl crackle when I'm listening to like music from the 1920s or something, even though it doesn't technically sound better. The tin caniness adds to the charm. So just
I
kind
know
of the
what
same
you
thing.
mean.
Or like, you know, there are some albums where like they're like, you know, more like garage rock albums, and they'll try to remaster them to make them sound like they were made in the proper studio. It's like, no, I like the like low engineering and stuff
Yeah,
like
I
that.
know some people like I tried to play my Fox and Space cartoon.
Yeah, it's
and they
just
would
like
and they wouldn't stop like criticizing it, like, oh, I can't watch this, I'm sorry, the sound quality is so bad, blah blah blah.
yeah, it's like the
And
filters that you put over your songs to give it that like old broadcast TV, like whatever
but
you
yeah,
want
like
to call it.
some
Like,
people don't like it, and it's like, you know, what can you do?
for me, that's like the shredded golden leaf that you put on like fancy food. That's like the perfect touch.
You know, sometimes you have the audiophile people that are like, no, this is horrible, like the number needs to be a higher value, this and whatever. It's like, but this is to represent all, like, but I don't care, like, it shouldn't sound old, it needs to sound new because we have technology, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
And it's like if you, some people, and that's fine, it's understandable, like, I don't like go harumph and like get upset and butthurt or whatever, but like some people only want stuff that sounds like it. That's why you get comments on your things are like, oh, why does the audio sound like that? Is it, what's wrong with your microphone, etc.
I am basically like an audiophile in the other direction, where like my audiophileness is picking up on those like little details that make it sound from this time period or whatever. Like, have you ever listened to King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard?
I think I've heard one or two of their songs.
So they're a group where like basically every album they do, they just go for a completely different genre or sound.
Right.
So, you know, nothing they ever make is the same. And they recently decided, hey, we're going to make like an 80s thrash metal album, like they did this a few years ago. And like, even though the album was made in 2018, they like deliberately made like engineering sound choices to make it sound like the quality of like, oh, this isn't even like Metallica thrash from the 80s. This is like, you know, one of the more underground thrash groups that couldn't afford a good record deal
Right.
type albums, you know, little details where they're purposefully not making it sound bad, but like, you know, like, oh, the drums sound like they're dry because they're just putting a microphone against the drum head instead of like, you know, how you would do it now and things like that, where they do a good job at stuff like that, and I appreciate it. And Bruno Mars, when he did his album with oh, why am I forgetting his name? Anderson .Paak, when they both teamed up to make Silk Sonic, where they wanted to just make like a late 70s, early 80s like soul album together type thing. Like they did the exact same thing where they deliberately made the drums sound like dry 70s drums, like, oh, this instrument is only in the left ear versus the right ear and stuff like that. And really paid attention to the things that like would actually sound like an Al Green album or something like that. They even got Bootsy Collins on it. That's like the stuff that like I audiophile orgasm over. And they do such a good job that like when I showed my grandpa that album, he was absolutely blown away.
Yeah, it's fun hearing recording techniques that you don't just see done anymore. Like you almost never hear any like popular music do hard panning or anything like that these days.
Yeah.
What is hard panning?
It's whenever you record an instrument and you're just like, okay, this instrument is just 100% to the left or right ear. That's it.
It's just going panning all the way +1 or -1.
You ever
or
listen to
whatever.
the Beatles with one earphone? It's like that.
Yeah, because there's some songs, if you just listen on one earphone, it's just the vocals or whatever. So it's called hard panning. Okay.
Yeah, and that's even like a very extreme version. Usually by the time you get to like the 70s, their form of hard panning is like, okay, guitarist, like the lead guitar's in the left ear, the rhythm guitar's in the right ear, the bass is in, and the drums are in the middle, and it's balanced enough where it's not as like jolting as like listening to like the Beatles on stereo, but it's still hard panning. And then the 80s was kind of the era where it's like, okay, let's add endless reverb. You're gonna record the riff 3 times so we can have one for the left, one for the right, and one for the middle, and stuff like that to make it sound fuller. It's why 70s songs sound so dry and like sparse in comparison to the 80s. And you had a little bit of it in the 90s, because a lot of the grunge and alternative groups were backlashing against the 80s, so they wanted to go back to the 60s and 70s, so they kind of did that too.
Well, there was that weird crossover too during the 90s when stuff like Pro Tools and stuff were starting to come onto the scene and all that. So you have like you just have like recording techniques of both eras kind of coming together in this weird harmony.
Yeah, because like in the 90s they had better tools enough to where the hard panning can be hidden, to where like you almost wouldn't even notice it, just because like the microphone qualities are better and they're making better use of studio space and things like that. There are some other tricks, like the trick that Van Halen always did, since they only had Eddie as their guitar player. They would have the actual guitar come from the left ear and be hard panned to the left, but they would have all of the feedback from the guitar in the right ear. And so it made it sound a lot fuller than it was, even though they only had one guitar track.
How y'all doing this morning?
Surviving.
Basically.
We're surviving. How you doing? You better be doing your fucking sit-ups and push-ups.
Do burpees count?
Who is your dad? Sorry, it's been a while. We've been going for a bit, like 6 hours probably.
We're at 7 hours and 11 minutes.
7 hours. Hey, we are. Holy shit!
I'm crushing this train scene.
Well, I would have liked to have gotten a little more work done, but this is all right.
You having a good time?
Yeah, that's the important part. And we were gonna go to Twilight Sparkles tonight, or Midnight Sparkles, or whatever.
I was gonna say, like,
What
we're
is
going to the
Is that like
Twilight.
That's that movie, right? Or is that
Twilight Sparkle is a My Little Pony character.
That's right. That's what it is.
Oh, we're going to a treehouse library. That sounds fun.
Hey, there's something Moonlight. It's called Moonlight Sparkles or Midnight Sparkles or something. And I keep saying that, and Greg keeps laughing at me. It's like, I think that's a mile funny. But no, I think it's called Midnight Sparkles or something.
Gay.
Exactly. It sounds gay, but
Beat me to it.
But no, it's like a midnight thing where they have ice sculptures with like lights shooting up through them. It looks really trippy and cool. And there's local craftsmen and people who make stuff and cook stuff. It's really cool.
Excellent.
We tried to go tonight and traffic was so congested we just went home. It's like playing Stardew Valley. It's like, oh, tonight is the jellyfish. It's like, sorry, we're making pumpkins. I don't have time for this. I gotta water my pumpkins. We'll see it next year. Are you sure you can learn a recipe and become friends with the secret character and the wizard? Like, no, that's cool. We'll see it next year. Like, I just want to get these pumpkins grown. I can only grow 2 batches of them before the year is done. You know, it's kind of like that. Like every year here in New Brunswick, there's like a special event that's going on in the city, and I've been here like past 4 or 5 years, and it's just like sometimes you go, sometimes you don't.
Sorry you missed your My Little Ponies though.
And my midnight sparkles. That was a cool thing. So then they have the moon one. I can't remember what it's called, but they have this big, like, 50-foot wide inflatable thing of the moon that they inflate and like raise up into the air, and it's just, it's just like hey, everybody in the city, come walk down Main Street, and there's a bunch of places where you can get drunk and funny things being projected on giant brick walls and whatnot. It's all very much fun. I've gone every other year or so. It's like sometimes, like, we try to go and there's so many people, it's like, we'll see it next year. We saw it last year. It's coming again. Like, we're not gonna miss anything. I like Chop Chop. Chop Chop is a local event where every local restaurant has a Chop Chop menu item. They either have Chop Chop breakfast, lunch, or a plate dinner called Chop Chop Plate. And it's an opportunity for local restaurants to advertise special dishes they have. They're like, or if they can make a special one up just for the Chop Chop event, just to get people to go, hey, well, if they make this, the restaurant must be pretty good. And yeah, that's a really good one. That was right at the beginning of this month, end of last month, I think. Every time I hear Chop Chop, I want to say Master Onion. Oh, God. That was a cool game. I felt like a badass 100%ing Parappa the Rapper.
Yeah, that was pretty hardcore.
Still sad about Rap Rabbit though.
Oh, what? Do what?
The main developer behind Parappa, they had a Kickstarter some years back for like a spiritual successor where it was like an RPG type thing, but they didn't end up making enough money for it, so it just got canned.
Damn.
G'day, Fox.
Hello, hello.
Howdy.
Sup?
Oh yeah, and fucking Jammer Lammy, the game with the difficulty level that made you want to kill yourself. Holy fuck. Jammer Lammy! I was like, get ready to die. God, that game was so tough. The babysitting level, Jesus Christ.
Is there like a level where you canonically go to hell or something like that?
That was the one with the centipede lady that keeps barfing. Well, we're gonna take care of these babies. Like, God, that level was so difficult. Prapper the Rapper 2 on PS2 was fine. Like, I had no trouble with that game. Like, the shithead kid whose dad died, and he's like, I'm gonna change burgers to ramen noodles or whatever. But yeah, no, there was a hell level, but like, holy fuck, the babysitter level like made me have anxiety. Or like the babysitter centipede lady teaching you how to sit babies or whatever. That was insane.
Do you guys have any games that you would love to replay, despite them making you extremely anxious and whatnot, and pissed and downright completely pissed off to the difficulty level and poor design choices?
System Shock 2.
Minecraft.
Silent Hill 1 through 4.
Oh yeah, 4 especially. Sonic Unleashed made me absolutely fucking rage like I haven't since Tekken 5. But Jesus Christ, the love that was put into that game, I love it so much, and yeah, I would instantly replay it if I could play it on the PC. On an emulator, if I had the right PC for it.
Is that the one where Sonic's a werewolf?
Yes, and it's amazing. I mean, some people do shit on it, but like, I'm a fan of beat 'em up of this beat 'em up game called Oni, where it's basically a third-person shooter, but you get to beat the crap out of people like in a fighting game, so we get combos and whatnot in a third-person perspective. And basically Sonic Unleashed is
Oni was pretty kick-ass. That was one of the
Yeah.
very first PS2 games I ever played.
Oni?
Yeah.
Fucking hell, you played the wrong version. Like, it's a meme among our community that most people have played the PS2 version, which got lower scores, and for the right reason, because the controls were shit.
I don't remember anything about the controls being bad. I enjoyed the game. I remember it was advertised in magazines everywhere, and I finally rented it, and I was like, this is badass. I liked the game. I mean, maybe the controls were bad, but I'm one of those people that's like, oh, it has shitty controls. Well, get used to the controls. Like, I like Star Fox Zero. I was like, oh no, motion controls. Well, fucking get used to it. I don't know. I thought it was a good game regardless.
I'm on the same side of things, but yeah, everyone in the fandom says you want to play Oni, play it on the PC or maybe even a Mac.
That's like that in Ghostbusters. I was like, I like Ghostbusters too. I thought it was a good movie. And people are like, what are you fucked up in the head? Why would you? I was like, what?
What's wrong with Ghostbusters 2?
People hate Ghostbusters 2?
I guess. Yeah, like I mentioned it in front of some people, and they were all like, oh my god, why is it doesn't have the same direction of blah 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 blah. Or I was like, and I feel like, yeah, they're very different movies, but I was not aware that there was like this like super religiously charged difference in opinion on Ghostbusters.
You talking the reboot?
No, just 1 and 2, just like the 84 and the 90 movie or whatever. Like, I was like, what? Yeah, I don't know. Like, I thought they were both great. I was like, oh, the second one, they control the Statue of Liberty with an NES controller and slime.
how could you not look at the Statue of Liberty
and
scene?
Sigourney Weaver's in it, and like, yeah, like it was Vigo, like it was a great movie. But yeah, like some people, when you go to fucking conventions and stuff, they're like, oh, which camper, which house do you bear? How do you yield? Like, what the fuck? I don't know. This is why I stay the fuck out of fandoms. I don't know. Fandoms are awesome, but don't like try to go into that thinking that you're like, I'm gonna come in and be the cool fan. You know, everybody's gonna like take giant shits on you and tell you that you suck, and you're like, oh, you like this one? What's wrong with you? Do you have a? Oh my god. Yeah. And not everybody. It's always like 4 or 5 people out of 1,000 that don't know how to act in front of other human beings when they're not on the internet.
That's generously low.
Well.
Yeah, that is pretty generous.
It depends on the fandom. Some of them, it's the reciprocal of that, but just generally, there's an arbitrarily pre-decided number of people that will be mean to you, and then there's another fraction of people that will not be mean to you, and just you got to find the ones that are nice. I don't know, man. Listen to your fucking heart. What do you want me to tell these people?
Like and subscribe.
Just listen to your heart. That's what I do.
It tells you goodbye.
It's just kind of been making the same noise like over and over again.
Lubbed up. Is it lubbed up? It's lub and dup. Lubbed up, lubbed up, lubbed up. Sorry, I'm being stupid now. But,
keep going.
Go on.
It's cool you ended up hooking up with Nephilim for that Event Horizon stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
it's been a lot of fun. I don't really want to be on the market for voice acting stuff, but if it's like some dudes doing like a silly little project or a Star Fox thing, I'm all up for it. I don't know. I've had a couple of big YouTube people and TV companies be like, hey, we'd like your voice for this thing, and we're going to pay you $500 or $1,000 for blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, that's really cool. I appreciate it. I'm not really in the market for voice acting, but I'll always pass it on to somebody else. But I don't know.
Yeah, his level designs are turning some heads with the hard light foreign people.
Yeah, I just told him, I was like, keep your head down and always have a contingency plan for renaming everything.
Yeah.
No, I ain't even joking. I was like dead serious. I was like, just make sure that whatever comes around, you know, have something ready where you can hit a button and it makes everybody green and purple and change their names and all that.
Yep. Those freaking Nintendo hellhounds, man.
You know, like for voice stuff and shit like that.
Yeah.
Not too worried about it. For just doing voice stuff. I got a couple of voice actors I'd like for some more parts in my cartoons, but some of them I believe are in the voice acting union thing, so I don't know if they're allowed to do it or not. I never know how that shit works.
If it's just a volunteer project, then there shouldn't be any complication. Although, no, you tend to pay all your people.
If they
regardless of
want to
whether
be, I always offer. And that's the thing, I don't take money for voice acting anymore. Like even when I worked on Elite Dangerous, I told them, I was like, I'm fine, just, and they're like, no, we legally have to pay you for this or we will get in trouble. And I'm like, all right. You know, I got like $300 or $400 or whatever the pounds translated over to. If you're in it for a living, that's different. But for me, whenever I voice act something, it's just kind of like a favor, or, you know, I mean, that's really the best way I can think of to put it, is just a favor, you know. I have an animator buddy that is working on something, and he's helped me on some stuff for my cartoon. And he's like, hey, you know, like a year later, he's like, I need a voice for this character. Would you mind, you know, doing this? I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll do it. You know, and do it. And he's like, well, okay, what's your rate on voice acting? I'm like, dude, don't worry about it. You helped me with other thing. And then down the road, I'll need help with another thing and be like, hey, can I hire you to blah, 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 do this for like 2 days? And it'll be like, oh, no, man, you did that thing for me last year. So here, just let me do this for you. There, it's
Some
fixed.
undisclosed time in the future,
Yeah,
I may
somewhere.
ask you to return that favor.
I'll ask you to come to my daughter's wedding. But yeah, just stuff like that. And it's not just voice acting. Sometimes it'll be other stuff. But I'm never afraid to do things like that for people. And it's different. If you want to get into the, you know, market of voice acting and stuff, then yeah, market yourself. But for me, I don't know. It'd just be like animating. If I had a buddy out in Hollywood that was like, oh, dude, I lost all my animators and I need this shit done in like 3 days. Like, for a certain buddy of mine, I'd fly out there and be like, yeah, show me the software, show me what I gotta draw, and go bust it out and be like, what do I owe you, man? And I'd be like, oh, you owe me one favor at some point in the future. Yeah, I don't take money for shit like that. It's usually favors.
It's too
like,
trackable.
well, no, it's like, you don't, like, I don't know what your money situation.
I'm just joking.
I know you are. I'm just saying, like, just so people know, like, I wouldn't go after somebody's money like that. If it was a company with billions of dollars, that's different. But if it's a buddy that's like, dude, can you help me figure this stuff out? I'll absolutely do it. No charge, but we will revisit that. That's not just like random people on the internet. This is like people I've known for years that I can be like that with. If it's somebody I don't know that well, then yeah, it's gonna be like, oh, here, let's write out a money contract because I don't fucking know you and that's my purse. But I like being on that level with people. It's like when I get the violence going, my other cartoon, I want my, sorry I keep yawning, I want my animation partners to be on an honor-based service.
All right, now that it's 1:30 a.m., I think I'm gonna head to
All right, buddy, thanks for hanging out.
bed. Absolutely. Always glad to stop by.
All right, buddy, take it easy.
You too.
But yeah, when I start on the violence, I'm gonna have 3 or 4 really, really, really close friends. And they're gonna help me do the animation. And I'm going to pay them $100 a day. And it's not, you know, you have to do so much whatever. Like, I will give them $100 and I will give them the project with $100 worth of work that needs to be done. And it's going to be roughly what they also consider to be $100 worth of their time. And I will pay them the $100 in advance. And they will then have the work to do. And it may take them a day to do it. It may take them 5 days to do it. Because a lot of the people that are going to be animating on the violence is not at all going to be their main job. It's just going to be like, hey, dude, you got an extra couple days this week? You want to make a couple $100? I have $300 worth of in-betweening that I need done. If you can get this shit done in Blender, Blender is this program that I'm using right now. I'll tell them, if you can get this shit done in Blender in, you know, sometime this week, here's $100 to get it done, just to have it sent back to me in, you know, 4 or 5 days or whatever. And if they send it back to me in 1 day, then I can give them another $100 and another $100 worth of work to do in Blender, in betweening shit like this. Like what I'm doing right now. It's like if somebody, you know, it's going to be 4 or 5 hours worth of work. If you want to do an hour a day and I pay you $100 a week to get this one file finished over the course of like 4 or 5 days, that's fine. You know, do it at your own pace. But if you want to get into it and knock it out in like 5 hours in 1 day, and then immediately be like, I'm done, here it is. Do you have any more work for me? Yes, I do. Here's the empty file, and here's $100 more. And then and it's just gonna be that until the projects are done. It's like, oh, well, what if somebody says, yeah, I'll do it for $100, and then they take your $100 and then they don't get it done. It's like, well, you've ripped me off for $100. So congrats, like you tested in. Like I'm going to be giving people like a test, like a file, like get this done in this amount of time, and if you can do it, you know, and if they do it and it's like, this looks good, all right, here's $100, here's the in-betweens that you have to do, and they just don't do it and they take my $100, it's like, all right, you stole $100 from me, you got me for $100, that's it. All right, I will finish your work and get someone else to do it. And they're like, I'm not gonna just be like standing on a corner and being like, hey, somebody want to, like, you know, these are gonna be like emails from people saying like, hey, here's my test file done. I want to do this for you. You know, if somebody really wants to go through put me through the whole rigmarole and roll me for $100, you have to do a lot of work to do it. So I'm not worried about that. I'm gonna have 2, 3, maybe even 4 people that can do all this Blender in between work for me. I'm even writing a script here for all these buttons, so you can go to like the different layers of whatever you're working on.
Thought I had automation for tweening.
Well,
Or does that not work out for how you're trying to?
Not
it-
for like hand-drawn 2D animation, unless you're using like a morph software. But like if you use like automated tweening for your characters, it ends up looking like League of Legends instead of Looney Tunes. Not that there's anything wrong. Like I'm not talking about I forget what it's called, the new League of Legends cartoon that looks fucking amazing. But like the intro screens for League of Legends, where you take one picture and it has jiggle bones and everything, like moves around like this, looping and looping or whatever. Like I can do that, but this is like doing what I'm doing here. I'm sure someone could write an AI to kind of make it work, but it's still not going to look the same.
Well, I meant for the 3D not the drawing you're doing, but for the actual 3D models that you're using to trace over, like to grab the lines and.
Oh, well, those models are already they're all fully animated. They don't need in-betweens. Like the models here, like they all move around. This is what I'm kind of like roughly using to draw. Like, obviously you can tell I'm not like literally tracing the actual characters. It's just kind of a reference of basically where they are. It's like if I was going to trace the characters, they wouldn't look dinky like this. These are some of like the super low like your James here, like you know, this is what I'm using to trace James. It's not like a super overly detailed thing. But that's the thing, if I traced over it, I would just do something like, you know, Beastars or Borderlands or something like that and do cell shaded models. But what I'm doing here is just kind of loosely following the shape of the character's head. Because when you're drawing like that, like I know how to draw the characters. It's just having them sitting at a table, you can tell what the exact, you know, proportions and everything needs to look like, how big one character's head is compared to the other character's head, and it just saves a lot of trouble. Because people can sit there, like people can sit and do their animatic and their storyboards like this with like rough shapes of the characters. That's basically what I'm doing with these 3D models. It's like, this isn't literally exactly what James looks like, you know, even like some of this frames, his feet go through the floor or whatever, but this is basically how big he is. It's a model I can move around and, you know, do stuff, and it's close enough to what I need to do. It's like, I know how to draw the characters, I know their proportions, I know how tall they are. It's just this kind of makes it easier to see like basically where the character's head is and if they're looking a different way. It saves me a step of, yeah, like here with this, with him walking through the hallway here, I had this rough model basically where he is. You know, I didn't like literally follow. It's like, okay, here's where he is. Like, I can draw the character. I don't need to literally trace the actual character where he is. But it's like, you know, this is about how tall he is in this shot, so I don't make him like this big and the perspective's all off. And then you get rid of the 3D models, and it's just, I don't know. It makes it easier, and people ask me all the time, like, oh, what do your storyboards look like? It's like, these are my storyboards, like with the basic 3D models, just kind of looking and which frames are holds, which frames aren't holds. You know, where the body stops moving and it's just the eyes and the mouth that move.
Didn't think. What have you got for me? I didn't think Pepper would send you.
Sorry, what's a hold?
In cartoons where a character's moving around and then their body stops moving and it's just one image and then their mouth just moves and their eyes just move, that's a hold. Like here.
Did Pigma Dengar come through here? Pigma Dengar?
Like, see, Des here, this is a hold, because this whole time where James is sitting down and whatnot, his body is not moving. Like, his eyes are moving a little bit, like this, his whole body frame is just a hold. Like I'm not having to draw it over and over again. When he turns and looks behind him, then it's no longer a hold. So like every frame is new.
Is he on the train?
And then these frames of him with his mouth moving like this, you notice his mouth is moving, but you don't have to keep redrawing his head and stuff because he's standing still at this point, and just his mouth is moving. That's what a hold frame is.
Running security.
So basically the entirety of a Seth MacFarlane cartoon?
Yeah, like Family Guy is you know, like standing still, blah 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 blah, leaning slightly to the right, raising hands up slightly, standing still, blah 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 blah, lowering hands down again and no longer leaning, standing still, blah 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 blah. Yeah. That's a great example. Not shitting on Seth MacFarlane. American Dad's pretty funny, but yeah, like Simpsons, South Park, Seth MacFarlane, like stuff like that. That's like, yeah, like here, somebody's hot micing. Are you holding your push to talk button down? You. I can't tell. I just hear the inside of someone's mouth.
Yeah, Dryak, you might wanna use push to talk, or maybe you have something.
Push to talk. It is push to talk. I think. Are we not bound to push to talk?
We are. I think they've just put like a paperweight on their keyboard.
Extra mouse buttons come in handy.
I gotta go to bed.
Alright.
Good night.
Da 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 dum da da dum da da dum. Uh-oh. It's been a pretty good Friday. I didn't get to go to see Twilight Sparkle. Sounds like the name of an anime. Have you seen the new season of Twilight Sparkle? What was it? Planet Chaser Starlight Excellent. I watch it all day, every day. Oh my god. But yeah, I'm gonna try this process of paying people and streaming it and whatnot for episode 3. We'll see how it turns out. Yeah. Jesus, 3:45 already. Good God Almighty. What are y'all doing up so late? You should be ashamed. You gave the best you had to give. You only had one life to live. Scornful thoughts that fly your way, you should turn away, 'cause there's nothing left to say. You've got nothing left to lose. You've got nothing left to lose. You've got nothing left to lose. Wouldn't want to be standing in your shoes. You read the book, you turn the page. You change your life in 1,000 ways. Dancing in your eyes, with the key you realize to the kingdom of the wise. No, not this late in the night. Good God. Unfortunately, oh my God. No, we'll have to go see him. We're gonna go raid another hyena. Yell hyena raid. Yes, laughing, Riendo. Y'all have a good one. I'll probably see you tomorrow. Thanks for coming by.
In some water.